Okay, I think it's about time to get started. Welcome, Shaky. Saying hope I've been well. I'm doing okay. Had a delayed start due to taking care of family pets. Let's talk about the plans for today. So Shaky is in the chat and will soon be in the game. You need to get Shaky leveled a bit more. I had a thought about some of the party strategy I want to do. So I'm already breaking my normal cardinal rule of Etrian, which is never make more than 6 characters. Usually I have one character literally dedicated to just resources. But since I'm doing more of a chat-oriented one, I kind of have to rethink my approach a little bit just to make sure that we get a good rotation going on without falling like too far behind or needing to grind. Now, one thing I don't think I talked about in the previous streams at all is I technically know how to cheat, I just don't want to. So I'm gonna try really hard not to accidentally duplicate items, chat. I'm just gonna let you know. I am aware of how to do it, and it's more dumb than you think it is. And I might actually accidentally do it at some point. So I will let you know, chat. I am well aware that I can dupe items like a bazillion times. If I really don't feel like grinding, I guess I could do that at some point to save the chat some time. But the goal is to hopefully not need to grind much at all, other than collect resources for quests. I think other than that, I think I was thinking about how to fast walk, and I had like a big dummy moment, and I didn't even bother opening the manual. I'm pretty sure I just hold the cancel button and move. It's been so long since I played, I just kind of forgot about it. It was like out of instinct. So I'll just try that when I'm in the overworld next time. So I believe our goal will be to go to the second stratum. I want to level Shaky a little bit first, so we're going to make like one trip through the first stratum. And I think going forward, I think I might change how my level focus is for a little bit. I'm just thinking about it. But for now, I want to level Shaky, so let's jump into the game. Hello, Chris, hope you're doing well. Your character is weak. Actually... I'm actually going to leave Reen out and Emma out for now. They are good, as is for the most part. I would say Reen's maybe a little squishy, so maybe getting HP up from another character would probably help him. But I'm thinking, because I need to power level Shaky, I'm going to do something a little different. I think this originally was my plan, but I'm like, let's do something brand new. So I'm sure Shaky will appreciate this. We'll put him in the back. He'll be there with Try. And I'm actually going to put Granite Knight in here. And the reason I was thinking about whether I was going to do this or not. So think about it this way, chat. There's basically one protector that is meant to be there for killing normal enemies. And then I have one protector dedicated to, this is how I cheese every boss. So I think Anne will be the boss cheese. I do not need this character to level a lot. In fact, I don't even really care about their level as long as they have max parry. I'm going to be real with you. So then I can focus things like front guard and everything else on that character, specifically to take out like 60 to 65% of the bosses. And everything that this character cannot take down, I'll have Granite Knight do. And Granite Knight's a better character, I think, overall, if all I'm doing is exploring a dungeon. So we're going to try a little bit of a risk here.
All right, hold on.
I'm going to see if I could get away with just a 3-man party. Although I realize Try has no TP.
See you around.
That could make things very interesting. Let me see what my items are one more time. Oh, I have a whole bunch of nothing. Oh, this will be very interesting.
Welcome back.
Uh-oh, chat. Is this challenge incoming? Am I that bankrupt? I will actually just use these Amritas immediately. No, it was kind of scary, chat, when I was going through that list. You know what I didn't see?
Is this what you wanted?
Where's our thread item?
Is this what you wanted?
I didn't see it in there. That's me a little concerned. I'll sell the basic tweeds.
Here you are.
Yeah, I could get a little cash from this, and I want this junk out of here.
Is this what you wanted? Is there anything else?
I just want to double check. Oh, I can't quick escape. Oh, that'll be fun.
Have a safe.
Hey, chat, let's go risk a game over. Are you ready to risk the game over? I'm ready to risk the game over. I am 10 shy of having a thread. You know what, chat? This is fine. It's fine. We're gonna save here. Hopefully we don't die with a very underwhelming party at the
Sign in
moment.
over here, please. Come back here whenever
It'll be very interesting. Actually, speaking of which, can I just use this right now? Oh, that's gonna make my life so much easier. Okay, that's much better.
Hello?
Hold on one
Next
second.
up,
Did I really not have
merchandise
any Medica, or did I just have it in the May house?
Welcome back.
One second, chat.
Item storage.
If I don't have any Medica, then oh, yeah, this is fine.
Was this what you wanted?
Whatever.
Is there
I don't care. We're good now. We're good now.
ourselves?
I was really worried I had no Medica. I was like, did I really have nothing going into this dungeon? So we're gonna fight some basic enemies here. Try should be able to one-shot most things. I think I'm actually gonna stop him from pumping up his skills any further. I think my focus is actually just gonna be making sure he gets AoE spells. So my goal here, chat, is to remember that auto walk exists. Oh, I got confused switching games. I understand what I was doing wrong now. Okay, I'll fix that next time. Okay, at least our team should be able to handle this. So because there's less party members, that also means the XP is split a bit less. There we go. See the difference, chat? This is normal walk. Look at it for a little bit. This is fast. Oh, well. We'll see fast walk later then. So Shaky's doing quite a bit of damage, actually. So Shaky's damage is actually fine. It's just that if anything looks at him funny, he'll probably explode. Yeah, I could have been fast walking this whole time. So we're gonna do that to spare you going forward, chat. Same in real life. Poor Shaky. Yeah, we're just gonna get some quick gathers because I am super bankrupt. And without duplicating items, money is actually in short supply. This battle, I'll probably take command manually. Also, one thing, small thing about the menus. I really don't like that I can't see enemy weaknesses if I'm in the targeting menu. Well, Try decided that fight was over. Thank you, Try. So, actually, one other thing I don't think I really talked about in detail at all. Like, I mentioned using Boost, and I've used Boost in combat, but I don't think we've actually described some of the mechanics of Boost. So, in the Etrian series, it will change depending on the entry, but for the first game specifically, Boost will basically take whatever thing you're doing and raise it by 5 levels. So, for example, Chris's Viper's at level 9. If I use Boost, it'll put it at technically level 14 in terms of damage and effectiveness. So the game will calculate skills beyond what you can normally max, because it expects you to potentially either stack Grimoire Stones or Boost. And one other thing I want to talk about, which will be more important when we go to fight a boss later, since it hasn't really been a showstopper at all, but basically the way ailments kind of work in this game, just chop real quick, is that essentially enemies will get immunity over time. So the more you hit them with an ailment, chat, the more natural resistance they get. So we basically have to kind of guarantee our first poison is worth it, because if we try to poison a second time in combat, we get cumulatively worse resistances. So let me try to give an example as we auto battle here. So let's say, for example, chat, an enemy has a base resistance of 0. That means when you go to strike them, you will have basically the 100% chance of poisoning them, let's say hypothetically. Now, as every turn passes, they get a cumulative 20% extra resistance in order to get rid of the ailment. So what that means is that first turn will always poison, second turn, 80% chance it'll stay poisoned, 60, this third turn, etc. So we can manipulate that a little bit with that relapse curse that we were getting from the Hexer, because I don't think I ever really talked about why I was focusing that in particular. So that'll basically remove that percentage that they built for resistances. So I want to wait until basically the second turn to use it, and that will extend how long they're actually able to be poisoned. I could risk doing it on like the third turn, technically. I should never do it on the first turn. I always should do it at the earliest, the second turn. So that's kind of the strategy. I'm just going to state it here because it's a weird mechanic of the game, and it takes forever to figure out that that's how it works. I'm sure I'm forgetting, like, the specifics. Like, there might be a slightly better turn order to do it, but generally speaking, that is what you need to do. So every little subsystem in this game, if you do take the time to figure out how it works, I do think it is rewarding. However, we won't be doing that for a little bit. I'm gonna heal Tri here, actually. I don't trust Tri surviving this floor. Speaking of which, I hope Granite Knight levels soon. Oh, rare? Oh, hello. So see, this thing has ice resistance, so I'm actually just gonna boost fire, and this will be rank 6 fire formula. Shaky, what do you have on you? Oh, you got a power shot? Shaky, I want you to just obliterate this enemy. If you one-shot it, I'll be very happy. Oh, you did. Thank you, Shaky. Fight over. You know what? Shaky's leveling today. He earned that, chat. I hope you witnessed. Just went done. Good. That's, I know. Bunny dead. Shaky went all in. I can't gather materials here. Oh, did I take it from a previous day? I guess not enough time has passed. It is a little risky to go further than this. I'm thinking about turning back. I'm gonna check the mining spot first. So one other thing I'm looking for, and why it is useful to switch characters to some extent, I actually want some of the FOEs to respawn, so without doing item manipulation or other sorts of nonsense to guarantee that I get a Grimoire Stone, we're gonna have to refight certain FOEs, because I'm hoping to get really good abilities from them. So funny enough, chat, the deer that we completely murder-destroyed in the previous sessions actually has a really good skill on it. I think it's called Knockdown. It doesn't use it until... Ooh, I want to say 50% of its health is gone. And essentially, anytime I get hit with the technique, I could potentially end up getting a Grimoire Stone with it. I believe that's how it works. So if I kill it too quickly, I can't get the ability. So I have to have a team that can survive that attack. So remember, it loved to confuse lock us for a little bit. Let's just go all out here. And if we get knocked down, that'll probably end up going on Kirk's character. Because I think that counts as an ailment, if I'm not mistaken. But again, it's been a long time. If somebody knew the game slightly better than me, I definitely do not mind a correction there. But I do know for a fact that is very useful in the Lance Connect, as it's one of the stronger early moves you could get for him. In fact, it's even better than a lot of the things that he can end up getting, which is kind of sad, but it's true. So, I will say one thing that makes me kind of sad, though. We can't see it at the moment, but there's an issue with the early Lance Connect compared to some of the later game entries, and that's the fact that in order to get some of the more useful chasers in the game, you have to get both axe and sword. I think we talked about that very briefly before. They fixed that in the later games to put chaser in its own tree for the most part. But in this game, I either have to commit to learning both, or I just hard focus. And because it's better to focus in this game, we probably won't end up doing the tracers. Even though they're not bad, it's just not worth going for. And I think axe is generally easier to get weapons for and is slightly better, if I'm not mistaken. If I am mistaken, I'll feel sad around the mid-game. But right now, I think that's how it is. We're actually doing extremely well. I'm kind of surprised. So Shaky managed to basically solo that one enemy. I guess I'll get into a couple more fights and leave. Because if I could get health regen, I'm more willing to push with this team. Speaking of which, speaking of push, I'll close this Granite Knight to prayer. So one thing I want to talk about before, I think somebody in the chat also mentioned it, but essentially HP up is generally better to get than defense up in this game. So Granite Knight is actually extraordinarily tanky, and he can also cure. So he could potentially carry any team at this point. I'm hoping to get party cure from him eventually and put that on some other characters for safety. But ideally I want to unlock this prayer, which is very unfair. So if we have a team of like all offensive gods, they basically just start recovering TP every time I get a battle clear and I get healing. So I could basically just steamroll early areas, or at least that will be the intent to do so. Kind of a bad matchup for us. I might actually defend this. Need to remember I can't do what I was looking for. Hey Shaky, I need you to help kill this guy before he does an AoE, or else we're gonna probably party wipe. Granite blocked, good. I need you to probably just use a regular cure on yourself. I'm gonna pray that this enemy dies. Hopefully Shaky kills with power shot here, actually. Oh, even better. Even better. You know what? We'll take auto attacks. So Shaky carrying again with fire damage. We're doing well. Ooh, Shaky almost leveled again. I want to hopefully get to the mines there, but if it looks like I'm going to get into another hard encounter, I might just bail. The Shaky went from, I think, barely 28 health, I think, to 36, so he's getting up there. Brenda Knight's very low in healing, but we're taking advantage of what little money and TP we have to push a little further. Ideally, I'm going to get to this mining spot before we get into combat, but it looks like that will not be the case. What a shame. Oh, it's just these things? This might be okay. Hey, Shaky, I need you to start one-shotting. Yeah, 128, that's what I'm talking about. There we go, Shaky. Shoot him out of the sky. Oh, Shaky almost leveled again. Do we have enough money for me to afford a thread now? Which is more what I was looking to do. And now I can afford meals. So Shaky's DPS is extremely high. I don't even think he has the best bow on right now. But he's doing all the damage. Can't mind there. Okay, we'll get into one more fight then to make up for not having that. Oh, nice. Another potentially very easy encounter. Yeah, we're super low on money, so hopefully we could do this to get a bit further. Shaky leveling again. Congratulations, Shaky. He has 5 skill points. I didn't really decide what I was going to do with you. There's things I want eventually, like, I'm going to probably respec you at some point to max these, but I'm not in a rush for that. I could have you as a back row healer. HP up makes you very tanky. Predator is not bad. I feel like a lot of these are not really great. Like, Sure Shot is okay. I will need hit rate increase at some point in the game, especially if I'm staying low level. But a lot of these other ones, I don't really care. Yeah, you have a little bit of overlap with the Troubadour. I think eventually, if I just want to party wipe, I think I need to get you to multi-shot as soon as possible. And it's not even for bosses, it's just so I could clear the trash easier and then focus on Predator afterwards, maybe. Do something like that. Agility up is useful on some of the other characters. Like, for example, the Protector and the Lance Connect have awful agility. So Shaky maxing this eventually would be useful. But I think for the short term, I'm going to go ahead and unlock Disabling Shot. Because this is going to allow Shaky to potentially bind people, which I think is more useful. Let's improve his Power Shot. So his overall bow damage is up, and he gets a more powerful skill. So I think with that, we're actually going to return to town. Because we have no thread, barely any items. We're going to go back to the second stratum.
Hello? What you got for me?
Much better, chat.
Thanks. Is that all you came for?
Okay.
Here you go.
I feel a little better, chat. We have one thread. I'd probably get 10 of these.
Here you go.
And we have a decent amount of Medica. And look, we're back to our same money total. Out of curiosity. Oh, Granite Knight's only using a short spear. Shaky actually using the actually no, Shaky is using the best bow. Congratulations, Shaky. I'm weirdly at the point where I'm wondering if a bow would be useful here. Like, sadly, I think it is if I'm having him auto attack. I'm gonna leave for now.
Start a business.
Here's the real question.
Welcome to the rooster.
Do I have enough to rest?
Very well. Then allow me to show you to your room.
Barely, chat. So we're still very poor.
Sign in over here.
That is the downside to the game if you don't
Well,
cheese
be
the money.
careful out there.
You go poor very quick in this game, potentially. Let's take a look at the pub.
Ah, it's you.
And that's not the pub.
See you around.
My brain knew what I wanted, my fingers did not, chat.
Hey there. Which one are you interested in?
Okay, we have a new quest. Shaleka wants to accompany adventurers on an exploration of the labyrinth. Speak with her to learn more. Sure.
Ah, that one.
Shaleka from the store posted the job. Why don't you speak with her and find out the details? Make sure you do your best for her, okay? Nikki says you bought a Logitech bike to try and use it with the headset, and the plastic around the jack is in the wrong shape, so I can't fit it in all the way. That's unfortunate.
How goes the job?
Sorry to hear that, Shaky. Oh yeah, we still have to go to the 3rd floor. I think anytime we have to fight an FOE, 9 times out of 10, the correct answer is to bring Chris's character in and nuke it. So we're gonna have to bring Chris in at some point. So we have the random encounters on 5th floor we can clear at some point. I don't remember what his job was. Go back to the 3rd floor. Could go to Shaleka.
What'll it be? I'm counting on you.
Sure, let's go see what's happening here. What does she want?
Hello?
Ah, the quest. Oh, you're doing it for me. Thanks, that's a real help. Give you the details. I want you to let me in on one of your adventures. I'm always making equipment for you folks and selling you items, but I've only been into the labyrinth a handful of times. I want to see how the pros explore the labyrinth for once. That is a lot of apostrophes. Actually throws me off. Will you take me to the 1st floor of the 1st stratum? Yeah, we could do that. Do I return it or file down the plastic? Generally, if it doesn't work, I try to return if I don't pay money for it.
Thanks.
Right, thanks so much. We could go whenever you're ready.
Is that all you came for?
Okay, so we
Next
just have to
time you
take her
should buy
there.
something.
Do we have any other quests we could take here?
Hello, everyone. Won't you
So
please
she's giving me a
accept
random
this?
item. Medica 2, Medica 1.
I am
You-
at your service.
Oh, and you could repair. Oh, you could give us the healing per turn.
Prepared over here.
Actually useful.
Is there anything else?
Nice.
Have a safe trip.
What exactly is this character's accent even supposed to be? Good question. I was thinking Caribbean.
Hey there. Which one are you interested in? Now, what'll it be? Hey there.
Okay, nothing new
Wanna
there.
ask around?
Oh, we have a couple people to talk to here. Let's go through the pub conversations before we get further.
Hey there.
Yo, the best. I heard you beat Fenrir. Man, I can't believe you dealt with that beast. Looks like the rest of us need to up the ante, huh? Anyway, have a seat. I'll treat you to a drink. Cheers to the best. He knows, chat. He knows. The rising stars of Etria.
You want to ask
Okay.
around?
I almost thought that said scared, but I realized it's probably scarred. I can see you're used to exploring the forest now. Your equipment speaks well of your experience. But many monsters on the 2nd stratum use ailment attacks. Don't let your guard down. Translation, just skip all encounters on the 2nd stratum. Actually, speaking of which, we're going to showcase a very silly strategy, by the way, chat. I'm sure many people have found it, but it's one of my favorite ways to avoid encounters. We'll be seeing that in like an hour or so. We have to get to, I think, not the 1st floor, but the 2nd floor, and I could show you some very, very silly cheese. Army Wasp poison sting is troublesome. The biggest headache is the sleeper oozes. I like how some of the S's are not colored correctly. Your sleep breath affects everyone in an entire line. If several people in your party fall asleep, your guild will be at a serious disadvantage. Well, we already fought them last time, so we already know about them. Oddcloth Mixer says, you're a regular at the store, right? I hear you're doing well. When we have different materials, our stock changes, and when you go to the new stratum, you get new materials. They're just explaining the concept of mining and shopping. We know. We know. I'm gonna ignore some of the dialogue there, because this is tutorial. So we get more access to medicines if we have mint leaf, and if we get cross seed elemental oils. That is actually useful to get because I think that unlocks Medica 2, if I'm not mistaken. For something different, I got Sap Lump. It should be able to crave Soma. Oh, Soma is really good. So if we wanted to, Shaky would be a excellent item healer with Soma in particular, since that is a party heal. This game actually does allow you to heal with all characters with items fairly early into the game, which is kind of nice. Potion that can heal multiple people. You'd love something like that, right? I would, but it's very expensive by default. Hope to do more business with you in the future. Okay, we have the portly merchant. Oh, it's you. Is there something you want with me? Yeah, let's tell me you accepted the job. You accepted my job! Thank you so much. This is a pathetic story. Went to the 3rd floor to find that mining point you told me of and had to flee, leaving my fortune behind. It was a terrifying mantis monster, 2 of them, charging right at me. I get chills just thinking about it. Oh, sorry, I need to be more specific. I left my riches in a room with giant mantises on the 3rd floor. Mark it on your map. There. Please go and retrieve my treasure. Oh, that's not where I thought he... So we just had a actual rare shiny mantis on a different floor? I must have thought that I guess it was on the 4th floor. That group of mantises was, okay, whatever. I don't want to see shiny mantis for sure. If we're gonna do any FOE hunting, we're definitely gonna bring in Chris. But we'll see what happens. I'm a little scared of Shaleka's quest, by the way, because if she makes us fight an FOE, this team is kind of dead. But we'll see. I beg of you, please get my fortune back. I'll pay you even more than it said in the listing. Please, bring back my fortune.
I'm counting on you.
We'll do another safety save.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn. Sign in.
We are playing with a very undergeared team. Am I allowed to... Oh, I can't do that here. That's annoying. Okay. I gotta remember the differences between the games, like where you could grab items from other characters, what menu that's actually in. I didn't think about it, chat.
Keep it quick. What were you thinking?
Oh, they don't have that in this game? So in some of the Etrians, or at least I think in Etrian Mystery Dungeon, you used to be able to have a team equip. So if I went into the equip menu in here, I would have been able to potentially take items away. I'm actually gonna remove Anne's item for now.
All right, hold on a second.
And just give it to, not Shaky, we'll give it to Granite. This is fine. I don't need to juggle that many sets of equipment, to be honest.
Think this through.
Yeah, granted, I think it's 2 levels from getting what I want. Shaky is kind of good as is. Honestly, his damage is pretty high. And Try will be a lot more useful once Granite Knight kind of funnels him TP. That way I don't have to worry about his TP costs at all. Let's go ahead and get a free upgrade here. Okay, so already uses Aspis. Oh, that is a really big difference for me. That's a big speed difference too. So I'm already gonna probably take 6 or 7 less damage, and I go faster. Actually, big news for us.
See you around.
So the big thing holding Granite Knight back at the moment is HP up.
Welcome to the
But he'll level a bit more.
Sign in over here, please.
I mean, he is only level
Whenever
10.
you're tired.
So let's go back to the first Stratum and see what horrible things the game tries to get us to do. It's been a while since I last set foot in here. Hey, don't make that face. Even I've been to the first floor before. So what now? How far have you gone? Aren't you cold? I don't think we should say that to her. We'll ask her how far she's gone. Well, been all the way down to the stairs leading to the next floor. Don't roll those eyes at me. I'm not a big bad explorer like you. Things are different this time. You're gonna protect me, right? We're gonna leave her behind, chat. Let's be real. Let's go to the second floor. You know how to look at your map to set a route to the second floor. Sure. Yes, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm not just collecting items. Right, chat? Yes. Nice. Granite Knight went fast enough that we outturned. That's what I was hoping for. We're like, yes, this is clearly the way to the second floor. I'm not getting money for another teleport later. I don't know what you're talking about. Oops, I thought I was holding the cancel button there. Oh, does it not like it when I do that? That's interesting. Learning nuances about the game, chat. Ooh, that health regen is so clutch already. I'm gonna let this team kind of level as I go through here. Oops. There we go. So we're just gonna collect some resources. Try's pretty good at it, and if I accidentally oversupply, it doesn't really matter. Again, that health regen will let us push probably all the way to the 3rd floor without too much of an issue. Then we'll go see what she wants on the 2nd floor. We're also pretty close to getting, I believe, our first crystal. So once we're done with these couple of quests, we'll actually push into the 2nd stratum. Let's see what happens if we just choose to go here. Here we are. Real Etrian Odyssey starts here. Oh, chat, she did it. She name dropped. You have anything in mind? Are you ready? Why do I keep asking if she's cold? Stop it. You have anything in mind? Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, huh? See, I want to see here's the monsters that live in the Stratum. Deer-born mantis. Oh no, she does want us to fight FOEs. They're really ferocious, but you can't really understand them unless you see them in person, right? Can't fight them, but I wanted to get the same perspective as explorers. But maybe I ought to see them myself and get into the explorer mindset. Do you want to fight with us? You're great. Interesting. Ask if she wants to fight. Oh, if I could do that, I wouldn't have posted the job in the first place. Don't be mean. Just take me to Deer-born mantis. No, it's actually sad. I don't think I can actually satisfy her request. I killed all the deer, chat. Oh, no, there's one deer. One deer came back. Liar. Literally one. Hopefully she makes a comment.
Listen here.
When it could really mess somebody up. All right, next one. Okay, so that's good. I don't actually have to fight them. I was really worried, chat. You have no idea. I was like, this team is not ready for that. But if all I have to do is look at it, that's not a big deal. Kind of shaky snipe the Venomfly in the back. Ooh, shaky doing 140 something. Goodbye, back row. Nice. Because of the agility up from the equipment, granted I was able to outspeed. So we avoided all damage there. Pretty much a picture-perfect encounter for me. Anytime I don't have to try very hard. Oh no, it went well. This enemy is kind of annoying. One day I'll remember his weakness, John. One day. Oh, Shaky, I kind of want you to power shot his brains out. Let's see what happens. Ooh, not enough to kill. Disappointing. Everybody is just like slightly too weak. Like, look how close that was, chat. It's so close. Wow, Granite Knight is taking forever to level for some reason. That's weird. Anyway, Try's gonna level. Thank you, Try, for getting extra crab apple. I kind of needed that. We should also be coming up, I think, to more stones that help with mining, so I'm not going to be super hung up on it. Whoa, it's the boy everyone's talking about. Oh, it's made of stone. Anyone take on that thing? You guys must be really strong. Okay, let's see the next one. Come on, this one's too scary for me. Also, I hope I didn't step too far forward. Let's see. You gotta see the mantis. No. Okay. Just wanted to make sure, chat. So one little tip I would say that you probably recognize, but I'll bring it up anyway. But anytime you change floor, you reset the encounter rate of the area. So like, even though it would be like red or yellow here, if I go up a floor and come back, it'll still be blue in both areas. I could try to take advantage of that. Okay, I need you to kill the rabbits. Ooh, not able to. Well, this is bad. We're about to take a ton of damage. I'm gonna pray Granite Knight goes first. Yeah, wow, he couldn't. Wow, I couldn't kill with one fire formula? That kind of sucks. Okay, we killed the back row. Good enough. Shaky leveling again. Good. More damage Shaky could deal, the better. So let us just keep leveling. We're gonna go towards Power Shot. So if I need to snipe something in the back row that's horrible, this is just gonna help me actually one-shot it. So I'm assuming that the Mantis doesn't have to be on this floor.
Fireball!
Fireball indeed, chat. I killed the Mantis that is here, which is really awkward because the next quest is here, so I'm hoping we don't trigger it actually. Oh, that's a horrifying Mantis I've heard so much about, right? I don't know what to say. How do you explorers do it? Alright, that's all the monsters I wanted to see. Now let's go back to town. No, you're with us forever. We've kidnapped you. This is your life now. Right, chat? We didn't give her permission to leave. So no, we're gonna go deeper and disrespect her wishes. Silly NPC, there is no escape. I'm a little worried Shaky might die to this enemy. We'll see what happens. Worst comes to worst, I just leave immediately if I do happen to get, like, game over. Normal lets you get one retry. Speaking of which, let's see if this team can even handle this. We're gonna do our best possible damage, and let's see if we can even kill it. Sort of. Team got kind of close there. So at least Try has enough defense that he didn't explode. The being in the back row definitely helps. So I need 2 more formula ranks and I'll get the AoE. This is mostly what I'm looking to do. I don't really care about most of these other ones. Something. Yeah, what's actually kind of funny is Try could end up being the party tank if I really want him to be with these 2 things, but fun. It's not bad to put on like a protector. I just don't see why I would want it on this character specifically. Anyway, let's improve Try's damage since that's what Try is meant to do. Let's conserve Medica with a very easy heal. So we're looking to just get into a couple fights. As I said before, I'm really hoping Granite Knight could just level twice, but not looking like this is going to happen without Quest XP. Let's get into a fight right here and see what happens. The downside is because I don't have parry or front guard, I will end up taking a lot of damage from this enemy. I think his weakness was lightning. I'm just gonna believe in myself there, chat. Ooh, we did enough damage now. Nice. We crossed a very important damage threshold, apparently, which is kind of nice. Nice crit. Jakey's catching up. 5th floor is, or not 5th floor. Anything beyond the 5th floor is probably insta-death for the party. We'll take a quick look anyway. Might as well scare the merchant that's in our party. We're like, oh yes, we're leaving the dungeon. We're like, why yes, we are certain going deeper in the dungeon is the way to escape the dungeon. Another tiny pedal, not too bad. Let's see how the team does here. Oh, that's right, these things are here. Actually, this would be pretty good for XP as long as I don't get hit by like a bazillion elements, but we'll see. Oh, they resist. Oh. Oh, they resist all elements. That's not good. How much damage do I do normally to them? The answer appears to be not much. I mean, this would technically be doable. I'm gonna need Shaky to hopefully get a kill here, though. Like, our team is capable of winning this, but this is gonna be very difficult. I didn't realize they resisted all elements. Okay. That should help a little bit. Thank you, Shaky. Hello, War and Peace. Hope you're doing well. Oh, nice. That actually leveled Granite Knight. The 1 level closer to what I need him to have. As I said before, we just need 1 point in prayer. Although having a better cure isn't the worst thing ever. Shaky getting closer to the marvelous multi-shot. So that cost me a little bit of TP, but it's otherwise okay. I think for the most part we're doing okay. I'm a little tired, but I think we are pulling it through with the chat-created characters. We're going very risky on this floor with only 3 party members. But hey, looks like it just paid off. Thank you, Try. I guess we'll try to abuse something here. Yeah, see that, chat? Even using the stair warp gets rid of aggression. Chat, I was really curious what she would say. she just wanted to leave, and we're just going to the 6th floor. Are you going to the next stratum? We'll say no. I'm assuming she'll get mad. Well, what happens if I say yes? Actually, now I want to know. I don't got any more business here, and I'm sure I'll just get in the way, so I'll be going back now. Still, that was the longest I've ever been in the labyrinth. It sure was tiring. Now I know how tough it is being an explorer. I really respect how hard you all work. I'm gonna work even harder to support you guys. Oh, we can't abduct her to the 2nd stratum. Thanks for taking the trouble. Taking trouble to help. For taking trouble. What? I don't understand what that phrase means. Does she mean taking time? You don't say you take trouble for someone. Oh, taking the trouble. Oh, hold on, chat. I had to retranslate that sentence. For taking the trouble to help you with the request. Oh my gosh, there's so many apostrophes. I left you a reward at a pub, so please take it. Too many apostrophes, chat. My brain cannot parse that many random apostrophes in a sentence. She uses a thread to disappear. We're in here if you wish. You could return to town to take your reward. I guess. Am I able to get to that item without getting into an encounter? I don't think I am. Go back to Etrian then. I'll have... I'll just collect the XP with this team. That should be fine, actually.
Hey there. How goes the job? Hey, thanks.
I don't really care about Blaze Oil. We're past the fight where it would have been more useful. So, who cares? Good job, everyone. How was it? Was escorting our little lady difficult? For what it's worth, I bet it must have been a fun assignment, though. Alright, here's your reward. Be sure to mention you if something else comes up. Okay, how much XP is this? Not even enough to level Shaky. Terrible XP, chat. Actually garbage. Wait, the Rooster Inn finds itself in trouble again, which is speak with an adventurer. Sure, we'll take this one.
That one.
This one's from the Rooster Inn. He's something he wants from you adventurers. You go to the inn and ask what he wants.
I'm counting on you.
I mean, money-wise, we're not doing terrible now.
Welcome back. Item storage, then?
You love the dialogue, chat. Guess I could put everything else away for now.
Very well. Very well. Very well. I'll look after these.
So at least we have a little bit of money. Feeling kind of good about this. So we might be able to start pushing now that I have money to afford meals and things like that. Because we got very broke due to buying items.
Welcome back.
Oh, welcome back. You accepted the quest. Thank you very much. Now down to business. I'd like you to gather the materials to make a quilt. Down quilt, I suppose. Is this a gift? What do you need? We'll ask him, what does he need?
Well...
You know the skulls on the 1st stratum. Those wolves drop wolf pelts. That's what I want you to get for me. Oh, he wants us to go FOE murdering? I mean, I guess I could. Here the skulls live deep on the 1st stratum. I'm counting on you. I mean, we killed like a bazillion of those, which is kind of unfortunate.
Sign in over here, please. Come back here whenever you're tired.
Chat. Since they keep requesting us to defeat FOEs, I think I might have to switch to Team Murder. I'm thinking about who should be in Team Murder at the moment.
Ah, it's you.
I think there's only one team that will really work with this. Let's do a brand new team.
I'm sure you think this through.
We're gonna take King, Shaky, try. And we're gonna have, where's Chris? We'll have Chris in the front. Go for a slightly different team.
Hold on a second. Keep it
TP
quick.
total's looking kind of wonky. Oh, Ping's TP is terrible. There's a dungeon spot in the first area. I might be able to get some back. But again, like, the goal is to level Granitite so I can start recovering TP. Just need one more level, chat. I'm so close. I have a decent amount of Medica, so I'm not too scared about that. I could Amrita, Ping. Might have to do that so that we can actually do things. This is fine. I can always purchase those later. It's not a big deal.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn. Come back here.
Oh, I just realized, since I didn't sell, I could have saved that Amrita for
Hello?
later. Oops.
What you got for me?
I'll blame being tired, chat. Get rid of all
I
this.
got some new goods. Go on. Is that all you
New
came
weapon. I guess I'll take a look. I doubt it's any good. I mean, 20 TP is okay. It's just okay. Like, like, if I get this on the Hexer, it's just so I can have 15 more TP. The Hexer's damage is basically irrelevant, to be honest. Yeah, I think we're gonna have Chris kind of hard carry the auto battle. We got wolf armor on him, which is good. Eventually I want this on Shaky, which it looks like I could get right now, but then we lose speed. You know what? I think it's still worth it, actually.
There you go. What you got for me? Thanks.
Let's just go ahead and rest at the
Thanks for
inn,
business.
and we'll try to clear those other quests.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn. Very well. Then allow me to show you to your room.
Okay, so we have enough leftover money that I could just get a full
Sign
restore
in
if I
over
really
here,
want
please.
to.
Well, be careful out there.
We have Shaky for pretty high damage. Eventually, he's going to get AoE death. We have Granite with keeping the party alive. Chris is just raw DPS. Yeah, let's just go FOE hunting, chat. See how far we can get with this. I'm not going to bother picking up materials since we're going to be killing FOE. Also, auto walk, please. So we're going to systematically kill everything, chat. We're going to start with the deer to get a sense of how strong the party is. Oh, hey, look, chat, the other deer came back. Congratulations, Mr. Deer. The one thing you might also notice, whenever you get into a fight with an FOE, it resets your encounter rate. We will be abusing that very soon. But right now, how much we could do. I should have built up boost before coming here. That's a bit unfortunate. We'll do some normal attacks then. Your weakness is lightning. We'll go for attack. We'll go for defense down, actually. I want to see how much damage our team does. That is a lot of damage, actually, even without using Viper. We might be able to get away without Chris using Viper here, which is kind of crucial. We're going to attack down him, though, just in case. Yeah, so our team is looking really good damage-wise. So Chris gets to conserve his TP, tries to do and try things. And I can just melee this character for more damage. Oh, I forgot to get the thing that recovers our health per turn. That was actually a small mistake. Whoops. Not enough for me to go back, but I will have to be a bit more careful. There we go, easy kill. Shaky level, thank you, Shaky. We're immediately gonna take advantage of that. A low power shot. So whatever is in the back row will basically die. What I want to see. Well, we'll take more tiny petals. We're right here, and I'm looking to kill FOEs anyway. These are worth more than mining if you don't really have the rare mine spots and things like that with the skills. So this is both for XP and also fishing for, as I said before, Grimoire Stones. I'm hoping we get this thing's ability, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. So we'll do the same kind of setup as before. Lowers defense. Again, with the defense lowering, we're actually doing pretty well. We'll Grimoire a chance. Unfortunately, he won't use this skill because he's too healthy. know what? I'll see how much damage Shaky does with Power Shot. I'm kind of curious. As much as Try did hitting a weakness. Wow. Shaky does not mess around. Shaky's going for the kill, chat. I'm gonna have Try defend for a turn. Could die anyway. Or everybody whiffs and he gets another turn. I guess that's fine. How did we not level? Brutal. Actually madness, chat. How did we not level from that? Yeah, unfortunately, because I don't have the health regen, I do have to potentially go back earlier than I want to. It will make the Mantis fight a little more complicated, but this is why I have Granite Knight, because Granite Knight doesn't care whatever the boss tries to do. We don't have a good team for the boar, so I think I'm not going to do that. Nice. Shaky clearing up with the front line. Go ahead and just teleport to the 3rd floor. I think we could beat a Mantis. 2 Mantises at once might be a little tricky. I'm not saying it's not possible with this team, it's just unnecessarily hard, I think is the best way to put it. Let's jump to the staircase. The upper right. Can this team handle it? The question is, does Chris have boost? He does have boost. Okay, we'll go for it once, chat. We'll greed a little bit here. I could just leave combat if we fail. Not a big deal. Yeah, we get a couple turns on this guy first. Let's set up on him. Although we can't really bind arm him, so this will be interesting. So hopefully Chris is able to poison him. And what is his weakness? Nothing. I believe if you bind his arms, you can get a rare item from him, and I want to do that anyway. I'll do a regular attack for now, actually. I'm gonna wait for... Find his legs, that's not... Get if he's always gonna strike or charge up, I don't remember. We're gonna play it safe and lower his attack. We got poisoned? Okay, he did attack immediately. What is that poison damage? Chris, you did 45% of his health. He's dead. I literally could just block this turn and he's dead. That is actually insane. Chris's damage, all of it. Perish, mortal. Well, I guess we're gonna win this fight, Chad. I might as well just block. 438 damage. My gosh. The crit damage. See, the other enemy can't even join the battle. It's gonna be over too quickly. Chat, please help the poor Mantis. I took advantage of the fact that they can only move a certain number of turns before they have to pause, so that way we didn't get into a fight with them. But yeah, they're dead. Slap. That is actually a really good amount of XP. Leveling ping here is actually really good for us as well. What I'm looking to do is that now that Chris has TP, I might just go for the 17-1. Honestly, the triple damage from that is kind of insane. Oh, we do have Relapse Curse. So I have a couple things I want to do. Stoning Curse is really, really, really stupid. I'll show you a bit why. I'll show you more why on the second area, in particular with one other mechanic. This is really useful for cheesing several FOEs in the game, including enemies that are normally like not possible for us to beat at this point in the game. So I'm probably gonna pump both the Stoning Curse and Relapse, but for now I want to make Relapse a little stronger so that way we're ready for the boss, because I believe the second Stratum boss has no poison resistance. I think it's the version from Etrian Odyssey 3, but the end of Raging Waves is a certified 10 out of 10 banger. Yes. There are many versions of that song. I believe that one's the original, question mark. There's a couple of versions of that I've listened to in some of the later ones, in particular Etrian Mystery Dungeon. Hopefully you're doing well, Alec. No problem, Shaky. We'll just continue to power level in the meantime. I mean, I guess I might as well as get into this encounter. I mean, Chris doesn't have boost. I could, you know what? Let's just leave and come back with boost. Not even mess around with this, chat. We'll just go in with Optimum Chris. That's what we're gonna call it. Like, we need Chris at 10 out of 10. We're gonna fight some dumb enemies on the first stratum. This is a really good strategy for some of the later dungeon stuff. Just go ahead and just 100% your boost gauge. So that way you get easy boss kills. It's been a while, but I assume you were victorious against the power utility company or whatever. Not sure what you mean. Are you talking about the internet connection? I feel like that's more stalemated, if that's what your question is. Oh, wait, no. I think I know what you're talking about. I forgot I talked about that on stream. Yeah, that's all sorted out. I don't know what was going on with them. So the automatic bill payment should be good this month. I did think about that. Yeah, that was... yeah, that was like 3 weeks ago, I think I brought it up. Maybe 2 weeks. No worries. Yeah, I still don't know why my name was on more than one address. Like, I definitely don't own more than one property. Oh, I can't wait for Chris to get boost up. As soon as Chris maxes this, it's gonna be heaven for me, chat. All I want is Chris to use boosted over and over and over. Oh, look, he's already... Wait, you boost maxed in, like, 2 fights? You're such a cheater, Chris. What an absolute cheater. Well, might as well as just full TP. You know, Chris spent some TP, might as well as go heal it, I guess. Yeah, put Granite Knight at full health. And I guess we'll go back to the 3rd floor. We're not done murdering them, apparently. We're coming back with a vengeance, chat. So now Chris is able to Viper them yet again. So if I relapse Curse the enemy on the 2nd turn, I think I don't have to do anything else. I can literally just have the frontline defend. Which honestly is not a bad strategy. You hear I'm taking advantage of the fact that he's stunned? To get hopefully a better turn priority here. So yeah, the front row is just gonna enjoy life. So as long as this poisons, we're good. I could boost lightning, I guess, just to help guarantee it. Do a quick shot there and lower his attack power. Oh, we could boost lower his attack power. That would actually be really good for us. I want to make sure we don't die, basically, and then I'll just relapse. Even at 1 rank is probably good enough, honestly. Or I could boost the relapse. You know what? I'll boost the relapse. We'll do sapping first normally. Ooh, Chris didn't get Viper off. That's annoying. Do it again. We'll just keep hitting with Shaky. I mean, I think Stoning Curse will technically kill him. It's just like a really horrible % chance. I don't think it's worth burning my TP on. I'm just gonna defend for now. Okay, we got the poison. It's not boosted though, which is unfortunate. So this fight will take a bit longer than normal. I'm gonna go for a party cure here. I'm gonna have Chris defend. I just needs to do lightning. I'm gonna boost Shaky's power shot just to make up for the not poison. And I think I'm gonna relapse him. That is so unlucky. Wait, either he has a naturally high poison resistance or we rolled the most unlucky roll we have ever seen. With relapse, it only lasted 2 turns. That is actually the worst RNG. Well, anyway. Come here, Shaky. I need you to finish the fight. I guess I'll do Sapping Curse again. Okay, good. We're still able to finish it. Oh, Granite Knight leveled. Okay, we're good. Here it comes, chat. The ultimate cheese. Time for prayer, chat. Ooh, but do I go for Viper right now or one more level? I'm gonna hold off for one more level. And the reason why, I want to get that boost more often. It is really good. I mean, one more point in poison would be great, but I'm not in a rush for it. I want it before the second Stratum boss, though. I have a feeling Chris will level between now and the second Stratum boss, so we'll be okay there. So, Shaky is 2 levels away from multi-shot, and we have purged everything here. So take that, everything here. Go ahead and fill out the map since we've killed everything. Feels pretty good, chat. We just walked in, asserted, walked away. Now, the encounter rate is greatly reduced here. There's a couple spots in the game where it's impossible to get into an encounter. And those are some of the more puzzle-oriented places. Oh, we got preemptive strike. Nice, easy kill. Rebuilding that boost gauge for everybody. Oh, actually, I don't think I leveled the other people, right? Oh, Try didn't level? Oh. Hi, how close are you to leveling? 121, that's so close. So close, chat. I mean, I might as well update this map for an event, I guess. Actually, no, this is more a quest. You know what, chat? I never really thought about this. What symbols I should have been using for quests. I guess because this is an exclamation mark, I'll do exclamation mark. So this will be the merchant goods. It is what it is, though, chat. I had to think about which one was the comment. There you go, you get to watch me try to desperately type this little tiny screen. There we go. This might be because there's nothing like a value here, it must have been taken. You do notice something, another bag tucked under a bush. It seems to have been undisturbed. It appears to contain the materials the merchant had collected. It isn't much, so you decide to take it back with you. Turn it in when you report your findings. Received material bag. Listen. We're going on a killing spree. This team is able to... If Chris can hit Viper, kill basically everything. Oh, a shiny? Well, I got bad news for you. I'm definitely nuking you. Your weakness is fire. I didn't want to make an assumption. But yeah, you're dead. I think that's a safe assumption. Oh, he went before Chris and Shaky. That's crazy. I forgot to pay attention to TP totals and health totals. So Chris is at 75 health and 35 TP. I want to kind of remember that to see how much prayer is actually adding. Okay, Try finally able to get Formula Mastery. Again, his damage is pretty solid, but now I get free AoE, which is marvelous for us. So this is going to help us with basically regular enemy clear, and I really don't need Try to learn anything else. I don't really care about any of these, to be real honest. I can focus more on material gathering now. As long as he can AoE, that's the most important thing. We'll get into one random encounter here. Or not. Just, I tried. There we go. Hey Kirk, hope you're doing well. Chris is 75, 35. He's gonna be my guinea pig for figuring out if this is worth it. Let's see what they're at now. So it's 2 TP every fight, but he got 7 health. Dang. I'm kind of tired, so my math is off, but I am noticing a noticeable increase. That's useful for Try, and considering it's only at rank 1, that's pretty good. So I'll probably end up teaching prayer to Ziggy. So if we are forced into an encounter, we end up just recovering a lot of TP. Yeah, now we have kind of like a TP generation. So it only costs 5 TP to heal. Every 3 encounters, I get a free heal. Pretty solid. Hopefully you're doing well today, Kirk. We were cheesing certain fights with Chris, because Poison's stupid. I don't think anything else is alive left to challenge us, unfortunately. Let's go back to the 5th floor. I think there was a rare monster there. Yeah, it's like in the bottom right room. See how there's the 4 monsters there? I feel like one of those is a garbage golden scythe monster. Oh, that's gonna be quote-unquote fun to deal with later. I forget. Those are the wolves that chase us, right? Oh, it's these monsters again. Oh, well, they stand no chance against this team. Oh, we got preemptive? It's not even gonna get a turn. That's just messed up. Cut feathers, nice. Unintentional, but we'll take it. There you go, chat. Damage variety wins again. Looking into what you actually need without knowing what it has. Amber Lump is good, that's worth a lot. Yeah, we're trying out some new characters, but when we go to push, we'll be bringing Kirk back in. It's mostly just making sure Granite Knight is there to get prayer. Got Cut Feathers again. Nice. I think his Shaky's killing with the bow. Maybe? Or no, probably Chris with the whip with slash. That makes a bit more sense. I mean, this just is not fair. Again, every easy fight we have like that, it's just resulting in me getting more and more and more TP. So the whole party is basically refreshed. So Chris at this point can do at least 3 Vipers, thanks to the prayer going off constantly. Probably take this opportunity to cure. I'd probably use even less if I had taken the healing meal, but we'll settle for this. Yeah, we're gonna risk it in the 5th floor. I think our team is strong enough that it's not really a risk, honestly, at this point. We need to kill these things anyway for the quest. Yeah, it's definitely Chris getting it. So Chris was a great choice for this quest. We're getting a ton of rare items. Definitely luck. I did not remember what that item was. Too many items. Uh-oh. Are we too skilled, chat? I mean, I'll use Medicas, because they're not very expensive, and it's better just to sell these items. Oh, I could have gotten one more item. Shame. We'll discard some small fangs. These are worth basically nothing. Oh, and then Try will give us money for it. Nice. Next Try. Yeah, we're only gonna get like 4 from it anyway, and Medica's 20, but the rare items are like 150 plus. So, like, we're still gonna profit. Although that means I can't get any more wolf pelts. Dang, chat, we're actually gonna have to go back. Not because we're having trouble. We're winning too hard. Chat, that's what our party's problem is. I'm sorry. We're too good. Out of curiosity, how much does a boosted power shot do from Shaky? We're gonna be leaving anyway. Lower their defense. Let's say hypothetically. He did as much damage as Chris did. Wow, that's crazy. Considering Chris is a rank 9 skill, he did as much as the rank 9 skill. Very silly. Chris again with the cut feathers. Shaky leveling again, nice. The Shaky's really catching up to the rest of the party for sure. And he is useful. I don't feel like he's not like I know sometimes you bring in a character and they're like a dead weight, they're just XP absorbing, but no, Shaky's actually doing as much damage as the front line is. So he's definitely doing well. And now I can learn multi-shot, which will be stupid. And this will help me with my dungeon clear if I feel like killing normal enemies. But I think we're basically done here. We'll come back and finish the reward later. I'll put a couple cut feathers away in case we do need it. Yeah, right now it's just been total domination. There's nothing they could do.
Let me have a look.
Okay, we got rid of the stones.
Thank goodness.
Oh, we have a new quest. I received a letter from the madam back in Ontario. She requested that we send her a certain item. I tried to find a way to get it myself, but unfortunately it can only be found within the forest. It is not too much trouble. Could you bring me 2 saplum from floor 6?
Won't you consider this?
I'm deeply in need of your aid. Sure, we'll accept the
Thank you.
quest. Okay, so every time we accept one of the quests, I believe we get another meal, so we get to choose one.
I'm glad that I asked you. Thank you.
Accepted the maid
Want to
harvest.
speak with you.
May I have another moment of your time? I have some things for you.
Yeah.
Won't you please
So she'll
accept
say this a couple times.
this?
I don't know, don't give me oils. Just
Item storage then?
put those stupid items away, right, chat? I don't need them. This away in case I need this
I'll look
later.
after these.
Put away one
well.
cut feather.
I'll look
We'll sell
after
everything
these.
else though, for sure. Oh, stretchy feather. I should get rid of 2 stretchy feathers as
Very
well,
well.
just in case.
I'll look after these. Is there any
save us some time
item
later.
storage then?
Didn't we have something else I could put away though? Oh, it's probably in the normal items. I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't need like any of these. Like, get out of our
Very
inventory.
well. I'll look after these. Very well. I'll look after
Also, don't need
these.
Lucky Scarab.
Very
So we
well.
could have been selling
I'll
more
look after
items.
these.
That's kind of unfortunate. Also, we really don't need Medica 2 right now.
Very well.
It's a great
I'll look
healing
after
item.
these.
It's just we don't need it.
I am at your service.
EP recovery at end of turn. Actually, that one might be good for us just because we have Granite Knight and Try. And I don't think our team is really hurting for health.
Please leave it to me.
This could be useful depending on what this does.
Very well.
Oh, experience up? Oh, great.
Don't
Okay.
overstrain yourselves.
Right, chat? Okay.
Hello? What you got for me?
Let's go ahead and sell everything, chat.
Thanks.
That's a lot of money.
Some new goods. Why?
New item
Is that
called
what you're
Guard
looking for?
Soul. What's that? Oh, yeah, we're gonna be coming across a mechanic later where stepping on dungeon tiles hurts us. Spoilers, I don't really care about those dungeon tiles. They can't kill you, they can only put you at 1. So the trick is if I end up reducing the encounter rate to 0, or I just don't go there, then most of the time it doesn't do anything. It is useful to have that in the post-game dungeon, but for regular gameplay, nah, I don't think I'm gonna waste my time with it. Everybody's in wolf armor, right? Except for Try, because he can't wear it. Interesting. Okay. Just looking to see if any of these are worth it. Like, ice resistance from Wolf Club is okay. I think Plume Boot is just so useful for going faster. Oh, Shaky doesn't even have this? Oh, well, it's an easy buy for Shaky then.
Here you go.
Not really getting it for the defense up, as I said before, but now Shaky's just always going to outturn, which is good. I think if it's worth putting on Try as well. I think so. Yeah, I'm going to do that as well. The faster Try can move, the less I have to worry about the enemy. You can see Chris is at 19 speed, Shaky's at 17, even though there's like an 8 level difference. Excuse me, 7 level difference. I don't think I need anything else weapon-wise. I think this team is good for now.
Thanks for the business.
Let's go ahead and rest up and then probably hand in
Welcome
some
to the Rooster
quests.
Inn. Very well.
Sure, we'll make more
Then
time
allow me
pass.
to show you to your room.
So that means the FOEs recover faster, Chad. We get to murder them all
Well,
over
be
again.
careful out there.
Yeah, I'll hand in the quest with this
Hey
team.
there.
Who cares?
Sorry, kiddos. But how goes the job?
Oh,
Now,
sorry, we have
what'll
to-
it be? You wanna ask
We have to
around?
talk to the merchant again. Where am I to sleep tonight? Did you get it? Did you find my riches? Did you tell him it was all gone? Wait, what's the right answer? No. I mean, we could steal from him, but let's try to be the good character. See, well, if you could, would you bring it to me as soon as you can? Everything I have. Oh, wait, that was the correct answer?
Around?
But maybe I've misread the dialogue before. We acquired material bag, and they said it was separate, and it looked like nobody had touched it, and it looks like that's all remains of his goods. I'm confused. Why did we hand it over when we said that they were... Whatever. I'm not gonna think about it too hard. So, I mean, it's not all gone. We took an item from there. No. Everything I'd worked so hard for. The fruits of my labor. All gone? No. What have I spent my life doing? Ugh. Get the merchant back his material. What? Dad, do you see why I was confused? I guess... whatever. Whatever. It's fine. We'll give it back. Those are the materials I was gathering. I know, chat. To me, I guess technically part of his goods were gone, but when it said tell him everything was gone, I thought materials would be considered goods, but apparently not, chat. Silly me. I brought them back, but this isn't nearly all No, I'm gonna be gracious and accept it. It's not much, but I'll use it to start again. Thank you. I feel like I've recovered something important about myself.
I know. Why don't you take this? I know it isn't much, but the reward alone can't express my gratitude.
Got a gun that I can't use.
Now excuse me while I tell the owner the quest is complete. Sorry I couldn't pay more. If you'll excuse me. Now that I'm poor, I've no time to waste. Ha ha!
How goes the job?
What a terrible
Hey,
reward,
thanks.
chat. We don't want the gun.
Good job, everyone. The merchant left the pub with a great big smile on his face. I'm real glad you guys took the job. I had a little more to the reward myself. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, we got 300 instead? Nice. We're getting up there. Shaky's power leveling.
I'm counting on you.
Just thinking about what to do. I guess I could technically complete that other quest. I guess. I want to...
Ah, it's you.
No, not this.
See
I want
you
to check
around.
the quests that we have, actually. Oh, we already got Guard Soul. I don't really care about that. What did the Guildmaster want, actually? That's a good question. The other people want stuff that I can't get yet. Talk to him one more time. What did you want? Oh, you wanted mint leaves.
Keep it
Oh.
quick. See
Write
you
that
around.
Need mint leaves, wolf pelt. No, that's it. I mean, I guess I'll clear up these quests and keep going. I mean, this team is pretty solid. It's not as... It is actually, no, it is actually more damaging than the other team. It's just not good for... If it's a hard boss fight, not having a bard is kind of a problem, because I might not be tanky enough to survive. But for casual encounters, this is probably our strongest team, because Try can nuke everything. Shaky does back row damage. So Shaky is kind of like the role of Kirk, except he can hit back row. Kirk will still ultimately do more damage, so if all I'm looking to do is dummy face tank everything, I think Kirk is still the better character. But I think for now, for leveling Shaky, so I could get multi-shot, we'll keep this party alignment. But when we go to push into the next area, I'm probably going to sub somebody out so that I can enjoy probably Kirk damage. Well, actually, if, I guess if I'm looking to push, I should put the bard in the party, actually. The goal is to avoid encounters for a bit. This is fine, though. We got a pretty solid team. Thanks to Wolf Pelt, I'm not super concerned about damage we're going to take. Let's go back to the... Sorry about that, chat. Go back to the 5th floor. And just kill all the FOEs there. Kind of dare them to team up. What are they gonna do, Chan? So hopefully the wolves did respawn. I really don't want to fight the scythe guy though, because he's a shiny. His damage would be something silly for sure. So we do get a decent amount of TP per turn. That means I can get away with using healing outside of combat pretty easily. Amber Lump again, nice. More Nectar for later. Not needed at the moment, but maybe in the future. I don't have to worry about running out. We have to kill quite a few of these, unfortunately. We'll have Cure, we'll have Chris defend. We'll strikes. Maybe Power Shot and kill him. Might be overkill. We'll just do an attack down then. I mean, I could just have Chris attack repeatedly. Play system a little bit here. Ooh, this took a lot of damage there. A little scary. Hopefully, Shaky does not get the kill here. Oh, Chris got the kill. Nice. Exactly. I wanted the cut feathers, chat. I wanted the money. We haven't completed the quest yet, so we just have to keep getting into fights, which is fine, because I'm going to be getting into a lot of fights here. And then right after that, we're going to do second stratum. Like it's somewhere new. Oh, it's these things. Oh, it's not what I thought they were. Oh. Well, I guess I'm going to purge them, chat. Well, I got bad news for you. I hope you can resist the Viper. Otherwise, you are done. We'll do Bolt Formula. If you could just do shaky things, and let's lower their attack. Oh, no poison. Boo. This is also why we need to get Kirk's ability to improve ailment rate, so that way Chris will never miss that again in the future. And you bet I will be abusing that most of the rest of the game. Oh, Chris got the poison. Nice. Okay, confusion, but not a big deal. Shaky leveled again. We know what that means, chat. I now have the crowd clear that I'm looking for. It is kind of expensive for this point in the game, so I'm probably going to focus on bow mastery for a while, and or other skills like Predator. As I said before, we now have constant TP regeneration. Actually, what I want to do instead of fighting that thing right away, we're going to get into an encounter. One day we will get into an encounter, and hopefully we'll build up boost. So we'll fight the things we need to kill anyway to get boost, and then Chris will hopefully boost Viper. How is Chris's boost gauge so full? Man, that passive is stupid. A lower attack. Yeah, I guess this is still fun. I'll just use a quick cure on Chris. Chris will keep whipping. Everybody else just melees. Renanite taking a lot of damage, but also conserving a ton of TP. I'm gonna have everybody else defend now. I want to make sure Chris gets the cut feathers. Renanite leveled, nice. That means he got more TP back. Running monster thrashes its poisonous purple legs as it falls onto its back. There should be no more worry of unlucky adventurers being attacked by these fiendish reptiles. Now you must return to the pub in order to report that you've defeated the lizard beasts. Wow, that's a lot of TP I'm getting back. So anyway, chat, if you're gonna see what my strategy is, it's gonna be oops all prayer for a little bit. So anyway, if you were looking to climb and you weren't looking to skip every encounter, Protector Medic, although very, very, very overkill in terms of defense, I think will guarantee you get through most things. Then you just need a Hexer, an Elementalist, and maybe the Dark Hunter. You have all the damage you really need. The Protector doesn't do a ton of damage. Or like a secondary source, but it's not bad. Speaking of which, I did not pay attention to the boost gauge. How close is Chris to filling boost? He is 95. That is so unfortunate. I mean, I guess I could get into a fight without it. It's close enough that it shouldn't matter. Yeah, it shouldn't really matter. Could bind his head. Go for that. We'll do yield, bolt to the face. I'll boost the damage down just so I don't get too much damage. Oh, we headbound him? Oh, but he was still able to do a confuse while headbound, so that skill is not tied to head. Interesting. Okay. So every skill should be associated with a body part. Maybe it is leg. Maybe leg bind is actually useful here. And I could try it. Shaky's got disabling shot for a reason. What are the odds Stone Curse will work? I have enough TP, I'll go for it once. Ah. So indeed, Leg Bind completely neutralizes the Rage Loop. So this is a free kill. So Shaky coming up strong. We just have Chris whipping it to death at this point. If only Chris was not confused, we could get the guaranteed kill. Guess I'll just zap him to death, right, chat? Can't get any rare items from him. Yeah, see on the upper right, there's baffling. Oh, because it's baffling step. Oh, I should have seen that coming. I saw the word baffling, but my brain didn't process the rest of it. But as I said before, I kind of wanted knockdown at some point, but I think we're getting a little unlucky. But we'll check our grimoires later. Also, Chris with the party members. It's kind of mean of Chris. Betrayal. Oh, I mean, we got a grimoire there. Maybe that's what we need. Let's just go fill out the map a bit more. I'm trying to remember what was over there. Was that 3 wolves and then the scythe monster in the back? It might be. Also, what the heck is this? Ideal matchup for us, chat. You know what? This is where we're gonna use our AOE lightning to not do this encounter. Oh, line is column. Okay. I was like, oh. I mean, I guess that's okay. That's fine. Future reference. Nomenclature, chat. It's fine. Tries there to kind of cheese everything. Speaking of which, how's our TP looking after prayer 2? Chris is back at full TP. That doesn't seem fair. That does not seem fair at all. We kind of have like a TP sustain engine. We can kind of bully every fight, to be real. Hey, it's no longer shiny. Oh, that's amazing news for me, because I really did not want to deal with that. I'm going to wait for him to move further away. That way we have more time before the wolf joins. We should have 2 uninterrupted turns. We're going to go for Viper. We're going to go for... Matters. Regular shot, and let's attack down. Oh, Chris failed the boost again. That sucks. One day, Chad, one day. I'll bind his arms and remove his turn, maybe. Gonna be a little bit of trouble. This could be an extended fight for sure. Let's lower defense. Wow, Chris failed the Viper again. That's really unfortunate. Now we're definitely gonna get attacked while we're still fighting this guy. Alright, let's go for Party Cure. Will Chris defend for the first turn? Do boost. I could focus on the Reaping Shade, just splash onto the skull. That's fine. Go for a boosted multi-shot. This would actually be really good for us, potentially. We'll go for another attack down here, I think. Ooh, good call. We're gonna Party Cure again. Chris will hopefully kill this thing with Try. We're gonna do that again. That did quite a bit of damage. How did that not kill? So close, chat. So we're burning a lot of Try's TP, but I think we need to get out of this encounter as soon as possible. Unfortunately, now we're regenning TP, so we're not going to hemorrhage as much here. I can afford to just... Actually, they're just all auto-attack. This should be fun. Yeah, that's fun. Look at that XP, chat. Ping leveling, Try leveling. We got the wolf pelt. I like how the enemy's like, oh no, the fight ended. I mean, I'll just get back into the fight. They care. What are they gonna do? Like, just get murdered harder? Like, who cares? Drop rate of enemies. It's fine. I might level just... Get a pain formula is worth it. No, not really. And I guess I could scavenge. Thing leveled. We'll do Curse Mastery in general. This raises all curse chance success, so... Oh, and plus now he has binds. Actually, that's kind of important now that he has binds. He's kind of our backup binder. So technically there's some overlap between Ping and Chris with binds, but I'm okay with that. I mean, I don't think these enemies can really take this team. I think we're just gonna go on a genocide here, chat. Just gonna state it. We'll be fine. I don't even know if it's worth defense or attack downing them. I'm actually gonna boost defense down just to kill them faster. Oh, Chris got the Viper. Well, this enemy's dead. I could basically just defend early 1-2 every turn. In fact, I'm gonna do that so Try conserves TP. Everybody else can attack though. Also, Ping is basically at like permanently full TP, which is very silly. I could relapse Curse. Yeah, why not? There you go. Yeah, that seems fair. Listen, wolves, you better run. I'm coming for you. Alright, chat. Listen. Listen, we will not let any of them stand. Oh, boosted Viper? Let's go. They're in Chris's world now. Oh, it's a shame we can't get any rare items from them. And we'll even defense lower them again. We'll just respect them. Oh, no poison. Unfortunate. But hey, at least we're just constantly regenning TP, because that's fair. I need to do anything special here. I could do... Headbind, maybe? Miss. Unfortunate. I think it's dead no matter what next turn. I'm just gonna let it auto-attack, yeah. So now the team is definitely leveling up quite a bit. If I want to, I could go to the second Stratum with this team, which I'm thinking about it. I do have to survive the second Stratum random encounters, which is gonna be a pain. I guess if I want to teach a skill to other people, I could just get agility up. Orphans is okay. Ooh, first strike up though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna lean towards this one. Randomly getting a double turn is kind of unfair. I don't really care about Ally or any of these other ones. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Awareness plus Predator is a really good support skill. Stalker's okay if I'm not looking to take the Bard / Troubadour. Also, I'm gonna try to pay attention to the TP prices, but I feel like we recovered an insane amount of TP there. Because Triumph, I feel like, was at like 28 earlier, now he's at 42. Even Chris is at 36. So, yeah, the genocide continues, chat. I mean, I would flee too, Wolf. Was it like, did you see what I did to the other ones? Bear witness. I don't think I really need to do anything other than an initial attack down, honestly. Yeah, because we're just regenning so much TP. It's just better to do this. Every turn, Chris was getting upwards of 3. Nice. Didn't even need spells, chat. That's how one-sided it was. Brennan Knight back to 31 TP. Try now at 50 from like 28. So Try is slowly getting ready for the next floor. Chris didn't even have to Viper. That's how one-sided these fights are getting, chat. Just shake your head. Tell him to bring a better challenge. Also, I should probably mark this on the map as a place I can't walk. So that way when I'm looking at the mini-map, I know it's a no-go zone, chat. I can really do here. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and fill in the map because we can. Not that we have to, but it just feels satisfying, chat. Another place I can't go. Love just rubbing my face against the walls. There we go. Ooh, a bison. We kill it with Pierce. I did write we get its rare. See that, chat? I took notes. The question is, how much damage can these things take before they die? I could multi-shot to kill everything. I'm gonna do that, actually. Come here, Shaky. Oh, he only targeted the front row. That's unfortunate. That enemy should die via Pierce, so I don't have to do anything special here. Also Party Cure into random spells on the back row. Pierce should kill, defend. Squeeze a little more TP out of the fight. So I saw Chris at 41. So Chris is going to be my target goal. How much did we get from Prayer there? He got 5 TP from Prayer. Chat, that's so unfair. So Granite Knight is basically self-sustaining the entire party's TP. Even if he does nothing else, I'm just getting like an insanely stupid amount of TP. This is good. I can basically abuse skills all day long and not really care. Which they'll need because I don't have an encounter down. Okay. Oh, there was a treasure chest here I never opened. And it was 400 money. Nice. Very unstoppable, chat. What poor enemy was over here? Is this just with more wolves? Like, listen, even if both of them are in the same encounter, like, they're not gonna win. Okay, just come to me. Oh, this is... Oh, I thought we could reach him before we got into a fight. Annoying. This fight is actually gonna be hard. This fight is harder than the FOE, by the way, if you weren't aware. Like, this fight is so much worse than the FOE. Okay, how good is our ice skill? No. Not that useful. Man, the worst. Oh, multi-shot only hits 2 times total. Oh, I'm sorry. We have to level this more for it to be useful. What a very annoying encounter. I'm gonna go ahead and debuff them, because we're gonna take a bazillion damage otherwise. Okay, the team is at least able to kill him, because the other enemy should join the encounter very soon. I will use Viper here. I'm not messing around with these enemies. Lower defense as well. Hopefully Chris's Viper kills. There we go. They're in the back row. Okay, Chris has max boost. Well, I could just do Flame. I think they're weak to Flame, right? More or less. Do a boosted Flame shot just to deal with them. Go for 1 attack down. I think we're good now. I'm just going to use a regular cure on Chris, and everybody else will do things. And if Chris lands Viper, then it's also over, so I don't really care either way. I'm not going to bother wasting TP at this point. We'll still try to cheese 1 time with Stoning Curse, because we have so much TP. Oh, Chris got the poison? 437. Yeah, he's dead next turn no matter what, chat. That's just sad. I can just defend. Honestly, there's nothing they can do. That was disrespectful, chat. I hope you enjoyed the disrespect. I didn't even bother attacking. Like, listen, whenever you can land the boost, it's good. Oh, look at that. Chris got like another 4 TP after combat and only cost 12 to do Viper. Yeah, that seems fair. Hey, we get to explore the rest of this room. Yeah, this is team heavy offense. Everybody but Granite Knight does super high damage with their skills. I guess also Ping to some extent. Ping's more of an indirect damage dealer. He's more the damage multiplier if I lower their defense. Speaking of which, I could just cure myself right now. You know what, Chris? Use Viper again. Who cares? We might as well just camp this guy. He can't kill us at this rate. He's easier than the normal fights that are here, for whatever reason. So again, the longer I take to do this, the more TP we get as a party. Nice. So 38 on Granite Knight. He's now at 41, so he went up 3 TP. I get a free heal. So I might as well just heal Chris, right? Like, okay. This doesn't really seem fair, but you know what, chat? We're just gonna accept it. It's just a thing of beauty. So this is a rock I can't pass, but it looks like there could be something beyond this point. For now, we'll mark it that. Nice big X. No side passages to take. Interesting. Oh, there's a little point I could have gone to the side there. I do love that these random fights are still harder than the FOV. Like, I actually have to pay attention to what I'm doing here as opposed to just free winning. Oh, he blocked for the other guy. That was rude. Oh, you're dead now. How dare he, chat? But yeah, the prayer recovering health at the end of combat makes up for us not having the healing meal. And honestly, like, look at Granite Knight's TP. He's been just pumping out the cures, keeping everybody sustained. And we could get money for our glass cannon characters and or get more Grimoire stones. Speaking of which, I really hope we got good Grimoire stones, because we fought so many FOEs there. I swear, if we don't get a good enemy skill, I'm gonna be mad. Like that, we killed at least like 15. I'm like, come on. Between like this session and the previous session, I mean. But even in this session, I still think we killed like 12. Into lightning. Could just delete the whole back row. I think deleting the back row is better there. We'll go for attack down in case this doesn't kill. Oh, it definitely killed. Nice. Yeah, let's just go all out. Attack and die. Oh, we actually killed with Ping. Wow, of all the characters to land the finishing blow, chat, would not have called Ping. Unfortunate, really, because that stopped us from getting penetrating HUD. But speaking of unfortunate for them, I'm back at full health again. My TP is looking pretty solid. So just think of it this way, chat. The more points Granite Knight gets, the less I have to go back. I think he's dead from this, right? He blocked the splash damage for his friend. I didn't realize you could do that, but that's kind of funny. It stopped us from winning instantly there, so good on him, chat. I got outplayed there. Okay, so there is another route here. Where does this go? Oh. Check it. As you proceed through the hazardous forest, you find a soldier at the tree line dead end. Sure. I'm gonna rate this as okay, if it's a story event, I'm gonna put E. If it's a quest, I'll put exclamation mark. And if it's a repeatable, maybe I'll do this. The soldier notices you as well and gives you a friendly greeting. Oh, we meet again, explorers. You've grown quite a bit if you've made it this far down. Our current duties are to aid explorers on the way to defeating Fenrir. Wait. Wait, chat, we already beat Fenrir. Does that I guess we don't have to tell him. Well, are you tired enough to take a breather and dine with me? Oh, this is where you moved. Oh, you were on the previous floor. I don't know why you're here. I mean, like, I'm going to accept the food because that's just unfair. I'm not going to read all the food he's feeding us, but it's a lot of food. Wow, that's so unfair. I wish I knew he was here earlier, chat. Like, we already beat Fenrir, so I don't know why he's still here. Apparently. Yeah, we kind of murdered everything. Like, Fenrir is old news. You know what, chat? I'm gonna do it. This is for Chris. We're going for triple the poison damage on base effect. It's more costly, but since we have a party with prayer, I think it's okay. Chris has now mastered Viper. The only skill I will basically use on Dark Hunter. I mean, like, I guess sometimes I might use a bind, maybe. I guess. I don't really care. And the sad thing is, attack up doesn't even matter for Chris because his damage is not gonna be from melee. It's gonna be from boosted poison. So after I'm done with boost up, honestly, there's nothing I really want. Like, Wrath's Might is also free damage, but I don't need it with Chris. I just want ailment consistency, so we'll have to get Kirk back in the party for that. Because if he could give that Grimoire to somebody, it would be amazing. And potentially, if we got one of the enemy skills, Kirk could also use an enemy skill, and that would be very beneficial to us. Alright, let's see how much damage this does. We'll go for it. Sure, I'll try something like this. And we'll boost an attack down, because why not? Alright, how much damage does Chris do? Let's find out. So Chris went from doing 132 with poison to 352. Okay. Right, chat? Oh, okay. I don't really think that's fair, but you know what? If it's not gonna stop us. Oh, we're out of room. Chat, we have no more item space. Chat, also, I'm about to get another point in prayer. Come on. Chat, no. Chat, no. I'm getting more prayer points. It's happening, chat. Listen. Everybody's basically at full again. Next level, we'll get more TP up. I think it is a percentage. I forget if it's a mix of percentage and flat, because sometimes the games do that. It's not just like one flat number. It really just depends on the game you're playing. I forgot to put away the gun. Oh, what a waste of inventory space. I could get rid of the rabbit tooth. Not really worth much. Venom fly, not worth much. Actually, even the poison wings really aren't worth much. At least we're getting a little bit of money. We have so many rares. I could use a Medica also, because eat them. I can always buy them later. Yeah, something like that would be beneficial. So I guess we're gonna take a sneak peek at the second floor since it's going so well, chat. I mean, Chris could just solo... well, no, I'll save his boost for later. Is it fire? No, it's ice. I didn't think about that. I think Chris has killed the one on the right by himself. Yeah, he did. That's unfair. That's actually unfair, chat. And that little bit of healing at the end of combat means I don't even have to use any healing items. The Granite is saving us a ton on healing resources. Also, I just realized I never got the warp that was here. Sure, we'll conserve Chris's TP for now. Oh, they didn't actually kill. Yeah, try is mostly evened out on price. As long as we don't take too much damage here, it should be fine. I can afford to use a party cure. I'll even defend with the team just to get more TP. This is me being disrespectful, chat. Worth it. That was pretty disrespectful. I didn't even bother finishing the encounter. I'm like, listen, you're worth more TP to me now. Okay, we finally unlocked floor jump, by the way, for this area. So, oops. I mean, I guess we could go a little further. Yeah, I definitely need to put away some of these materials so I can hold more. Our team is doing very well at collecting them. Now, ideally, we'll get the material we need here. I think we needed sap junk or whatever. Whatever it is. But I'm pretty sure we get it from the site on the left. That said I was out of room, right? I don't really need that many Medica. Okay. I eventually want to see how hard one of those FOEs is. I think we'll do that after we come back. Mint leaf, cross seed. Did I lose? Okay. think I lost one item there, but that's not terrible. We still got cross seed. Oh, I'm sorry. They wanted mint leaf. My bad. I looked at the wrong list. Yeah, I'd rather get into a fight and junk items here, I think. The weakness is ice for both of them. But I got bad news for them. Now that I know I'm going back, I'm not going to hold back. Although I want to make sure I want to poison the non-venomous one. There we go. And, perish. No, actually, legit perish. Icky, I'm also going to boost your AoE. Kill everything here. You know what? We're going to lower their defense. A lot of damage. Another condensed mucus. Nice. Is there anything here that's not really worth money? I don't need this many beetle draws. Okay, got an okay amount of money. Try saving the day there. Let's return to Etria. That was a pretty convincing run, chat, I have to say. We're gonna go here first. We're gonna put away stones.
Welcome back.
Like me to prepare some tea of new ingredients. You could use a new blend. What would you like me to make? I'm gonna go with I don't care. I mean, I guess Ginger Life is okay. So once prayer is up and running, I don't need the TP per turn, technically. And this would help me with boss fights later. So I'll take this one over TP up.
Over here, please. Oh, thank goodness.
Okay, so we asked for a snack, and she says, here we are. On top we have milk, mousse, the strawberry... I was gonna say jelly. Is that... weird spelling of it. Cherry tarts, calisons with seasonal fruit. The scones are on the second row, and I have an apple jam and clotted cream on the side if you want. The bottom row, there are 2 varieties of sandwiches. Roast beef and cucumber. Weird combination. The pan here is a mushroom gratin that I created. It's hot, so please be careful. Of course, there is more tea if you're thirsty. Please enjoy. So glad that you're able to take a good tea break.
In all honesty, I was a bit anxious when Master Sheldon bade me suddenly to go and look after explorers.
Why, hello there, Vocals. I didn't know if I could be of any use to you, and all I'm good at is making tea. You think Rose has been helpful? We can say no. Oh, Etrian. We'll be nice for now. Oh, thank you very much. I'll do my best to aid you as well as I can. I'm glad to work for such a kind master.
Is there anything else?
Is there anything else you'd like me to do? Relationship with Rose has improved. A new prepare option has been added. We're going to store... Honey Pebble.
Very well.
I'm gonna put away 1 condensed mucus, 1 cross seed.
I'll look after these.
I don't think I need anything else here. Put away 1 wolf
Very
pelt.
well. I'll look after these.
Don't need the
Very
gun. Don't need the
Very
leaves.
well. I'll look after these.
Do we still have a very high amount of medica? I'm actually gonna put it 3 away.
I'll look after these.
That way I can just afford more items and therefore get more money.
Is there anything else?
Oh wow, what a haul, chat. I'm coming back in at like full health. Like, this is ridiculous. Remember the request you accepted to collect a wolf pelt for the inn. Make sure you're not to sell the items. Okay, I wasn't sure who to give it to. How many tiny pebbles or petals did you want, by the way?
Welcome back.
Oh, he's the one that wants a wolf pelt. Oh, okay. Well, that's easy enough. Hand over the wolf pelt. Thank you very much. Now I can put a new quilt in one of the guest rooms. I'd like to try it. Is it comfortable? It looks expensive. I'll ask him if it's comfortable. Well, I've never used it yet, so I can't say for sure, but the quilt maker said you could sleep well on it. When it's finished, I'll make sure it goes in your room when you stay there. Thank you for your hard work. Left the reward at the pub.
Come back here whenever you're tired.
Okay, we're making progress. Hello, Guildmaster.
Ah, it's you.
He wants
Keep it quick.
mint
See
leaves.
you around.
Got it, chat. Got it. So I could hand in this quests here. I probably want to sub characters. We'll see. I mean, technically, I could push further with Try. I don't technically have to bring in Ziggy to avoid encounters. If our team is so powerful, it doesn't matter.
Is that a monolith?
Is that a monolith? Indeed it is, chat.
Hello? What you got for me?
I guess we're... Oh, not the mint leaf. To sell everything else. A lot of items. No. Everything but the mint leaf.
Thanks.
There we go.
Thanks.
We actually have a surplus of money, so we did extremely well there, chat. I'm feeling pretty happy about that.
Welcome back.
We're going to
Item storage then?
store the mint leaf, and I want to see how many we
Very
have
well.
total.
I'll look after. Is there anything?
If we have
item
3, we'll
storage
just
then?
add in the quest, because I feel like I put a couple aside. Oh, we just have the 1 mint. Oh, I was thinking a tiny pebble, or petal. I keep saying that. Oh well, I mean, we have some items here if we need it, for spare money, but I think otherwise we're doing pretty well. Got some emergency healing items if I really need it, but
Be careful on your journey.
Ah, it's you.
I mean, I'll continue leveling Granite Knight. Though I'm gonna keep him in the party. I'm trying to think of anybody else I should sub out. I feel like ping is kind of necessary for choosing certain fights. Honestly, I feel like I'd be greedy if I put myself in at this point. The only person that might be substituted is Tri, but Tri's kind of covering a good elemental at the moment. But Kirk would be more useful in most common battles. A tough call.
What'll it be?
I definitely want Kirk for boss fights over Tri.
Keep it quick.
To make so many tough decisions, chat. I feel bad. I can't play everybody all at once. But I do want to try to make sure everybody
What
gets screen
brings you
time.
here to Rada Hall? Was there something else?
Okay, so we have no story
are free to
missions.
leave.
Just confirming that real quick.
Hey there.
I guess we'll report
How
our
goes the job?
quests.
Hey, thanks.
Sure, we'll take the XP for now. If Granite Knight can level more, then I don't need to worry about running from encounters. So that would be why I would put Ziggy in, is to dodge the encounters, but we could just straight up win it, so it's kind of whatever. Good work, everyone. You defeated the terrifying lizards. Now young adventurers can take on the labyrinth without as much worry. All the new adventurers will look up to the best now. Thank you. Good luck on your future adventures. Fired guard soul. Don't really care about that item. Ooh, Shaky getting crazy XP there.
How
Can
goes the
report
job?
one more quest.
Hey, thanks.
Again, the more attacks we can add to the multi-shot, the better. That'll be our boss kill move if we really need it. Good work, everyone. Heard the rumors. You were collecting materials to make a quilt. Haven't been sleeping well lately, so maybe I could use a good quilt too. Well, that's not something you need to hear. Here's your reward. Chill, miss. Don't really care about that. Our party is kind of power leveling right now, but I'll take it.
Sorry, kiddos, but I'm fresh out of request.
I'm counting
So
on
no
you.
more requests to do. Granite Knight unfortunately did not level. Oh, I could get focus. Yeah, I'll do TP up for now, I guess, just to get the focus. That way Tri also recovers more overall. Improve multi-shot damage. I think rank 4, we'll get another strike. Let's improve, probably Relapse Curse a bit more than Curse Mastery. Anything that can keep the poison in longer. 19 items and an okay amount of healing. In case somebody else other than Granite Knight needs to heal. I'm gonna put away the other items, and also I forgot to check our Grimoire Stones, which will
Item
make a big
storage then?
difference as to who I pick here, by the way, depending on what we
Is
got.
there anything? Item storage then?
I always get confused because I always think it's in a different menu, but that's just me. I don't think any of the other games separated them. There we go.
Very well. I'll look
Don't need
after
those.
Grimoire
Let's actually
stones,
take a look at
yes?
these. Oh, by the way, chat, I forgot to mention, I said at the beginning I wouldn't use money to duplicate, or no, I wouldn't use cheats to duplicate items. I am sort of tempted to duplicate Grimoire Stones. And by duplicate, I mean, like, if we take something that has, for example, let's say 3 slots, like we don't have a lot of these, it is possible to get a garbage rank 1 to be treated as a rank 3. This would cut out a lot of grinding. It's technically not OP by itself, but I'll think about it, chat. In the post game, I will probably do it because I do not feel like grinding. For now, I'll try to play it quote unquote legit. But yeah, it kind of, let me try to demonstrate maybe real quick. I just don't have to go through with it. Oh, we're on the equip menu anyway, I can do it here. But when you go to do synthesis, chat, if you were curious, you basically just pick like anything that has like a multi-slot, but I think all of them recovered. Like that. It gets kind of glitchy. fight me a little bit. It's fine. But basically, you basically just have to cancel the menu, and you have to be looking at one that has multiple, and right as you cancel and select, it will let you technically use a catalyst, or not a catalyst, it'll let you select the first one again with more slots than it's supposed to have. Anyway, let's take a look at our grimoires. I think when it's a dark grimoire, it's guaranteed to have an enemy skill of some sort. Viper 4. Arm hammer. That wouldn't be terrible for Kirk. Yeah, because it's a bash skill, and we don't really have bash damage. I might actually put that on Kirk later. Defense shell, don't care about that one. We only got baffling step. That is so unfortunate, Chad. I was hoping we would get knocked down, because it did use it a couple of times there. Tail whip, don't really care about that. I mean, it's a stab move, but So bad luck, chat. Bad luck. We only got baffling step. Rest in peace, knockdown. It is very hard to get enemy skills on purpose without knowing the weird mechanics of how it interacts with the 7 traits. So it kind of is what it is. If we're not looking to manip the skills, it's just going to be a pain. So I fully expect to not be able to use any boss special skills by the end of the run. Even though it would be nice, and it would make my life very easy. Oh, he has Scavenge on. Interesting. I don't even need to do that, I don't think. Would be useful for Granite Knight. Defense Shell, not really. Which one's Corrosive? No, don't discard. Which one's Corrosive Aura? Oh, it just lowers defense. Mediocre items, unfortunately. They bind an enemy's head. You know what? That's so cheap. That's so cheap, I might as well do this one, actually. I don't really need more scavenge ranks with this team. I'm good. That way I have a couple people that can bind. So Pink can bind, Chris can bind, and Granite Knight can also bind.
Who will carry this one?
It says Whip Mastery and HP up. That would explain why he's almost on par with Granite Knight in terms of health.
This one?
Also, Shaky's sitting there with a ridiculous amount of points. Also, I realized Shaky didn't have anything equipped. Oops, my bad, Shaky. It's, oh, you could get crit up? Yeah. Let's go, chat. Crit on Shaky? That's what I want to see.
Who will carry this
We could get attack up on him, that would also be ideal. Yeah, I got 1 Curse Mastery there. That's unfortunate. Anything else I should do, chat? Like, if all I want to do is live...
I am at your service.
I could just do this one.
Over here, please.
Try it out, chat. And that's a lot of health.
Be careful on your journey.
It does make the front row much tankier, for sure.
Welcome to the
We'll see if it's
restaurant.
worth it, though.
Sign in over here, please. Very well. Then allow me
Sleep
to show
another
you to
day.
your room.
I guess for now, I'll
be
leave it as
careful out there.
is. I'll put myself in the pushing party. But we don't have anything else to do other than get further. So for now, we have elemental coverage, we've got damage. We'll take random encounters on the way there, it should be fun. Everybody's health total is insanely high. If it's percentage-based heal with prayer, this is actually also still fine. We'll find out soon enough, though, Chan. Hey, a new enemy. We haven't fought the army once before. That'll poison us. And I could see if bind is worth doing. Or they drop amber lumps. I forget what the tip was to kill them or something. I don't think it really matters, to be honest. They don't have arms, but I'm curious what happens if you arm bind them. We'll do splash fire damage, shaky will do some shaky things, and sure, we'll go for insta-kill with stone, why not? Miss. So I'm gonna note we're at 75 TP with try. We have 3 TP at battle. It's not too bad. As I said before, we might just brute force it anyway. So this will be the new exploration team. That's 2 sap lumps. Nice. We did a quest. Well, we have to get past the weird ape creatures. Let's see how hard they are, chat. How difficult could they be? I actually want to get into a fight here. It's too late now. I wanted to get into a fight with the FOE to avoid this encounter, but I messed it up. A little worried that they split the damage there. Yeah, a little worried. Okay, so now I'm looking. Granitites at 49 health. How much did Prayer add? Wow. It added 17 back to him? That's kind of silly, actually. So he's basically as strong as one of the mules. And again, he's giving everybody tons of TP. And we have health to survive a boss, potentially. And by boss, I mean an FOE. I think this thing is called a Rage Bear, right? Oh, sorry, it's Cutter. I'll go for the Headbind, because why not? We'll go for Armbind, because it looks like it's got massive arms. Therefore, hopefully that'll work. Imagining Fire is his weakness. We'll do a nice little multi-shot here, and let's debuff his attack for sure. It looks like he's more melee than defense. That did an insane amount of damage. Whoa, that's not good. Ooh, and he's really tanky. That's really bad, actually. I'm gonna go for a disable here. Blind Curse might help. Or not. Alright, we'll cure. Gonna hope. We're gonna defend with Chris just in case. Gonna try Ice. Yeah, he's pretty tough, chat. I mean, I could always pray for the stone. Cast Fear on us. That's kind of annoying. Pray for Viper. Use Bolt. See how much that does. Go for an Arm Blind again. We got the poison. Nice. Ooh. Okay. So we're gonna let Chris just kind of do his own thing for a bit. I think poison should kill it. I could do the lower ailments. I think this is worth doing. Okay, so it's stayed around for a bit. I'm gonna have the front row defend. I'm gonna have Shaky still attack just to chip it slightly, but everybody should be defending. Yeah, I think it's dead, and all I have to do is just poke it one more time, and it should die to poison, I think. Nice. Chris leveled. We attained Bear Fur. So hey, we beat it. It does a lot of damage. We need Chris's boost up more often. Right, chat? Needs more boost. So we are kind of injured here. We might have to get into some casual encounters to get our TP back. But for now, we're able to ignore whatever the game wanted us to do to get by. Dead end, nothing to do here. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the map and place a little door here, because we could go through here. Oh, the monsters on the next floor were just one floor up? That's kind of lame. I tried to conserve our TP here by not doing that much. 21 and 29 TP, that's what I'm looking at in the front row. What should we add now? 25. Ooh, pretty nice. 33 for Chris. So a couple of encounters like that in between the main enemies should balance our TP costs a bit better. And again, we're tanky enough we could survive the bear strike. And thanks to having good defense, we don't die from that. If we had crappy armor, I think we legit would have died. Walk through the forest, you spy something shining in the branches above. Whatever it is reflects the light shining upon it, down towards you. Consider making the effort to retrieve whatever's in the branches. Climb the tree to grab it, kick the tree to shake it loose. What do you think, chat? Climb the tree could result in us falling. Kick the tree can result in something coming out and attacking us. We'd like disturb the nest or something weird. It's like, oh, you found a hornet nest. You know what I mean? So I could kind of see this going either way. Leave is the only incorrect option, though. We'll let chat think about it for a moment. I'm going to rehydrate. Chat says kick. Tempted to dislodge whatever's up there by kicking the tree with all your might. What comes down is not the object you sought, but a large beast. Before you have time to regret your thoughtless actions, the beast bares its fangs and leaps at you. I mean, I was kind of expecting bees. Oh, we got apes. Annoying. Not what I was kind of hoping we would fight here, to be honest. Let's do fire, do single strikes here. We'll go for a boosted debuff so I take less damage. Okay, got a good heal going there. Ooh, ice did a lot there. Use ice again, chat. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Fire bent claws. We're gonna say this was a kick. Off, in case we can come back here later. Okay. And whatever acquired what was in the tree. Oh, wait, we can still climb? Sure, let's grab it then. Granite decides to go on behalf of the party and begins to climb. Despite initial trouble, and eventually reaches the branches. Once there, sees a sword is lodged into the wood. Oh, so there's multiple choices there. Granite pulls it from the branch and slides down the tree. The sword's blade is rusted and seems unprepared in combat. You decide to take it with you. Oh, that was a plot relevant. Oh. Okay, normally we don't get to do both choices. Like back to back like that, but we'll take it. I mean, we all kind of assumed kicking it would result in hornets. I guess it was kind of hornet-esque. I'll deal with it, but yeah. Let's get into a random fight here, and then we'll go further. So we have to kind of observe their patterns if we want to get through this. So 80 and 64 health in the front. Just remember that. Yeah, getting 17 health back in the front row is pretty good. I think the prayer is scaling with the max health, because I noticed the back line is basically full healed, and Chris is still pretty tanky. I mean, this is what he would be without the max health up, so I'm kind of okay with this. Just have to be careful where I move. Like, if I move forward here, I'm gonna get trapped. Need to think a little bit here. Don't know if the other guy's gonna move sideways, though. Yeah, I gotta be careful. There we go, chat. See that? We did a nice little puzzle just to get through. Eventually we'll kill them, so I no longer need to do the puzzle. Now, my bloodlust knows no boundaries. Oh, it's just regular sloth? I don't care about you. So let's conserve some TP. I'll lower your damage, though. No, I'll risk it. Yeah, that's whatever. So it's gonna force me to heal in the front, but however, our back row TP is looking pretty good, and Chris's TP is looking back to normal. I'm gonna use one cure here. So, it is a little risky without high-level prayer. We will eventually burn out of resources, but that's why we have Medica. I don't know the mint leaf. Saplum. If we have one more mint leaf, we could complete the other quest. I think they said they needed 3, if I remember correctly. Also, I'm not seeing too many shortcuts yet, which is a bit concerning. I don't know if I'm just being a big dumb and missed it, but... Oh, there's like a door. door over there, but where's the... We're gonna rub against the wall one more time, chat. And we're gonna kill the Venom Ooze first, above all else. What is this thing weak to? Ice? Die. Right, chat? Just die. Oh, we actually survived. That was scary. So again, the more we fight this, those enemies are not really a challenge by themselves. I do feel like the previous floor was much harder than this floor. Unless we get like double sleep or some nonsense, then that's pretty garbage. But right now we're just using them for TP. I'm just double checking. Wow, there really was no shortcut. Kind of hoping for like one here, or whatever. You can see the encounter rate's pretty high normally. Not like insane, but... Oh, preemptive strike, just auto attack. Nice, he didn't even get a turn. The fights like that are just free TP. I mean, I'll take that all day, right, chat? Like, okay. Didn't spend any resources. Chris is basically at full. Try's looking pretty solid. Level up multi-shot, why not? Get in there, chat. Eventually I'll take more Predator or something like that. Whatever I feel is more useful at the time. Because again, Shaky's just here to help clear the trash nonsense. If something's bad in the back row and it needs to die, Shaky's for. Next to the room in the dark forest, you pick up an enticing scent that makes your mouth water. Ooh, this seems quest related. I'm gonna put this as like this. Oh, we're gonna put this as scent. So somebody's asking for a rare scent or something back here. Trace the scent to some food on the ground, most likely left behind by another explorer. It's hardtack, an emergency ration popular with explorers. May yet be edible if it is lain out for a few days. If you wish, you can sate your hunger with a hardtack or simply ignore it. Oh, we're gonna eat the food. Unable to tamp down your hunger any longer, you reach toward the food with the intent to pick it up and eat it. The fact has the bland taste, but it's quite nourishing. You feel renewed. Oh. Already heals 50 health. Leave the area with a somewhat lighter step than before. Oh. Not at all what I thought that would be. Delete. Alright, chat, never mind. I thought we were smelling flowers when they said scent. Never mind. The only thing that's important is the Venom Ooze dies every time. In fact, it is so important that this thing dies, I'm gonna boost our ice damage just to make sure it dies. Shaky hasn't used his TP in a while. We could just power shot him. It should kill. Yeah, definitely after that. More cut feathers. Everybody's level is looking pretty solid. Again, Granite Knight just constantly supplying the party with TP, so... Oh, this was all just one big dead end. There's no point to coming here. Wow, get wrecked. Right, chat? Well... Yes, we wasted our time going this way. I was kind of hoping to make some floor progress. As you stroll through the labyrinth, Granite suddenly doubles over with a pained grunt. As goes wrong, you find you have been struck with an intense stomachache. It seems the portion of the emergency ration eaten previously had spoiled. Regret your careless decision to eat food off the ground as you resume the investigation. Oh, Granite Knight took a crazy amount of damage. Uh-oh. Can't have that. Self-heal. Well, I really hope that can't kill a character. Guess we'll find out one way or another. If we're out of line with them, we should be safe. I'm gonna get into a fight, so I'm just gonna chase him down. Plus, we get to map a little better. Also, getting into a fight kind of messes up the puzzle solution, but that's okay. Time it better, I guess. I'm gonna have Chris Viper. I really don't want this fight to last long at all. We'll have Shaky just boost multi-shot. Hopefully it kills somebody. We'll lower defense as well. That was a lot of damage. Nice. So in this big old room, there's nothing we could do still. Another door here, though. Realize he's coming towards us. I prefer not to greet him that way. Avoid it. Oh, so I should probably draw what their paths are, technically. Like this. I think the problem is it's a little confusing if he circles. Whatever. Not a big deal either way. Speaking of not a big deal, where's our shortcuts? That's a big deal. Lower defense again. I feel like this is actually pretty good. Yeah, I feel like that's worth it. Nice. More cut feathers due to Chris's whip. Try getting crazy XP. Scarlet ore is a new item. Interesting. I feel like that's normally a mining drop. I'm surprised we got that, actually. Get more TP up for a try. Got site formula. Don't care. I usually don't care about the utility ones at all unless it is specifically touches encounter rate. Oh, we're actually making progress here. Does that mean I can find a shortcut leading to the inner wall? Because I would love that. Speaking of which, how are we doing item-wise? Okay, we still got a lot of space left. Good. Guess I should go this way if I'm expecting a shortcut. Ooh, bad encounter. All weak to lightning. Kind of the right. I think I have to play this really aggressive if I don't want to get a lot of damage here. This. Prey on the multi-shot, and let's boost the defense down. Nice. We got good RNG on the rapid shot. We're gonna defend with Chris. We're gonna weaken the enemy up a bit. Perfectly played, chat. Perfectly played. And keep in mind, we are losing a bit of TP, but it's not terrible. And again, if Granite Knight just keeps leveling, then I just need to do it even less. So it's like, it's fine. Wow, there really was no shortcut back to this other room, really? Huh. Well, take a look at the map again. Where could a shortcut be? We saw one to the south. Is it really that long to get your first shortcut? That's crazy. Like, look how deep into the dungeon we are, and at no point could we go backwards. I have to be missing something. Like, maybe it was, like, where they were rotating. No, but I looked there. I was thinking where the FOEs towards the top, going downwards back to the center room, there'd be something, but I didn't see it when we were there. If there is something there. Another door. Okay. A shiny? Oh, no. I actually don't want this encounter. This is gonna be a big problem. I'm gonna boost Viper, and this thing needs to die as soon as possible. They're weak to ice, so I could do probably a piercing shot. We'll pray to Shaky. We're gonna pray for the defense down here. Oh, Chris got the Viper, nice. Thank you, Chris. You did 748 damage. Thank you, Chris. I did not want to deal with the shiny. That would have been very atrocious. Keep in mind, the shiny has like really boosted stats. I don't know if it's 1.5 or double, but the fact that he could go from doing 30 normally to like 65 plus is insane. We don't want to spend any time with that enemy. But anyway, let's go ahead and level prayer again, because I can. And hey, we get even more HP TP recovery. So the more we fight, the more passive healing I get. So we'll take that. Another point in Relapse Curse. I think I'll leave everything else as is. I don't think it's worth leveling further for now. Because you know what's actually kind of weird about Relapse Curse is that it's a flat amount it removes. So, like, after it reduces their recovery rate once, it's not really useful to have it last multiple turns. So I don't get why they did that, to be honest with you, chat. This level up's kind of a dead level if we go to 5. So I'm probably gonna focus on Curse Mastery and Stone Curse for the insta-kill BS. I think is what we're gonna do. Who knows? Maybe I'll change my mind later. For now, that's the plan. Or checks. Walk through the forest maze, you spot a large beehive before you. Serendipitously, you detect no bees protecting it at the moment. Okay, if this is somehow not a quest, I'm gonna be shocked, chat. Reach into the beehive? Heck yeah, chat. Just as Chad is nearing in, you hear an intense buzzing. You swallow as you realize the bees have completely surrounded you. However, they're not attacking yet. If you abandon the hive now, you may still yet escape unscathed. Consider the situation carefully. Escape the area? No. To flee now would avail you nothing. You ready yourselves for battle, keen on getting the hive at any cost. The bees, seeing the threat to their hive, make no move to withdraw and launch their attack. Darn right, Chad. It's our loot. It's not army wasp loot. It's our loot. Deal with it. Weak to lightning, right? Yep. Good, good, good. Zappy zap time, chat. Let's lower the defense. Perfect. Yeah, like, why run from that fight, chat? That was basically free healing for the whole party. Oh, another fight arrives? Well, I have prayer, so... I don't know about you, chat. My health's looking pretty solid. I mean, I'll get poisoned eventually, which will be annoying, but anything else is fine. Oh, I could just hit a whole line? Well, then die. Oh, not blind. Defense down. Ooh, granted, I got poisoned. That's not good. That I care about. We'll have him try to cure. Okay, you should recover health here in case there's another wave. You manage to clear out the bees, you split open the hive to get a look at the contents. The fresh honey filling it oozes out. Words cannot describe the taste of the sweet-smelling honey. You cannot stop eating until all the honey is gone. Thanks to the honey, you feel your stamina replenished. Fully satisfied, you take your leave of the beehive. Wow! What a reward, chat. Amazing beehive. I'll still mark it in case this is later. Ridiculous. That is actually unfair. I was talking about how, yeah, I was gonna say, that's some really good honey. All these rooms are just dead ends, but we might need some of these for quests, so it might not be a total waste of time. Small crevice, okay. Treasure chest. Get denied. I think with these enemies, as long as they're just sapping curse, we should be good. Ooh, I'm taking a lot of damage. They're splitting their shots too much. Please stop. I'm gonna have to party heal. I was kind of hoping they would only focus like one person a little bit, but they split like every shot. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I'll go for a regular cure, and we'll defend here. Oh no, a regular strike. Kind of with everything else. On the plus side, we built up a lot of boost gauge. Chris is always getting those cut feathers at this rate. Yeah, Chris is the money generator right now. There it could be. I'm not spelling that, chat. We're gonna call it the B. Of all the shortcuts to find, that was not one I was looking to get. But hey, I guess we're making progress, technically. So let's get into one more fight before we go into that other room. And we'll see what we need to do. Ew. They're not really a good wave. We're gonna do boosted ice damage. Jakey, I'm gonna boost your multi-shot as well. I need these things dead, and we're gonna lower the defense. Nice, double kill. Got poisoned. We'll use a Medica here, actually, to conserve item space. This thing should just die on its own. Or, okay, or maybe not. Don't even get to heal. Fine. 58 to 77? You don't need to heal anymore. That's actually a lot of health. I don't know what their direction is. It looks like over here is mostly safe. Speaking of... Oh, is he coming to greet us? Maybe it's no longer safe, chat. 1,500? Wow. Well, if we had money problems before, chat... Apparently the second floor is just handing it out. Can our team defeat the bear in their current state? I think if I cure, maybe I can. Oh, no, he didn't even come in here. Oh. Well, then I just cured for nothing. Yikes. We are in big trouble. I think I'm gonna get hit here. Oh, we got so lucky. If that was an encounter, it would have been back attack, which would have been horrible. Okay, let's do this again. Let's go for regular Viper to make sure he dies. Weak to ice. Let's remove that. And keep going for defense down. Nice. Poison damage finished. Love to see it, chat. We're just gonna have like 30 trillion cut feathers due to Chris. Just chopping them up, chat. Oh, still no shortcuts. What a brutal dungeon. At least, okay, now at least we have this one. Let's replace this. I'm tempted to go back to town, but I think we should go a little further. But you can see we're not making a lot of exploration progress because we have to keep stopping for combat. But we did clear out some FOEs, so that makes our life a little easier in the future. Also, this floor mapping is pristine. Oh, is that the exit? Oh, nice. Trail of Enduring Pain. Chat, those are words I don't want to see for floor descriptions. Just saying, chat, like it's not inspiring a lot of confidence for me. We'll go to the Enduring Pain in a little bit. So presumably this is where we're gonna start seeing damaging floor tiles. So what was all that to the bottom left? Oh, well, we'll go explore because I'm curious. Plus we need to get the entrance anyway. I think as long as Tribe just keeps using ice here, I think this is fine. Not bad, not bad. Granite taking a lot of damage there, but I think he'll survive. I mean, at this point, we could basically just dump items off if I really want to. Speaking of, we're capped on space, so we might as well just go back anyway. I wanted to explore there. Hopefully we can avoid an encounter, just for a little bit. I want to get the floor jump. Nice. Then we can take advantage of that by just immediately turning around. Oh, chat, can you imagine if Fafnir comes back? We will smack him silly. We don't need no sonic bombs. We're fine. We're gonna destroy him, chat. At this point, we have such great amounts of experience. What can he do? What to do with our party? I'll go to the May House first to deposit stones.
Hello, everyone. Won't you please accept
He gave us Therica. Don't care about. Stop giving me oil.
item storage then?
I don't want that.
Very well.
Heck, I don't want most of this.
Very well. I'll look out very well.
Curing poison isn't terrible there. I'll leave that in our inventory for now, but everything else basically can go. I really don't need it. We'll put away the mint leaf, and we have sap lumps for one of the quests. So I guess we can
Have a safe trip.
go turn that in.
Ah, it's you. See you around.
Hey there. How goes the job?
Oh, I didn't mean to abandon it.
Now, what'll
Oops.
it be?
My bad, chat.
Which one are you interested in? Ah, that one. Which one are you interested in?
The wearable plants, the botanist seeks to know the breeding grounds of the petaloids on the second stratum in order to further study them. I don't think we've come across those, so that's new.
That one.
This time, your client is a botanist who recently came to Etria to research the monster plants of the labyrinth. He figured he'd be able to get us information by posting jobs for adventurers who go down there. Okay, so we'll have to keep that in mind. He's just over there, waiting for someone to answer the request. We'll speak to him for more details.
Which one are you interested in?
With horticulture, a dying man's final wish involves the cultivation of a flower he could never get to bloom.
Ah, that one.
There used to be an old man in this town who grew a variety of flowers. His garden was quite beautiful. I've been there several times myself. I heard that he passed away the other day. In his dying words, he said that he wanted someone to raise and plant the only flower he couldn't grow in town. According to him, the flower only blooms at a certain place within the labyrinth. By the time he found the perfect spot on the 7th floor, he was too weak to be able to travel there. Well, we're not even at the 7th floor. That's a little we're taking this quest a little too early. I have the seeds. Why don't you try it out? To take up this old man's memory, I'm counting on you. I'm totally gonna forget we have that later, by the way, chat. Make his last wish come true. It's something only adventurers can do.
Which one are you interested in?
Fashionista 2. Lady Miss Merrill has created another bold product, this one requiring the use of a sharp stinger. Oh, we can learn what the bee needs.
Ah, that
Or from the bee, anyway. Okay. Somebody here is on the army wasp. It seems their tastes have changed. Too bad. Anyway, good luck. Oh,
Which
no
one are you
more
interested
details.
in?
Okay. The pub owner wants something. I need 4 iron shells. We might have those.
That one.
Decided to take the request, have you? Good, I'm hoping someone would. Did you read the description? I posted that job. With so many new adventurers coming to town, I've been running low on utensils to serve people who come here. I'm gonna get more utensils, but don't think getting more of the same... Oh, excuse me. But don't you think getting more of the same is just a waste of an opportunity? I was thinking that my customers would be happy if I started using metal utensils. Don't you think it'd be a lovely idea? Not as lovely as you. No, we're not flirting with her. We're just gonna agree with her, chat. So you can see why I posted the job request. Now then, in order to make these utensils, I need 4 iron shells. I hear the depth... I'm sorry, there's something called the depth scorpion. Okay, I have a couple questions here. 1, depth scorpion. 2, you want to eat using something from a depth scorpion? Okay. That's a scary name, so be careful when you're going after them.
I'm counting on you.
It's quite a name. Collected the Sharp Singers is requested all remains to return to the hub.
Hey there.
We had it already,
How
chat.
goes the job?
Well, I guess we'll hand it in.
Hey, thanks.
Sure. Good job, everyone. So, those things are purple because they're poisonous, right? Just, leave them in the bag. What a request. Wow, that's a lot of experience. Chris is definitely power level in here.
You want to ask around?
We'll talk to these people in a moment. Oh, there's a lot of people to talk to. We'll talk to the botanist first. Plants are wonderful. They never walk away when I talk to them about my feelings. Oh god, this guy's a loser, cat. Who are you? Oh, are you the adventurers who accepted my job? I feel like we shouldn't admit to having accepted it, but I guess we should. Oh, good. Thank you. Now I can further my research. We need to find out more about the petaloids. They're in the second stratum. Unable to find any information about where they dwell, however. I'd like to find out where the petaloids grow and report to me. You find it, back to me. Okay, we have one of those quests.
I'm counting on you.
I think at this point we might change our party up a little
Ah,
bit.
it's you.
Yo, you came. What I want this time is to take something... Oh, we know about the mint leaves. Oh, we asked him about the mint leaves by accident. They're for eating, of course. Don't you know? Eating a mint leaf thins the nerves. Yeah, we read this part. Anyway.
What'll it be? Keep it quick.
Who do I want to have to push further? Ping has been very useful reducing damage, so I think Ping is in. Chris, by definition of Viper, has to be in.
I do think Granite is really good. I'm just thinking about, do I want to bring Kirk in to give him some experience? Might want to do that. Oh, actually, Pink doesn't need more experience at this point. You know what I should do? Put in Emma instead of Pink for now. Because she has the encounter stun lock, so her leveling here would actually be useful. I think Ping is good as is. I don't think he needs more levels for the boss. He's actually quite high level, to be honest. I'm kind of splitting the experience a bit. So if I'm in the back row, I can kind of support. See how this goes.
All right, hold on a second.
Oh, I'm at a TP.
See you around.
Brutal. Is the more I level too, and I get the earlier holy gift, because that's what we're waiting on. If I could get this to other people, this is super ideal. Yeah, Emma doesn't have a lot of debuffs, so I'm not using Stoning Curse with her at the moment, so it doesn't really matter, but I should eventually put points in for Curse there. But getting Staggering Word to max could be useful, even if it's a low % chance. Speaking of, I really need Kirk to give us that triple charge. It's gonna be so good. Yeah, we have quite the front line. Oh, Chris can get another level. Oh, look, chat. He learned Boost Up. What a surprise. So didn't somebody want Saplump? Who needs this?
Hey there. How goes the job? Now, what'll it come again, kiddos? Hello?
Yeah.
Next time you should buy something.
The Rooster Inn? You have the
Welcome to
quest
the
for
Rooster
it?
Inn. Come back here whenever you're tired.
Or is it for Mayhouse? Who asked for it? I don't remember. I'm not getting the prompt though, which is weird. Unless there's somebody in here that needed it.
How goes the job?
Iron shells.
Now, what'll it be? Well,
I'm actually confused. Who did I not talk to that I have the items
you.
for? Allegedly.
Keep it quick. See you around.
I'm so lost, chat.
Welcome
Or do I
the
just need to...
Rooster Inn.
Oh, maybe I just need to sell them at
Sign
the
in over
store.
here, please.
If
Come
not,
back
I'm gonna
here
try it
whenever you're
again.
tired.
But they said for me to not do that, so who wants this?
What you got for me?
Chat, do you remember who was asking for the iron shells? I don't remember. We don't even have them, so it doesn't matter. I thought they wanted... Maybe we need Saplump with other things? I don't know. We'll come back to it. I'll leave that in our inventory for now. A lot of money. That is a lot of money.
Thanks, I got some new goods.
Broadsword, nail whip,
Take a look.
gun, bear glove, nice.
Is that all you came? Thanks for the business.
I can allegedly
Welcome
hand
back.
something in.
Here is the list of requests.
Oh, here it is. Oh my gosh, I was looking all over.
Thank you very much.
Right here. I forgot that she had her own quest menu. Whoops.
Thank you very much.
I will take full responsibility of them and send it to
Over
the manor.
here, please.
Already have your reward. Please take this. 3 analysis lens, sure. Nice, Granite leveling is pretty huge for us. Emma leveling will be useful. We'll put Reen in the party soon enough. I think the problem is, like, we're trying to push versus backtrack. So I'll have Reen kind of come in and probably level the next time we have to go to the first Stratum. Which we might do in a couple days.
Items
Because think of it this way, chat. We need to kill FOEs for skills. And FOEs generally, I think, give a better Grimoire chance overall compared to other enemies. They also give more money. So we'll be dealing with them
Very
quite a
well.
bit.
I'll look after
Speaking of
these.
money, we have a lot of money.
I am at your service.
Ooh, max health
Please
up.
leave it
Yes,
to me.
please.
Very well.
Okay, max health is increased. XP up. Perfect.
Have a
That's
safe
exactly
trip.
what I wanted, actually. Let's rest.
Welcome
Again,
to
the more I
Rooster
rest
Inn.
here-
Very well. Then allow me to show you to
Actually,
your
we're gonna
room.
rest till
A quick
evening.
rest, right? Of course.
Just to force more time to pass. I'm trying to get the FOEs to respawn on the lower
Well,
floors.
Be careful out there.
So that advances the most time. I saw some new weapons. I think I might actually go for them. I don't care about the armor unless it has resistances.
Hello? Which one you want?
I think our armor is really good right now overall. And nobody can use the gun. It's purely useless. Not a big enough increase for me to care. Bones sword requires broken wing and bent claw. Well, we sold a lot of bent claw. Technically give the sword to the protector. Speaking of which, there should be a new bow in there, right? Only lose 1 defense, but get 6 more damage. I think I'll make that trade, chat. Chris is our main damage dealer. Might as well as take care of him. Also, Kirk's damage is higher than Chris's. It's kind of silly. Kirk cares not, for fairness, apparently. It already has the axe that gives... Oh, they want iron shells. Oh, so we'll be getting another axe soon. That's good. Speaking of which... this is pretty cheap. I'll take this for damage up.
Here you go.
That way I can at least justify my position there. Yeah, I don't think we got anything crazy. Oh, this is 2... Oh, wait, this is 2 strength. Well, that actually makes a difference. I actually kind of want this now. And now we're using hide glove, right? Which was strength. Yeah. We're gonna do this for free damage.
Here you go.
Hide hat. I don't think I even want that. I'll leave it on for now, but... I mean, I could get rid of the shield, because I think the shield is just... Oh, it gives 5 health, though. Might leave it as is, then. Oh, wait, he's still using hide armor? Let's give him this.
Here you go.
The Kirk is very tanky. In fact, he's as tanky as the Protector is. Slightly better speed. Only by 1 point, though.
Is that on your text for the business?
I think our goal is to use Ziggy to push as much as we can. If we do get in an encounter, Granite Knight's gonna keep our TP topped. Granite Knight also has 151 health with max health up, which is kind of silly. Emma's kind of weak, so we're gonna try to protect her, and hopefully she'll get the staggering word as high as possible. She'll be able to cheese some encounters. As I said before, I don't really need the stone yet. There's an enemy we're gonna be seeing soon that I need it. But since Ping is already at such a high level, I think it's actually not worth fighting with Ping. Just because he'll only get like 50 experience, where Emma will get like 400 plus for the same battle. So I might as well take advantage of it, because both of them are useful still. Did I want any items here before I went further? Or we'll get like 3 Medica just in case. Could get an AoE heal. Yeah, see how expensive the AoE heal is, chat? 700. Like, I would love to have like 40 million of them for sure, but I don't think it's realistic.
Thanks for the business.
I'll put that equipment in the May house.
Welcome
I
back.
eventually will sort it. I might sort it
Item storage, then?
between streams. We'll see.
Very well.
But for
Very
now,
well. Very well.
in case we have
Very
another
well.
Dark
Is
Hunter,
there anything?
I guess we'll
Very
keep
well.
it.
I'll get them ready.
Ooh, we could get Prayer 3. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Big news, chat. Where was it? Heck yeah, chat. Improve the level of prayer? Of course. This is exactly what I want Granite Knight to start producing, because then we don't need Granite Knight per se in the party. We could just play with like a more offensive team, and that would be fine, because we still have prayer. Now, we'll still use Granite Knight because... Oh, my. Oh, my. That is quite a high number of slots. That might be worth getting rid of Poison Sting to get Cure and Party Cure. I'll be honest with you, that's a really good stone. Number of slots and the abilities on it. Oh yeah, that's right, Kirk has the crit up attack up. Not seeing anything else of interest. Nothing of interest there. We'll leave everything as is, I guess. I mean, the cure is not going to help him right now, but we'll probably give that to other party members.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn.
Okay, so we have a ton of money.
Here, please.
I think our goal is to just push as much as
Come
we
back
can
here
to the next
whenever you're
floor.
tired.
And then we'll actually fight it with another team. I think that's the plan. We got okay damage going on. We have 2 really high damage dealers. I do okay damage. We got a debuff. The only concern are the slimes, but I have a feeling since we're going to a new area, they're going to be a little less relevant. So maybe we'll get lucky here. Let's go ahead and jump right to the exit. We'll take a look at the other items at some point in the bottom left, but right now I want to try to get something new. So let's get an idea of what this map is like with y'all rotate in place. There's the damaging floor tiles. I don't really know what to mark them with, by the way, other than depth. I mean, I guess I can make them RNG here. Like that. Something that just kind of pops visually. Eventually we'll go through these. Oh. Or I mislabeled this one. That's fine. Yeah, walking into those would be a mistake. They could potentially lead to some side areas or shortcuts. See how this one kind of came over here? I can see that this one's orange for a little bit. Like, kind of denote that this one's a shortcut if I really want it to be. Ooh, this one looks horrible. There's a whole path that forces an encounter through this. That's where potentially damage down would be useful. Take a look at some of the alternate paths. For now, we'll play it super safe. I'm not going to get into it. We're going to see just how far we could go without ever touching on the damage tile. Also, Frightful Yow. Wow, we got really far. Oh, I remember these. Remember these from Etrian Mystery Dungeon chat? Chomping down on us. Okay, time for Kirk to smash. We'll raise our defense, and we'll lower their attack. Nice. I'm leveled. Kirk leveled. Nice. New monster, Leafy Branch. I feel like they're weak to Axe, but we'll find out. Staggering Word, sure. So again, we'll just max this activation, then we'll focus, I think, back on Curse Mastery. So that way she has better access to some of these things. I don't think we'll ever do any of these Revenge Curse things, chat. I just don't think they're worth it. So we could have her focus on Binds, technically, or even Evil Eye. For now, I think we're not in any rush. It looks like if we want to see what's over here, we have to take damage. Let's go ahead and take some damage here, chat. Oh, interesting. I can leave the color separate from what I'm marking automatically. That's good to know. Frightful Yell wore off. Let's go ahead and use that again. Whole area over there. But no shortcuts. Thought I saw another path. Oh. Right, chat? Oh. Oh, there's the Death Scorpion. Oh, is this thing resistant to physical or something? We're gonna play it safe. Assuming Kirk will cleave this in two, so should be fine here. Let's go for defense and attack down, respectively. Good. Poison damage did quite a bit. Looks like Kirk does full damage to it, so we'll just keep wailing on it. Ooh, we got poisoned. Oh, and that killed Granite Knight. Unlucky target of poison. That's actually a big problem. Do I spend a Nectar on this? That happened at a really bad spot. I think I do. That is really unfortunate. He took like 70 damage, because normally that would not even come close to killing him. Now let's heal him a bit. Chest over here. What's in the chest? Formaldehyde. I believe this just helps with item collection. And I'm not spelling that out, so it's just gonna be called Forma. A bad dungeon area. I might have to come back to this place later. Oh, okay, chat. So, remember how I was alluding to something you could do that's really cheesy? So, there's two things you need to know about FOE encounters. If you get a back attack, it will always be preemptive. If it's a back attack, you can always escape. So, with that in mind, chat, I can reset my encounter by purposely getting into a battle with the FOE and then pretend like nothing happened. It's really cheesy. I don't know if that was intended, but we are absolutely doing that to get further in this dungeon. No regrets, chat. Also, I just realized I'd resuscitate still on this character. Whatever. I think it will attack us if it sees us, so we just still have to be a little careful. What is this unholy dungeon path? Where is this taking me? Oh, that's not good. Let's hide over here for a bit. Okay. We're gonna attack his butt, chat, and then we're just gonna leave again. The bird butt strategy is real. See that, chat? We reset the encounter rate. He'll slowly rotate in cardinal directions, from what I recall, so he shouldn't turn back towards us. Hope you enjoyed the cheese there, chat. It was very cheesy. I don't know how much of that was intended by them. I knew that, you know, what... Ooh, he's looking at a bad position for us. That's a little better. Gotta attack his butt, chat. And we are out of here by... 100%. This is so cheesy, but I love it, chat. It is so cheesy. Where is this exit, by the way? This is horrible. I don't even see where the room exit is. This is crazy. Hope it's over here somewhere. This seemed really obnoxious to get to. I'm hoping there's a shortcut over here somewhere. Oh, there is? Nice. Nice, chat. I didn't see it the first time we were here, but man, oh man, did we cut out a horrible amount of that done. Look how many tiles we went just to get there. Look at that, chat. We explored all the way up, then we went all the way down, and then we went halfway up again. Wow, I'm so glad we don't have to do that ever again. We're getting pretty low on TP. But... about this. Next level strat. Hold on, chat. We're gonna go next level. You ready for it, chat? We know we're gonna come here. We're gonna go to the first floor. We're gonna just battle a couple of things. Like we'll be fine, chat. We'll fight it out. It'll be fine. Let's get our TP back up real quick. Make sure we're at boost. Nice, they got stunned. No turn. This is fair, right, chat? We're at 11 for Granite Knight. We need more TP. We'll go for 2 random encounters here, then we'll continue on our way. I could go back to the other guy, but I might as well just get experience while doing it. We could get rid of the bug scales as we need. We'll do one more after that, because we're at 15. We could go higher, chat. Ooh, a shiny. This one might unironically give us XP. He's done. Oh, the one shot. Yeah, that was much better. We got a Grimoire from it. Yeah, the rare breeds will also increase Grimoire chance. Yeah, we'll do 2 more fights real quick, John. We'll conserve the full heal for later, I think. That way Ziggy gets all of his TP back, and Granite can get 2 heals. Even if things go horribly wrong, at least we have 2 heals. Okay, last fight. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the floor we were just on. Eventually we have to explore the bottom left, but not right now. So we shortcutted half of this really horrible dungeon. Okay. So Chris and Kirk should be basically consuming TP every turn they can. So we can take advantage of that. All that just for a shortcut? Wait, where's the actual exit? What kind of horrible nightmare is this? Wait, where is the exit? Oh, we got first strike on them too, and the preempt? Oh man, brutal. I'll conserve Chris's TP a little bit, because his skill costs too much. We will have Kirk do a really nice triple charge. Oh, it also raises the damage of his next hit. Yeah, let's have Kirk charge up. And I can get a... You know what? I'll boost a Warrior Song. We got time. And we'll lower their defense. We'll focus on that. Kirk will do a nasty Boomerang Axe on this. Some arrows in here. Let's get their attack down. I'm sorry, did you see his damage? Hey Simply, hope you're doing well. Kirk did 242, Chan. Did triple Chris's damage. Actually crazy. Hopefully you are doing well. Okay, so we finally found a door. Oh, hold on, chat. More important than door. Is this the exit we're looking for? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Come on, give us floor jump. Be kind. Chat, we didn't explore enough. The Wyvern's nest. Oh, we actually managed to reach the... Well, it's not a dragon, but it's a Wyvern. Taking a test currently. I don't think they would appreciate you being on Twitch while taking it, but good luck. Dang, chat, we need more of the map explored. That's brutal. So I did want to get to the Wyvern/dragon today, so that's really good. I think we're almost on pace of where I thought we would be. You push through the dense plants to reach a small clearing in the forest. Water flows between the trees here, and there are standing pools of water. Merely by standing here, you begin to feel lighter. The entire... Oh, full restore? Oh. This would have been very good to know about. So we have 2 full restores, but this one's permanent compared to the other one. The other guy's still waiting for Fafnir for some reason, or whatever, Fenrir. Because he's an idiot. He doesn't know we killed the boss already. Make to rest here, but suddenly you sense an ominous presence nearby. Okay. I guess that's for a quest later. Ominous presence. We were told that they needed something from the 7th floor at some point. So we'll just keep exploring for now. There's a whole area to the upper right we haven't been. Ooh, didn't get a preemptive strike. This could be bad for us. Let's boost Viper. Use a boosted Boomerang Axe. Increase our defense, and let's decrease their damage. Chris did 310 on a crit. Actually crazy. Ooh, Chris is poisoned. Chris is on the receiving end for once of the deadly poison. That wasn't enough to kill. It's unfortunate. Have all the party members focus this. Maybe this will kill in time. Nice. Ooh, I leveled? Nice. Hey, chat, I'm not gonna lie. I think I want less encounters. I think we're gonna max that skill. I think we're good. Like, listen, if I don't ever have to see another enemy for the rest of the dungeon, I think I'm okay with it. This lets us get a lot of exploration in. We can find all the hidden paths. Checkpoint. Watch the fragrant scent of flowers drifts by. You look in the direction from whence it came and see a large blossom. You're tempted to approach the flower. Well, Chad, of course we're gonna touch the flower. But the question is, what happens when we interact with it? By touching the flower? Heck yeah. Maybe it'll shoot a poisonous barb at us or something interesting. Do you reach towards the flower? It begins to wriggle. I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. You blinked yourself confused when suddenly the flower leaps at you. Oh, is this the petaloid? We found the petaloid. Makes sense. They did. I remember saying earlier that there was something on the 7th floor we needed to find. Apparently it was this. We're gonna have Kirk charge up for more damage. Raise our attack power and lower your attack power. I'm gonna have Chris defend, and we'll have Grenadite cure. Kirk should basically just... Maybe we'll head bash. Kirk honestly might legit one-shot it, I'll be real with you. Yeah, he kind of did 5 times the damage of the other characters. So, triple charge is very stupid, chat, if you couldn't tell. And that is the reason we're going to be getting it basically at rank 10 on every character possible. So Chris's Viper will potentially hit base damage 400, but more importantly, we're going to remove some of their poison resistance. And it also, with increased accuracy, means we almost never miss, even with high evade monsters. It's so good. The only downside is obviously if you get stunned or something, you can't do your next attack. Seems the petaloid has a habit of luring prey with its sweet scent to attack when the guard is lowered. Suddenly recalling you had taken a request from a botanist who was searching for where they dwell. This must be their home. Quest will be complete once you return and go there. Okay, we'll mark this as this. Flower be updated to petaloid. Enough, chat. So all that, and that did not really help us map out the rest of the room. There must be some other path we can take. I mean, I could step in here briefly just to map it. A little bit of damage here. Again, any additional mapping we get counts towards the map clear. I forget what the exact percentage is that you need. He's looking at us. That's kind of a problem. Can this team handle the bird? I mean, I guess we could see how much damage we do. Oh, we don't have Viper. Let's see how much damage we do. And if this is a mistake, then we just leave with items later. Go for maybe arm bind. No, we'll go for leg bind. It's more likely to stomp on us. Go for an easy party cure. Go for the head bash. No, I should triple charge. I'm gonna triple charge. I'm gonna raise our attack power with boost. That sounds like a good thing to do. And we're gonna to boost this thing's defense or attack down. That's the right call. Next turn we could go full damage. I'm gonna try and bind one more time. It doesn't seem to take a lot of damage. You know what? We'll just go for the Viper. We need to know if we can even kill this thing. Let's do a head bash, because we can see if we can get head bound. We'll get our defense up and lower its defense. Honestly, that didn't really hit for a lot of damage. I think we could beat this. Yeah, Kirk basically charging up the triple smash, I think is worth it. I'll just do normal strikes here. It did quite a bit of damage. Fortunately, we do have a team healer. Chris almost says Viper. We'll do a Party Cure. Oh, then I can boost the Head Bash. This should do a lot of damage. $363. That's actually crazy. We'll boost Viper again. This thing is kind of damaging, so if I don't Party Cure again, we could be in trouble here. In fact, I'm gonna boost it, because I almost never use boost on the Protector, just to make sure we're at full health. And I will just keep attacking, and hopefully it will die soon. Oh, it got poisoned. It's over. Chris did 754. Yeah, that's fair. Nice, Emma leveled. Almost leveled again. That's useful for us. Bird limit attained. Again, the higher level she is, the more likely I think the word will activate. Now it's at max rank. So we are very likely to stop them from doing anything. So now I can focus on just raising Curse Mastery. She'll be stronger a bit later. Yeah, we just straight up murdered it, chat. Listen. You don't have to respect what it does. So there could be another treasure in there, but I kind of don't want to walk through it with this party. Yeah, some of that is not worth mapping. In fact, I'm going to make sure that some of this is just mapped with orange, so I know that this is the death zone. Something like that would be bad for our health. Oh, actually, this is fun. I guess I could go to the next area for now. I just realized I didn't have the Frightful Yawl up. That's kind of unfortunate. Oh no! Double shiny? Not with these enemies. Well, we have a very high chance of dying now. This is not good. What do I do about this? I guess I pray. Does it have resistances? Yeah, this is really bad. This is actually one of the worst encounters we could have gotten. Honestly, the only way it could have been worse is if the back row was Venom. Otherwise, this actually legit is the worst. Oh, we got paralyzed. Not good. Okay, Kirk is able to do massive damage to the Scorpion, so that buys us a lot of time. We might be able to kill the shiny, but it's probably gonna escape. Yep, that's fine. We'll take that. We'll take that, chat. As long as it doesn't actually get to attack us. That's all I care about. So many close to level moments. All that for one iron shell. It wants us to get 4 of those from the Scorpion. Get out of here. The trash out of here. Huh. That was weird. Okay, their game. Like a stutter there. We're moving fine though. Nothing too much else of interest, it seems. I could shortcut through there, but it would make me take a lot of damage, so I think I'm gonna avoid it for now. I kind of wish I could have floor jumped here to avoid this encounter, but I think I have to just take it. Not my favorite. Let's defense down. So unfortunate. Yeah, this team is not really good against the Venom oozes. I was kind of hoping to not have to fight this many, but I think we're gonna be forced to go back. Yeah, this is too much to handle. Which is unfortunate. Like, the other fights we could kind of get through, but not the Venom. We don't have a way to cure status ailments yet. Every one of those fights is just brutal. But hey, Chris leveled, Kirk leveled, Emma leveled. Or. Sure, let's give her Curse Mastery. And again, Chris's only job, boost up. Just every time he's a boost, I'm like, thank you. Level up prayer? Yes, please. We definitely need it. This team is taking quite a bit of damage. I really wish Double Strike was not so hard to get. So unfortunate, Chan. I think I just want to keep leveling Triple Charge. I mean, right now the hit rate is phenomenal. So we're basically never gonna miss. Yeah, we are super low on supplies. If I could have floor jumped, I would have, for sure. Get out of this. But unfortunately, that means we still have a whole nother floor we have to go through. Also, getting through this area with the other party would have been kind of a nightmare, too. So I'm kind of glad we skipped some of that. Oh, Frightful Yell is going to wear off right before we get to the exit. That sucks. We're going to get into a fight right here. That sucks. Oh, it's just these things. Oh. Whatever. It could have been much worse. Although now we're missing. Oh no, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, this enemy is much easier than dealing with the Death Scorpion. That's fine. Wait, hold on. Can I just continuously go in the healing room? One moment. If so, I don't need to go back. No. Unfortunate. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna reset the encounter real quick, but I'm gonna look on the right side. Is it... Are we just missing it by, like, 2 tiles? Like, come on. I really want to unlock the floor jump if we can. I'll even take damage here, just to potentially get it. It's not enough, chat. That is super unfortunate. We're going to be forced to go back anyway, so I might as well just continue forward. It looks like there's some water between us and the target. Let's go ahead and draw that. And there's some kind of treasure chest right here. That way we know to come back for it. Or we just go around the corner. Speaking of which... we should be getting a crystal soon. This one says violet, though. I don't know if we'll get violet or white crystal first. But for now, mark it. I think there might be a soldier here. Exactly. You look around the farce clearing, a soldier appears deeper from within and addresses you. You're explorers from Etria, correct? I'm sorry, but I cannot let you pass. That is where one of the most deadly monsters of this labyrinth nests. It is the lair of the Wyvern. If you're determined to proceed, you must consult the hall. They can give you more details as well as the permission you seek. Having delivered his warning, the soldier returns to his post in front of the door to block your passage. Which should proceed, it seems you have no recourse but to petition the hall to proceed. Well, we got what I was looking for. So the team managed to do it. It was a little rough, but we got there in the end. We could afford to get into one more exploration area. I want to see if there's anything we could get before we're forced to go back. Oh, we're allowed to just enter this room? Interesting. After pushing through the thick brush, you find a place with exposed roots surrounding a bud. The roots reach to the ceiling as if to receive something, but they do so in vain. You puzzle over this, you suddenly hear familiar voices approach you from behind.
Hey there.
Even further do you descend into the labyrinth, warriors of the best. We congratulate you. The warrior woman Ren hails you. Her constant companion, unpronounceable name, standing silently by her side. Chat's gonna have to give me a hint on that one. I'm not even gonna attempt it. Otherwise, I'll just keep calling her Miss T whenever I actually have to say her name. The Ronin and Hexer seem pleased with your progress thus far. We have a favor to ask of such accomplished explorers. Usually, the waters of a healing spring can be found here. Lately, though, the water has stopped, creating a great nuisance for adventurers. Ren punctuates her bitter explanation with a quick point to the ceiling. A monster blocking the spring and the floor above is to blame. It is tiresome and vexing.
How's that?
Warriors of the best, will you go to the spring and free it from that vile monster? We could make short work of it ourselves, but we have other matters to attend to. I should probably mark this. What would be good for a spring? Be this. You mean to further explore the labyrinth? To do this would be in your best interests. With this Ren and her wordless companion turn to leave. Luck be with you, warriors. Gain victory over the monster and bring honor to your guild. With those final words, the two adventurers leave this place.
Well then.
If you go to the water source at 7 and attempt to defeat the monster, you can proceed with the investigation. I think that is worth doing. So there's kind of like a mini side quest chain you could do here. So if we go back up a floor, which we should do at some point, we'll have access to basically, I think this will end up being a full heal fountain, which is quite powerful, and it's not story dependent. And once it's open forever. So potentially we could try to open shortcuts to come back here quicker. This is a chop. Angling Ivy. Nothing of interest. Actually, I should probably be putting words here in case I need to figure out where an item can be found later. Because I did that on the lower floors, because sometimes they do ask you for resources. If I go too far, I might not be able to find it again. You reach it down in the forest, you pick up on a malevolent stare directed at you. Between that and the piercing cry that cuts through the forest silence, it seems a large bird is menacing you. You have no way of knowing the reason behind its hostility, but it doesn't seem ready to attack immediately. Deciding that it's not worth provoking the bird further, you leave the place for the time being. Bird. I guess I should return soon. There's nothing else I could do on this floor. I'm gonna... Yeah, we are not killing enough of the other thing for the iron shell. This is a tough call. I'd like our team to deal with the scorpion. Like, Kirk is definitely needed for the scorpion. So I might sub out Chris for now. I might need Try's elemental damage over Chris's Viper. Although if we fight an FOE, I need Chris. Like, there's no in between. I think Chris has had a lot of party time, so we'll probably sub him out here. Let's just go back. Go back to the May house for now.
Let me have a look. Welcome back. May I have a moment?
Okay, I'm always grateful for his services, and I wish to repay him in some way. I was wondering, would you be able to get rid of those monsters? 3 petaloids, whatever.
Thank you. I'd like to speak with you.
Okay, what is she actually gonna give us? Medica 2? Revant, Nectar. Well, we got our Nectar back. That was
Item
convenient.
storage, then?
Revant's okay. I just don't have a reason to use it
Very
at the
well.
moment.
I'll look after these. Very well. I'll very well. I'll look after them. Very well. I'll very well. I'll look after
We have an
these.
okay amount of healing.
Is there anything else? Item storage then?
I mean, I could technically store the iron shell, I guess.
I'll look after these.
For now, I think I should get rid of everything else we have.
Have a safe trip.
So I think the goal is we need to kill more of the scorpions, and we also need to accept the quest. I know we're going to take a lot of damage from this upcoming quote-unquote boss. We're not intended to beat the boss for the chat clarity, so it doesn't really matter who's there. It more matters that I have healing of some sort.
Keep it quick. What were you
Deal with
thinking?
the
You
aftermath.
sure you think this through?
Let me think. I should be in the back row to avoid encounters. The encounter rate is insane. We can have Kirk there, and leave Emma in the back row. Put in Shaky again. We really just need raw damage. Like, everybody needs to be attacking. So, honestly, do I even need Emma then? Maybe I'll actually sub in Shaky. If all we need is damage, maybe it'll go Ziggy, Try, and Shaky. It'll be the back line. And then in the front line, it'll just be Kirk and I think Granite Knight, because I need healing. Maybe that'll work for now.
All right, hold on a second.
I don't have poison though, which is a little risky, but I do have multi-strike with Shaky, and I have elemental damage with Try. I think I need that more. Kirk gives me the bash damage I need to get through the slimes. So I think specifically for this floor, I'm gonna sub out Chris.
See you around.
You served us well, Chris.
What you got for me?
You got us all the way to the end, essentially. Because getting there is horrible.
Thanks, I got some new goods. Go
New
on,
axes,
take a look.
nice. That is a lot of items we
Is
just
that what you're
acquired.
looking for?
Potentially something really nice.
Ooh, agility up. Ooh, that is such a big damage difference for us. Wow. Well, we're gonna start with that. Big damage difference. Ooh, I don't have enough for the broad axe. Oh, no, I can't. Oh, I don't want the broad axe. I want the battle axe. Get a better katana. So more violet ore means that green will be used a bit more. Sword is okay. Wish we had more spears, though. Metal coat. Agility up. Interesting. I might put that on myself, just for the agility. Although we already have agility +1 from it. I suppose I don't technically need it. I have the other thing. I'll hold off then. Using hide hat, which just gets me. I should just get probably bear gloves, honestly. Oh, Shaky doesn't even have any damage ups? Oh, we're giving this to Shaky.
There you go.
There we go. So his damage just got a big boost. Can't always rely on poison. I mean, you're right. I need to make sure I have teams that can deal with non-poison enemies. It's a very valid point.
What you got for me?
I think I can equip the hand-me-down bow, so that'll be a big increase for me. Yeah, I lose tech, which I don't use anyway, for 6 extra attack. I'll take that. We need more DPS. We have a lot of Pierce in the front line, so I think I'll take Slash. Ooh, see, this is where I should have had Sword. Dang, that would have been useful there, actually. Like a really solid sword. Right now we have the 600 from that. Wait, what? Oh. Wait, Borse? Wait. Wait, my brain is just processing this. Wait a minute. The weapon called Boar Spear is a sword? My mind is blown. Wait, chat, that actually just blew my mind. I thought I was using a spear this entire time with the protector. Oops. I mean, I could have seen the slash icon and thought about it, but I read the item name.
Thanks for the business.
Oh. I know. I was like, wait, why would they call a sword a spear? Whatever. So we're not going to dwell on this. We'll just sleep it off, chat. We'll sleep off the confusion. So yeah, Try is going to help deal with the slimes, which is our big problem. Kirk is needed for the scorpions.
Sign in over here, please.
Brenda Knight gives prayer.
Well, be careful out there.
I think what would be good here. We'll take kind of any meal, honestly.
Welcome back.
I don't really have a preference
I
for
am
this.
at your service.
This is good again. Sure, we'll take it.
Here, please.
Rimmar stars will be double the original level, and that's actually useful for us. Oh wait, I could get holy gift. Oh, it's beginning, chat. I'm starting to make holy gifts. Yes, please. Rending Claw 5. 2 melee cut to all enemies. Oh my gosh. This is potentially so much damage for Kirk. This is actually a really hard call for me. That is such a powerful skill. And it hits everybody. I'm gonna try it.
Who will carry this?
For now, I'll get rid of the crit up. The crit up is really good, but having it hit all this early in the game is kind of crazy. It's melee, it's cut, and it's everything, chat. Like, that's a lot of damage coverage. I'm trying to see if I have any other interesting items in here. I don't think so. That by far is the best one. Also, at some point, I should probably move Resuscitate to something more useful. I mean, I guess for now, Shaky could get the attack up, crit up, because he doesn't have either. Yeah. Okay. Shaky benefits from it. Makes sense. He's the archer. Might as well just make him crit. Anything else I want to do here? Oh, I have one spare skill point for Shaky. Ooh, tough call, tough call. I think we're gonna go for preempt up. Anytime I can stop them from getting a turn, I think it's just gonna make my life really easy. The Try doesn't need any more spells. I might just max his TP and get a point in focus so he is auto-regenning TP. Our goal is to max prayer, and then I'll actually bother probably maxing HP up. Yeah, actually, HP up would be amazing if I could give that to other characters, because if that ends up on Kirk, for example, it makes him a basically backup tank.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn. Sign in over here, please. Come back here whenever you're
I don't think if I
tired.
need anything else. So we're probably just gonna venture the other floor for a bit. Looks like I have an okay amount of healing items. We'll put away our other
Welcome
items
back.
that we're not going to use,
Item storage then?
such as the Beast Bow,
Very well. I'll look after these.
and probably the Lucky Scarabs. I really don't need
I'll
them.
look very well. I'll look. Is there anything
And
else?
hopefully with this team we can kind of deal with everything.
Have a safe trip.
Hey there. Which one are you interested in?
Bone Flail could be good for us. I'm looking for bludgeoning weapon, so that could be fine. Leica's last request pertains to the materials necessary to craft a Bone Flail.
Ah, that one.
Head on over to the goods and ask her what she needs help getting. She's been in a good mood ever since her weapon selection's increased a fair bit. Good luck with this one. Can't take on any more requests. Ooh, we actually capped. Brutal.
Now,
We'll have to start dealing with these chat. Also, we should probably talk to these people since we're here. So we'll have a talk, we'll venture a little bit, and we'll start the Wyvern. But I don't know if we'll finish it. Well, yeah, actually we might as well finish the Wyvern. But we'll do some conversations first. I know everything. I listened to a bunch of adventures with my daddy here at the pub. There's 2 types of locked doors in the forest. But a lot of people forget about the doors even after they find the keys. Daddy's careless. All the other adventurers laugh at him. I'm a careful person, so I won't lose the key to my house.
You want to ask around?
Maiden in a white coat. I've heard terrifying news about a horrible monster deep in the forest. There are people who leave, all set to defeat it, but far too few of them return. You're adventurers too, right? Please, be careful.
Ask around?
Boy taking notes.
Matter?
Ah, the best. I'm in the middle of writing a new report. The forest is full of a variety of monsters, each with their own unique path of evolution. Monsters use a great many skills to survive in the wild. Take the death scorpion. When trying to catch its prey, it will use numbing sting. Just as the name implies, this attack causes poisoning and paralysis at the same time. And the petaloid, well, what can I say? Unlike the scorpion's numbing sting, the sleep powder affects everyone, led to many explorers' ends. Ailments have the potential to wipe out even the hardiest of guilds. So ends my lecture.
You wanna
Okay, we
ask
got a few more
around?
people to talk to. I have a favor to ask of you, adventurer. If you could sell some vivid petal to the shop, it would really help us. We already did that, by the way. With that, I could make a tool that would blind monsters. Many adventurers have been asking for something like this, so I hope to do business with you soon. I think Divine Monster is weak to blind. But honestly, we won't really use it. Not that useful. One-armed drunkard. If it isn't the talk of the town, you got another mission to do for the hall, right? Why are top shots like you slumming with me? You know I'm a liar. Somebody who talks about monsters that don't exist. We're gonna sit next to him anyway. What's with you? Investigating wyverns, huh? Well, it's their season for laying eggs, so if that's your goal, once a wyvern lays her eggs, she'll do everything to rid her lair of any intruders. Half-assed adventurer can't possibly stand up against its breath. But that breath is also its weakness. When she uses her breath attack, she can't use it again right away. Whether you choose to believe me or not is up to you. Be careful, the best.
You wanna
That
ask
is actually a very important hint for how to deal with the wyvern. Swordless adventure. Gosh! I can't believe I lost my lucky short sword. My mom gave that to me. All shuck balls. Shuck balls? What kind of word is that? I got so excited in a fight I threw it by accident. And now I can't find it. I'm a terrible son. Dang it. Show him the rusty sword? Sure. Geezo Pete's, that's my lost short sword. All shucks. Thank you, seriously. Wowza babooza. Or babauza? Babauza. Wowza babauza. What a weird phrase. Why is Goofy in the game? I don't know, chat. He snatches the rusty sword from your hands and hugs it. You can have this in exchange. Don't you worry about it. See ya. Leaf tunic? That's all he gave me? What garbage? Oh, no. I thought he gave me a leaf coat. Oh, that's less garbage. It's still not good. I still don't want it.
You wanna ask around? How goes the
So we have requests I can't really do anything with. Yeah, where's the botanist at? We found the breeding ground, I thought. Well, I think it was this one. Oh ho ho, so that's where those guys were hiding, the rascals. Good, I'm gonna investigate this immediately.
A toast to our meeting.
Oh, thank you for telling me where to find the pedaloids. Now I know in what kind of environment they make their homes. Tried investigating further, but they attacked me and I was forced to flee. Still, now that I know where they live, it doesn't matter. I could go meet them as many times as I want. My research is far from over, but you've done your job. I've given your reward to the hostess, so get it from her. Perfect, actually. I want to level,
Hey,
and I want to
thanks.
take another request. Good work. I see it went well. The client really enjoyed the results, huh? I can hear him all the way over here. Well, here's your reward. Even threw in a little extra because you did so well. 3 Excellas, don't really want them. But hey, we'll take the level ups. Try and granite leveling, excellent. Shaky getting more XP. See, Shaky basically caught up to the party main level. Can we talk about that? Shaky's putting in the work. He went from level 1 to level 15 in the stream, and honestly, a lot of our characters are pretty strong. We have really good ult characters. Had we been picking one character, we probably could have gotten them maybe to 20 or 21, but it's not like a big enough difference, honestly, to make me care. Let's get more prayer. The more healing we can get between combat, the better. We're gonna have you just keep TPing up. Yeah, that should be good. So we are looking quite tanky in the front row. And sadly, you know what's kind of funny? The Troubadour ends up being a very tanky class if you bother maxing their HP up, which we'll do eventually. Once I'm done with Holy Gift, I basically don't need anything in here. Like, Song Mastery is not really that great. I'll basically put two more points into it to get hit rate and speed, maybe, at best. And then everything else will be probably HP up. And having Restful Tune lets me heal out of combat, so honestly, not a bad idea. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll take a couple HP ups into Restful Tune, and then put the rest in Trifle Y'all. We'll see. I think we're good for now, though.
Which one are you
We have one last quest. Flora Guild has assigned a harsh ordeal to its new recruits. Spend 5 days in the 8th floor of the forest. Oh. Oh, I'd love to do that. That'd actually be great, especially with our current party where I could skip encounters. But that'll be much easier once we free up the spring, because we can keep using the spring to heal us. So I actually will not take this quest for now.
I'm counting on
We're
you.
gonna hold off, chat. That way I can still view if we get new quests.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn.
But I think once we get to
Sign in
floor
over here,
8
please.
and we have the spring, we'll just make that
Come
quest
back
really
here whenever
easy.
you're tired.
Anyway, let's go to Rowna Hall. We finally got plot, chat.
Ah, it's you.
I've received word that you have reached the 7th floor in the 2nd Stratum. Quite impressive. Only a handful of adventurers are capable of reaching that far. You seem to be proceeding at a very good pace. I'm glad.
Now then.
I almost forgot. We of the Rada will be issuing a new mission today. We hope you'll assist us. If you have the time, I implore that you give it a try. New mission has been made available, blah, blah, blah. Let's
You'll
go accept
the
it.
mission, yes?
Retrieve the dragon's egg. A dangerous mission resides in the primitive jungle. You've been charged with going to the dragon's nest and retrieving its egg.
Ah, so you will then.
We'll take that quest.
We'll rely on you. Allow me to explain.
You accept then? Very good. Now then, let me give you the details. The 8th floor in the 2nd Stratum is home to a legendary dragon. It's a wyvern. We don't know much of this wyvern's ecology. Wyverns aren't dragons. But we're very eager to study it.
Now then.
So we'd like you to head to the wyvern's nest and retrieve the dragon egg there. It's a wyvern egg. By studying the egg, we may learn a great deal about the wyvern's habits. Take care though, it will be extraordinarily difficult to beat the wyvern as you are. Okay, so the game is introducing the first quote-unquote super boss of the game. In theory, you could fight this boss. We are never going to be able to kill this boss on normal difficulty. If we were playing Picnic, and we have a very, very specifically leveled protector, and we go in with max health up, and we go in with the Hexer, and we go in with, I think they might even be immune to poison, but maybe poison. maybe you would survive a few turns, and you'd also need a medic. Medic is guaranteed. It would be medic, Hexer, Protector, probably Kirk's character, and then Chris. All the Wyverns are dragons, but not all dragons are Wyverns. They're using them interchangeably, though. I don't like that. Find a way to dodge the Wyvern and attain its egg.
We are relying.
Here are my notes on where we believe the egg could be on the 8th floor. Review them when you're inside the Wyvern's nest.
Was there something else? Well then. I
Okay,
bid you
so
good luck.
now we have plot. Let's call it a Wyvern. Once you call it a Wyvern, it's kind of like saying... it's kind of like talking about a square and then calling it rectangle. Do you know what I mean, chat? It's like a faux pas. Like, you don't do that. Like, a square is a square. Right? Like, once you've identified it as such, like, don't go to the other classifications. Wyvern is specific enough. You don't make it too high up. Yeah, it's like, it's very distracting. I'm like, it's like, is it a Wyvern? Is it? Okay, we got a little bit of time, so let's use Resuscitating Y'all. Let's go check out what was in the bottom left, and then we're gonna go to the next floor. Beginning of combat pretty soon. We have Kirk for bash damage. I'm here just to do damage. We have Try doing ice. We should basically kill one of them. We have Shaky with the multi-shot. Ooh, barely not enough to kill them in time. That's okay. Getting a little bit of TP back. I think Try's at the point where basically he restores. If he only uses one spell in an encounter due to prayer, I think he will always restore it. So he is not actually going to run out of TP anytime soon, unless I get into an FOE fight. In which case, that would be completely my fault. Speaking of which... Ooh, I braved that, chat, because I was not paying attention to his pattern. He for sure should have killed me. That was me just believing, chat. I stared into the face of death and I walked towards it. What a power play, chat. I made the enemy flinch. Okay, test. Guard soul? Ew. Don't care about this. Listen, like, we could use it on the floor above us, but we already finished exploring up there, so there's really no point to this. Disappointing, chat. These things have any specific weaknesses? Oh, that one does to arrow. Okay, so we'll have Kirk focus on Giant Sloth. And I will shoot it. And Giant Sloth, I think, is weak to ice. Shoot it again. Nice. Ooh, we're almost strong enough to deal with it. See, we have so much raw melee damage now. I think we're good. Oh, nice. I'm about to level, as is Shaky. Excellent. Again, it might be worth my time getting the Restful Tune, but it will delay our other things, so I'm kind of on the fence about it. Honestly, if I could get away with it, I'd rather just keep Holy Gifting over and over, and then get that out to other people. Ooh, let's get a warrior bump going. How much does Power Shot do? Pretty good amount. Alright, we'll take 38 in damage. That's not too terrible. Let's see, Kirk is at 96. We'll keep that in mind. Diggy level, Shaky level. And now Kirk, 120? Wow. Chat, 24 health every prayer? Wow. Well, that... I guess I can afford to just keep focusing Holy Gift, right, chat? Like, okay. Shaky, we need more preemptive strikes. We could get these other things, not worth it. I could fight the other guy, but I don't really have a good source of damage down. I'm worried if we don't damage down him, we'll still die to him. Regular encounters, I'm really not concerned about at all at this point. This team is very powerful. And it's not that Chris isn't powerful, it's just like Axe on these things is so stupid. actually, speaking of which, let's see how much Rending Claw does, chat. I want to know, is this actually God tier? Also, I'm recovering so much TP, I could just Warrior Song for free every time. That's kind of sick. Even Shaky could just get multi-shot here. Wow. They couldn't even survive that. I think that did 80 twice. Unless it was combining the damage numbers there. If it was just 80, it's okay. But if it was 80 twice, God tier. Absolute God tier drop. But we'll take Kirk having an AoE. As I said before, it's weird that they did the Lance Connect the way they did him, because a lot of his better abilities are locked between, like, split choices. So if we can, Kirk will end up probably taking every monster skill, to be honest with you. He's very powerful, and the fact that he can boost its hit rate and damage is kind of insane. So think about it this way. In a preemptive strike, I'd be able to do triple charge and then Rending Claw. So he would be doing like 300% damage, or not 300, he'd do like 200-something% damage to everybody, and he could just end an encounter. So I'm getting, I think, one less TP that I need. Okay, that's good to know. So because it tries TP up, Prayer is kind of evening him out, which is kind of nice. Fortunately, we got put to sleep there. An easy enough kill. So we want to get some scorpions, I think, at some point. Also, I should collect more of this. Thank you, Try, for extra resources. I think with that, we're just going to continue further. We're also building boost gauge, just in case we fight something hard. I feel like this floor is now very easy for our team, thanks to the new damage upgrades. And I think Shaky getting the new bow is definitely a big help. Even my damage isn't terrible. So I'll definitely take that over a Hexer. Like, the Hexer is really good. It's just, like, you have to talk about, like, what scenarios they're good in. Like, they're really good with FOEs. They can cheese certain fights with the Stone Curse, but they require a lot of knowledge of when to use them. So if I'm not feeling sure, it is really hard to use them over other choices. Let's get into a couple fights here while we have this team. Yeah, Kirk should basically be able to one-shot this thing. Into lightning. I think we have that. Kirk got blinded, so he missed. This is where, see, now it makes sense to do triple charge for sure, so he doesn't miss even though he's blinded. Oh, didn't even need it. Okay. Every one of those is an iron shell. I mean, I could just fight for 4 iron shells. That's not a terrible idea. We do have prayer. Let's do that, chat, so I don't have to come back for this. Oh. Oh, they split the damage. Oh, okay, there we go. We're good. Like, honestly, their damage is just so high right now, chat. Keep in mind, Kirk is still technically underleveled for the area. I think around 18 is where it's evening off, so I think it assumes we're either 18 or 19 with all party members. Which, to be fair, we kind of are. That kind of split the attacks awkwardly. Try to fix that. I'm gonna boost the Rending Claw. Just curious how much damage that'll end up doing. $157. Wow. Yeah, that damage is very high for sure. I'll go for a regular cure here. Should be good enough. Nice. Thanks to prayer, I don't need to heal anybody in the back line. They should basically be full health again, and indeed they are. I know, Shaky's going on a killing spree. Listen, he's got the super bow. He's had enough of their nonsense. He just pops them. Oh, ill. Ill. This is a terrible wave. Ill. Wait, does that still hit everybody? Oh, we're doing that. Bail me out of this terrible fight. This one's pretty bad. Let's get defense up, because I have a feeling we're going to be here a while. Let's go for boosted ice, because this fight looks horrible. Yeah, there are way too many things here. I'm going to shaky power shot. Hopefully he can one-shot us, but it's unlikely. Yeah, not quite. Okay, try kill the back row. Or get some decent damage. I have a bow, so I think I'm just going to assist Shaky with the crossfire. Oops, not what I wanted. Oh, there we go. It's just kind of weird to target it. Actually, we'll believe it. We'll boost Shaky's multi-shot. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, he just eliminates the entire battlefield. That's fine. Thank you, Shaky. I didn't really want to deal with that encounter. You just kind of rapid fired and everything died. That's very useful for me. Hey chat, look what keeps getting stronger. Oh my gosh, this triple charge is gonna be so stupid once it gets transferred. So it seems like the game really doesn't want to give me Iron Shell. I'm gonna give it one more try, and we're gonna move on. I mean, I don't mind getting XP here, but there we go. I'll charge up the triple charge, that way Kirk can just end the encounter. I'll do a boosted attack. I will do lightning and a line. Or I could just kill the entire back row potentially. That is tempting. Well, Shaky, go for the power shot on the Death Scorpion. It's really important the Death Scorpion dies. Got poisoned right before I could kill him. That sucks. Well, Rending Claw time. I'll boost Cure in case I get a turn here. Otherwise, I think it's bye-bye a claw. Say goodbye to every enemy, chat. There's no way they're surviving this. Wow. Goodbye. Goodbye, chat. Actually, you know what? That's almost as many iron shells that I need. Right? Isn't that 2? Fine. I'll stick with it a little longer. Also, I love that our TP is basically full. Except for Try, because he did 2 13s. Oh, but... Okay, fine. I'll go for the 2 iron shells. It's just being mean, because I don't really want Sloth and I don't really want Ooh. I can also try on the next floor, I guess, as well. Perfect. We're gonna focus all of our damage here. Nice, got the kill. Barely used any TP, so that actually recovered us. Unfortunately, we didn't get an item there. So even with Try Scavenge, we still didn't get the item we needed, which is very silly, because he's got 6 out of 10 ranks. So that boosts the normal odds by quite a bit, yet we still couldn't get it. I don't like this encounter. I'm gonna boost the triple charge, maybe. I'm going to increase our defense. Ice formula, hit multiple people. Shaky, probably just multi-shot. Ooh, front row fell asleep, that's unfortunate. Kirk lost his turn, I think. Still Rending Claw, though. I'm gonna go for Party Cure, just in case. We'll just kind of whittle them down. You know what? We'll even do another multi-shot from Shaky. Good job, Shaky. Kill another enemy. And Kirk murdered the remaining enemies. Thank you, multi-hit. Oh, multi-hit. You're so silly when I get you early. Okay, I'm giving up. It's taking too long. We'll get the other pieces as we get there. But I'm happy we got at least 2. Okay, chat. Look around the forest clearing. A soldier appears from deeper within and addresses you. Ah, you must be the best guild. I received word about you from the Rada. Beyond this door is the Wyvern's nest. Take pains not to confront it. It is a beast to be reckoned with. We'll continue to ensure you that no one else enters. Oh, continue to ensure, not ensure you. Go at your task with care, the best guild. With that, the soldier steps out of the way. Damn right he does. Listen, chat, authority is approaching. Ready to proceed, you need to only open the door and enter the Dread Wyvern's nest. So, this is not really a boss battle. I guess spoilers? You'll find out why in a moment. You finally reach the Wyvern's nest. Somewhere in the vast space before you, you can make out the Wyvern's shadow. Consider how best to find the egg here without disturbing the Wyvern. That's when you recall the memo given to you by the hall and take it out. On it are a number of marks where the Wyvern's egg might possibly be. The egg must be one of them. But to find it, you must first step into the clearing in order to approach the spots marked on the map. New destination has appeared for this floor. I think the egg is directly behind the boss. As you can see, there's a death aura. I think you just love the death aura, chat. So here's a little spoiler. It will attack like every other turn, and you can use walls to kind of like interrupt it. But here's an even better thing you could do. If it hits you, it can't kill you, and there's no encounters here. So this is actually the easiest boss in the game. I'm just gonna map. Sorry to kill all the tension, chat, but it's like it's not really a fight. I don't have to worry about healing or anything else. I feel bad for people that thought this was a real fight and were like burning healing items to not die. I'm like, hell no, I'm not wasting my time. Yeah, you can see the distinct lack of encounters. We take 50 every time we touch it. Yeah, we're just gonna be mapping. We're gonna be like, shh, it's okay. Listen, your world is our world now. So there is a little bit of a puzzle because you have to learn how to bait the shots in a manner that lets you proceed. Because if you try going too fast, it'll block you. Like, see how there's lightning here? I cannot pass through this in order to get to the chest. However, you can fake out its shots. But I think in order to figure out that part, because I don't remember specifically how to do that, let's go ahead and map a little bit of our surroundings so we have an idea of what arena we're dealing with. This is more of a puzzle than a boss. We can walk up to the Wyvern. I think its fire breath does upwards of 250 damage without a fire shield. So we will die instantly if we go to fight it. It blocked my path. That's kind of annoying. If I stand there, it'll hit me. Good to know. Oh, it was like one tile too soon. Okay. Damn, good idea. Wrong spacing. Okay, so it'll hit you on the same turn. Okay, we're learning, chat, we're learning. So let's map a little more. I should be able to get that chest while it's here. I just have to be better. Like, we need to be, like, right there, but not right there. Let's count. So when it makes the sound, it then does it. Then it lasts 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can go through on the 4th one. Okay. We're starting to puzzle, chat. We'll come back to the chest. I don't think it's anything too crazy. Let's just map more of the surroundings. As I said before, we need to map a certain amount of the area in order to get the warp. So I just want to make sure that when we're done with this place, we could just leave. And that would be nice, right, chat? I can also mark the danger spots with orange if I really want to. But it's fine. I think it's fairly self-evident where it will shoot. Okay. Interesting. You can go back this way. You can kind of reset the boss to an extent. Kind of nice. See, we're just having a lovely little walk through the jungle, chat, as I go to map out this entire terrain. How polite of the Wyvern to hold still. Okay, so there's a little path through here. Ooh, it blocked me off. That was rude. Yeah, if I try to walk through there, I'll take damage, so we're not gonna do that. Dodge the lightning there. Just trying to see how we would even approach this, so... finish the map. We'll take a look. Oh, there's a water here. That's it. So we have the basic idea of what's here. So how do we get into the center is the question. See, there's nothing we can really do over there. But we're looking for any kind of yellow flowers. Maybe that'll give us a hint as to where to go. Yeah, I don't see how it would be possible to check this far right one yet. Oh, interesting. We got on the inside of it. A little risky to do. Fine. It's having a nice little mapping contest, chat. Oh, it actually messed up. Well, that was convenient. So if I want to, I could get through this. Faded. Okay, we're making progress on the inner sanctum, chat. We are slowly puzzling towards a new destination. But as I said before, I don't think this is the one. In your search for the egg in the wyvern's nest. However, your search was fruitless. This doesn't seem to be the place. So funny enough, you could just kind of walk behind it now. It doesn't turn around. Listen, chat, turning around is hard work. It's gotta guard its domain. Yeah, you know what it is, chat? It got really confused as we were talking about dragons and wyverns, and it's like, what am I? So as I said before, we should be able to get that chest, but we might hold off on that for later. I thought there was another shortcut back here. I thought the exit was above us, but like to the right more. Not seeing it. Anyway, we're just gonna steal an egg. That seems like a good way to, you know, deal with the wyvern. Feel something large and round at your fingertips. But this must be the dragon egg you seek. No, it's a wyvern egg. Stop calling it dragons. No. So anyway, we found the item. Technically, we're done. We've beaten the story mission, chat. Congratulations. Also, he's very slowly turning towards us. He's trying, chat. Or I guess maybe she sticks it to play the egg. I have happy little water sources, chat. It's very polite that it doesn't shoot us when we're in the corner like this, chat. Like, we are completely helpless to this giant murder beast, but apparently it just doesn't care. Ooh. We can escape that way. No. That is a tricky chest to get. See, when it goes boop, we have to be like one tile forward. See, like if I do this, chat, I'll get damaged. So I have to be, ooh. How do I position it so that I can get into here? This is the question. I need to think about it, chat. So on the 4th step, I have to get there. So I have to do something to trick it and reset it. Something over here. Got it. Hey, chat, I figured it out eventually. I can't type at all, chat. Silly 3DS. So I believe that'll have mining skills on it. As you can see, chat, there's a reason I wanted to have a healing character for this. So if not Granite Knight, I'd probably summon Yentos. We'll just have Yentos rest in base for a while, chat. We'll use him eventually. I think Yentos is really great for the post-game stuff, so we'll be seeing a lot of the medic. That is like one of the only ways I know how to deal with that content. So... where's the real exit? It has to be where the wyvern is, but I don't know where that is. Look along the sides real quick. As I said before, I vaguely remember it being on the right side somewhere here. Oh, we're gonna get shot in the face. Yeah, like, I want to say there's, like, we're literally looking at, like, the hallway it's in, but it's, like, 2 spots spots to the left. Very strange, chat. Unless this is one of the ones where you have to go like a different way for it. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think the medic in general should be good. But for now, the medic is not. Medic is kind of overkill. I feel like if you know about damage, you should be good. Sorry. I'm gonna look at the map again. Hold on a second, chat. It has to be here somewhere. I'm just thinking about where it is, though. Oh, like, I'm not seeing anything that's super obvious either. Right, chat? What a mystery. Spur my brain to remember where it is. I remember it being sort of hidden. Like, I remember the first time I went here, I didn't realize it was a door. I think the same thing is occurring again. But I'm trying to think of, like, where on the map in the bottom right it is. You know what I mean, chat? It's very tricky. I'm in deep existential crisis. I'll probably edit some of this out of the YouTube because I do feel bad for waiting, but I'm really trying to remember where this thing is. Because I want to get the door and then I want to move on to things. It could be, as I said before, I thought it was behind this area. I'll try checking against the wall maybe. Or at least maybe then I can see like a one-way and that should work. What floor was this again? The 8th floor? Just in case I have to come back here. I'm gonna check one spot, chat. Okay, dated. Oh, there's flowers. Okay. Oh, they won't. Oh, you got me. You got me. Never mind. We can't go there because the plot didn't allow us yet. My bad. Sorry, Chad. I wasted your time. So where the Wyvern egg is where the exit is. So I should probably mark that, by the way. Little fun tip there. That would be annoying to not find that later. We had a one-way here-ish. I think there was one on the opposite side right here. I think? We'll put that there. We'll also walk into the lighting. There's not much else we can do here, and until we get the plot to advance, that's all we can do for now. But more importantly, Chad, now that we're done with this area, party heal, party heal, party heal. Thank you, Granite Knight. You stopped me from having to teleport out. I can take my time now. Yeah, we're gonna try to explore as much of the map as we can, but we've seen basically everything at this point. Honestly, there's really not much else to do. Which is a shame, because I would have loved to have taken the other exit while we were here, but I guess we have to warp out. So we might as well fight a little bit more. Oh, hey, new enemy. Firebird. Neat axe. Right, chat? Well, we'll boost our attack power. We need it. I want you to do piercing. Let's see how the Firebird enjoys freeze. You know what? Oh, Shaky can't boost. I was gonna boost Shaky too. Wow, Try got boosted damage and that did an insane amount. Nice. More condensed mucus, Granite leveled. Granite empowering the prayer. This seems fair, chat. What do you think? More HP TP for the entire team? I love that my TP is at 71 for some reason. Love it though. Ooh, rare item. Love to see it, chat. Though we might as well fight a little bit more here, but otherwise I think we're done for today. We're just gonna have a nice, easy story hand in. We'll probably go down a floor so we can kill more of the Iron Shell people. We'll kill a couple of these since we're here. Shaky, I need you to obliterate. Oh, that shit's so weird though. Try's about to level again. Shaky's about to level again. So we're doing really good in terms of HP and TP. Also, by the way, I think we're now healing like 40-something health every battle. So prayer is out of control. Ooh. Impassable from this side. Important intel to learn. I'm glad we went back this way. We'll get into one more fight. I want to see how much TP we gain. So we'll take a look at Shaky. So Shaky is 20. So keep in mind he has less TP than most people. But it shouldn't matter in the end. Wow, they all missed. Correct. Nice and easy. Level up from Try and Shaky. Excellent. Shaky with some of the lowest TP in the party got 8 TP. Like that's pretty significant. That means Try's actually gaining TP every time we do a battle, as long as I don't do the 13 per. Plus now we're gonna keep leveling TP up. So he's more likely than not to get even more than the rest of the party members. That means I could basically get a free Bard song every single time. There's no cost at all. I could step in these tiles if I really want to mark them. I think we'll mark them with some orange pain zones for now. So we can't do anything on this floor. Well, it said up a floor, so that would be floor 6. We could technically deal with this. But I want to try to get 2 iron shells before we quote-unquote deal with that. That would be a good way to end the stream. We have everything cleared up for next time. Just boost Rending Claw. Honestly, Kirk might just instantly win this encounter. Damage is kind of silly. I'll even Warrior Assault him, because I can. 128 to both of them. Pretty solid damage. Let's see. Kirk's at 38 health, chat. Trying to remember that number with me. Let's see how much prayer is healing him. He almost doubled his health. Yeah, that seems fair. We'll get a regular cure. So yeah, we are now regenning TP. And we are just looking for a specific fight. So here's one of the rare times I actually want encounter rate up. And it is such a shame that we can't get it here. Yeah, we are going to absolutely just murder this monster. My boosts are kind of irrelevant, honestly. I could just use them whenever I have them, and it should help. I don't really need to time anything in particular. We'll keep our TP safe. Because again, if we do get struck, it doesn't really matter. Oh, we got another iron shell. We only need one more. It's pretty good. Also, we have way too many sticky goose. Thank you, Try, for giving us money. So, maybe we'll hold off on the other boss then. Because I didn't realize how out of space we were, thanks to Scavenge. Yeah, I might as well just Rending Claw every combat, because that's fair. Wow, Try's already at 49 TP, not bad. I'm gonna have Shaky use boost with multi-shot. And he just killed an enemy instantly. Love to see it. Herc killed the other enemy pretty much instantly. So looks like we're having some connection issues, which is fine. We're looking to pause here. Hopefully we do get chat back at some point. Oh, it said it was able to reconnect. That's a good sign. Hopefully chat will hear me again soon. But in the meantime, we are only one shell away from completing the quest, so I might as well do it. Welcome back. It seems the chat's able to see things again. Ooh, the enemy's still able to get a turn there. That sucks. Or Shaky just does 80-something damage and kills the slime basically instantly. That works. I actually probably want to heal here. I'll play on the safe side. We'll do a boosted cure as well. I guess I should probably use an ice formula. Nice. Now I don't think it matters who I target. They're all very injured. Ooh, so close. Yeah, we'll just jump these items. This is fine. Thank you, Try, for giving us some money. It is apparently being very stubborn. I'll give it one more time, and then I will go back, since we are wasting a lot of items. Unfortunate. Well, we're gonna do the boosted Rending Claw, because that is ridiculously unfair. I'll do the boosted attack power. So I guess because Kirk is slower, it's easier for me to time his buff a bit better compared to other characters. It's hard for me to buff Shaky, since he'll go first, more often than not. Oh, they blinded Kirk, so he missed the boosted strike. Such a shame. Also the downside of being too slow. Wow, I hit level 20, nice. I guess I'll just keep leveling Holy Gift, chat. There is a level cap in the game that can only be raised once we beat certain bosses, but for now we're doing excellent. Guess I'll just take the normal way out of here. I could just walk in there just because, just to map it. Again, we're recovering so much health. Granite Knight is making this very easy, I must say. Oh, I was really hoping that would have been the Scorpion. Shame. Still very easy. Yeah, our team is very powerful. We have two parties that are basically the same level, and all of them are kind of interchangeable. Like, I can have certain melee characters then, and they'll be fine. So I think we're almost at the point where I can start leveling, like, Reen safely. We're almost there. So I think Shaky plus Reen would be very powerful as a combo. The intent behind it is basically Reen will instantly kill weak enemies, and then Shaky will guarantee that they don't go first, for the most part. Then combine that with the Hexer, and the Hexer will stun them randomly. So even when I get first strike, they get super first struck. Alright, let's just leave. We'll come back then, I tried. The game did not want to cooperate with the battle RNG. Let's go ahead and turn in the stones.
Let me have a look. Ah, hello everyone. Won't you please accept this?
Revant Nectars. Don't make me throw something away, you jerk. Just put it in our... What a dummy. Chat, why do I have to throw items away from the storehouse? That doesn't make any sense. Like, we have so much room in here. Why do you do this to us? What a jerk.
Very well.
Okay, I'm gonna double check to make sure we don't have the other material. It is very dumb. I don't think it makes any sense. Oh, we do have 4 iron shell. Oh. We can hand in that other quest.
Was this what you wanted? Item storage then?
Unless I was looking. Oh, they're individual items, so I can't hold it. That's why it wouldn't let me. Anything in here I think I need? Really?
Very well.
Let's put one of these
I'll
away
look
for now.
after these. You wish to adjust the options? Item storage then?
I'll put away a couple medicas in case they dump me with like stupid
Very well.
items I can't get rid
I'll
of.
look after these. Item storage.
But we've actually evolved beyond the point of needing items because we've taken Granite Knight with Prayer. So he basically is just consuming a bazillion medicas for us. It's causing us to save a lot of money overall.
Was this what you wanted? Here you are. Here is the list of requests.
Oh, we didn't find any
Be
petaloids.
careful on your journey.
Sorry, other person. Yeah, let's go to the pub. Will this team level up a bit?
How goes the job? Hey,
Oh, 3
thanks.
nectars. I don't want that. I mean, they're good. I just don't want them right now. Right, chat? So I wanted to get rid of some of these. Good job, everyone. Now I can start serving my customers with new utensils. I just need to go to the shop and ask that girl there to whip these into spoons and knives and such. I mean, Shaleka, that might be heavy. They're not great. We'll ask if she means her. Oh yes, she can make much more than weapons and armor if you ask her to. When they're done, I'll make sure you're the first to try them out. I'm a test subject, thank you. You can pay me extra in food. We're gonna ask if we're a test subject. I wouldn't put it like that. You know what? Maybe you're not the right person to try them out. Well, I think we dodged a bullet there, chat. We'll say sorry. I was joking too. I know you wouldn't take that the wrong way. No, it is poison. No, I don't want to take the meal. It's probably gonna be full of like deadly scorpion poison. It'll be the fugu fish all over again, chat. Listen, we're gonna die having just a simple meal. It's strange. Not so long ago, you were all rookies, and now you're handling all sorts of quests with ease. I'm still going to be counting on you. Keep it up, the best. Now here's your reward. Put it to good use. Oh, leveled perk. Nice. Yeah, Shaky is looking like really good MVP. I think he's gonna be the damage carry on whatever our alternate party ends up being. But for now, we're gonna make sure that the preemptive rate is super high. That way he is good for exploration
I'm counting on you.
and the place to the boss.
Welcome back.
Okay, any other dumb items they're gonna make me hold on to? Let's put away some medica. I really don't need this many.
Very well.
Also, they gave me way too many nectars. I'm gonna put 3 away.
I'll look after these.
Also, I forgot to give me
Very
Excella.
well. I'll look after
Should
these.
have put those away. Don't need a
Very well.
Bravon. Don't need a
Very
Guard Soul.
well.
Bravon is
I'll
useful
look
if you're not
after
playing
these.
Troubadour because it gives you another way to
Very
buff your attack
I'll look
power.
after
Because not a lot of
these.
characters can do that easily.
Is there anything else?
I think 5 medicas is fine. I feel like I was holding too many because we weren't using other means of healing prior to this team, but I need to respect that this team has recovery and use that opportunity to get more money. So we're gonna hold on the Grimoire Stones. Let's go to the Rada Hall and see what they have to say.
What brings you here to Rada Hall? Was there something you have a report to make?
We have the
Yes?
Dragon's Egg.
We are grateful.
Let's go hand
for
it
your
in.
hard work.
I'm sure the Wyvern will be very, very unhappy with us at some point. And over the
Indeed.
Dragon Egg, I say with big air quotes. Since you succeeded in safely retrieving the Wyvern's egg, I say correcting him.
I hope this is of use in your
Though it may not
investigation.
be much, I have a reward for your valiant efforts. 2,500. Okay, this should level us. Yeah, generally a quest like this will be a lot of levels. So this is really good. I think I should always be there in the plot-related XP, and other characters other than me should probably get the pub requests. Because the faster I get to Holy Gift, the more unfair this team becomes. Because hopefully, ideally, I'll just end up spreading it to everybody. Oh yes, before I forget, there's someone I'd like you all to meet. He is the Lord Vizel, chieftain of the Rada and leader of Etria. The chieftain wishes to speak with promising adventurers like yourselves about the forest. Wait one moment, please.
We meet for the first time. I am Vizel, chieftain of the Rada.
See, he already knows we're the best, chat. He's already addressing us by our title.
I protect Etria and promote exploration of the forest.
Oh, this voice line is not included. I wanted to personally thank you for your successful forays into the labyrinth. Now, as I'm sure you'll be exploring the place further, I have a point of advice to impart to you. The road leading further into the labyrinth is hidden near the Wyvern. Yeah, I know that. I was looking for that, you jerk. So adventurers in ancient times who went deeper into the labyrinth than we do now. Oh, so said adventurers. Lately, only a few explorers dare go below the 8th floor. I have high hopes that you'll be the ones to reopen the way to the lower floors.
Well then,
Now then, if you'll excuse me, I'll look forward to speaking with you another day. Glad you were finally able to meet the chieftain. We're all very devoted to him, and we work with him to further develop this town.
The chieftain only has time to meet with the bravest of explorers, you know. It's a sign that you've become exemplary adventurers.
We are relying on your strength.
Keep up the good work. New destination has been marked. I know, game. I tried going there. You denied me. I knew too much.
Well then, I bid you good luck.
Betrayed by the meta knowledge. Anyway, let's go sell our items. Oh, I forgot we took the bone flail quest. Oh, so you took one of my jobs. For this one, I need a broken wing. Make it a self-defense weapon for those who want to fight back the back line. Everybody needs some way to keep their stress low, ain't that right? So for the broken wing, maybe I need a bash item and I have to bash the wasps? Maybe that's what their alternate item is, chat? In the meantime, we can sell these. Also, chat, that's a lot of money.
Thanks, I got some new goods. Good.
Ooh, rare sword. Love to see it.
Came for?
Oh my. That's an attack increase. That is a big attack increase. So that's the importance of having Chop, by the way. Look at how much more powerful this is compared to what I can get normally. Like, I could barely get to... I can't even get this one yet. It requires 64. This one's 20 health, 10 TP, 79. So this makes Reen really, really tanky. I might just straight up buy this. Unless there's something else I'm, like, really desperately needing. And honestly, I'm also thinking of getting a bow for try, because it's kind of free damage, honestly. I mean, tech score being up is good and all, but more often than not, we're auto-attacking. You know what? I'm going to splurge for the chat.
Here you go.
We're going to equip that for Reen. Speaking of which, we can play with Reen next time. Level him up a bit more, now that we're going to be revisiting places. Fire resistance hat. Actually interesting. I might put that on myself, actually. I'm not using anything else too interesting. Do we have anything else we could put, though? Really? Yeah, I love that we have damage and speed up for our other characters. As I said before, we're more purchasing the agility ups more than anything else.
Thanks, right to business.
I think I'm kind of happy with how they are. I think the next boss might be fire. I'm trying to think about it. It's been a while since we played. I know we're not quite at like the sea area. Oh no, well, I'm sorry, I should take that back. I think we are coming up to a sea area, but it's not the one where we go on leaf boats, so think about it. I imagine we'll need a lot of lightning, from what I recall.
Hey there.
I think other than that, chat, we have all these other quests we could do eventually.
Yeah, what which one are you interested in?
I guess we'll accept this one now, for future.
That one.
Decided to take the request, have you? The Explorers Guild periodically issues trials like this to help train adventurers. This is a difficult challenge, but it's the perfect test for your skills. The challenge will start on the 8th floor sometime between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. Good luck. Okay, so we have to be there at a specific time.
Ah, it's you.
Yeah, why don't we reorganize a little bit?
What'll it be? Keep it quick. What were you thinking?
Although, see, the problem is, like, I think we do need... It's like, I want to use Reen.
Think this through.
But, like, this floor is terrible for Slash. I think I want to try using him in the next area. Feel really bad. I want to do Reen Emma for sure in the next area. Because I think there are things that are weaker to Slash. But this area is so good for Axe. Well, I guess Axe and Sword are the... Actually, it shouldn't matter. I guess Reen would also be fine here. I take that back. Let's get Reen in here. We haven't seen him in a while. I'll put myself in here. Well, am I really needed? No, I'm gonna hold on putting me in for now. That's kind of an instinct. I have Granite Knight, because Granite Knight heals. There's really no reason not to put him in here. To choose between Chris and Kirk, I think. Try, I think, is gonna cover our damage extremely well, and I think Shaky is just gonna keep the team really safe. Do I want Emma is the question. If I'm gonna fight an FOE, I think I need this. I could try this team out.
All right, hold on a second.
Arena's still level 9.
However, he's about to get a really big boost in damage. Chat, look at his stats before and after this weapon, by the way. Like, it is so good that we randomly got this. So there is a purpose to getting good mining materials, and unfortunately we've been delaying that. But I think it's all good still. Ooh, she's just using Targe still? Ooh. Can we not give her anything else?
See you around.
We not have, like, boots? Go check real quick,
Welcome
John.
back. Item storage then?
I feel like at this point we should have something. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. Was I seeing that right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Not what I wanted. The Try's weapon is 1 tech 5 TP. So I just lose 5 TP, but Try gets another, what is it, 28 in damage? Wow. Try's actually not a bad melee character now, chat. We did it. Mission accomplished, chat. Try can now function without TP, thanks to the bow that gives TP.
Item storage then?
That seems fair. I probably want one of these from one of the other characters.
Is this what you wanted?
Real quick.
Here you are.
Ours is universal. Is there something the Hexer could wear, like agility up, or do I really only have the hand-me-downs like these?
Here you are.
I mean, that's technically better than nothing, but it's still not good. I mean, if all we're looking for is defense, this is technically an increase. I guess I will do it. Agility's okay. I mean, kind of brutal. I wish I had something else for her. See, this is where, like, I probably should have bought some accessories. The regret is real, chat.
Very well, very well, very well, very well. I'll look after the item storage then?
This is okay. I don't need these materials. I'll just sell them as is then.
Is this what you wanted? Here you are. Is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted? Here you are.
Yeah, let's get rid of these
Is this
then.
what you wanted? Is this what you wanted?
So I think us being able to sell this might be more useful in the long run.
Hello? What you got for me? Thanks.
There we go.
Is that all you came for?
I think we could get Emma, accessory-wise. 30 health and 3 strength. That's actually kind of crazy. I kind of like that on Reen, potentially, actually. Especially if it's over Hide Hat. Yeah, like, I barely lose anything. I think that's a great trade for me, actually. 30 health is a lot, chat.
There you go.
We're going, like, pure strength build, but there's really no downside to that. I mean, I'm also at the point where, honestly, even Shaky could probably use this, and it would be better than what he's using. Leaf Cape is kind of interesting from a defensive standpoint, so if I want that on back row, I could do that. Yeah, if I get rid of the Targe, yeah, let's do that.
There you go.
Now Emma's actually surprisingly tanky. Like, she's at 89 health due to this. So honestly, I'm kind of thinking about buying more of these. I want, like, some defense for the person that gets hit a lot. But for other characters that are not going to be focused, like, there's really no reason not to take this. Like, 40 health on Try? That's crazy. Look at that, chat. That's actually insane. TP agility up. Ooh. Agility up is always fun. Act 3. Yeah, Hide Belt was really good, but the other one is kind of crazy. I could just focus on Try's damage, or I could make him super unkillable. Tough call, chat. That is actually a tough call. Yeah, sadly, the Leaf Cape is actually better than his shield. I don't know why that is. I guess I will go with Leaf Cape, because the worst comes to worst, I just replace it later. Now Tri has an insane amount of health. Like 110 health, he has more health than Reen does. Like honestly, Tri can just go in the front line at this point. Speaking of which, Tri, we need you with more TP. Ooh, Shaky's been racking some points up. Let's get that preemptive strike rate up. Stalker lowers the encounter rate. Maybe we'll take that. We'll go for Predator first, though. The less often they go, the better, chat. You know what? I was thinking about stopping, but I think I might go slightly longer. Also, I just realized I don't even have shield mastery, so there's no point to even using a shield. That's also kind of sad. I'm not using, like, their iconic thing. And we got one less rank in prayer, chat, then I'm gonna just pump HP up. So our general health regen is kind of crazy. Reen now sitting at a decent 92. Not like super broken or anything, but appreciated. HP every turn? Yes, please.
Over here, please.
Rare breed up? Okay, I mean, I want experience. Let's see if we can equip Reen with something. I don't remember what he has. He has Take and Parry. Interesting. Whoa! Look at how many slots are on this thing, chat. Breath, Slantwise Cut, Indomitable Cry. Huh. The gift. I wish we had a better holy gift. Rare 3 is okay. Any other crazy things there? See, I don't want to do anything that required... Like, I think Reen's kind of fine as is. Like, honestly, I wish he could get the HP up. Like, that's what I want more than anything else, but we didn't get it yet. I mean, I could just kind of take this. And then... Well, no, I can't do that. I have to do something else. Put him on, like, Holy Gift or something. Let's merge that stone into something useful. So the base will be this one. A crit, breath, slantwise, quad. So he doesn't need most of those. Breath might be okay if he's able to take it. Yeah, breath will allow him to have a healing skill. Don't think I need Indomitable Cry. We'll probably get rid of that one. We'll merge it with the one that had the take. Wherever it is. Yeah, wherever it is. There it is. And we'll use this one with the basic crit. Do something like take, crit, breath, because that's free healing. And then we'll take Slantwise Cut. Actually, I could end up using this. So, I don't have any stances yet with Reen, so this is just kind of free TP usage for damage.
Will this do?
So he doesn't even have Slantwise Cut yet, by the way, chat. So he's got crit up, breath, so he's got a healing skill. So Reen's able to kind of heal the front line, which is actually really useful.
Please, take it.
So that, you know, that was kind of fortunate, chat. We got kind of lucky there, I'm not gonna lie.
I'll get them ready.
Emma, I think, was set up with TP up, right? Yep. I'll leave it as is. I'm not in a rush to create the perfect stones yet.
Welcome to the room. Very well. Is there anything else I can help you with? Sign in over here, please.
So yeah, let's explore a little bit, and then maybe we'll try to get revenge. What else do we need to kill? Petaloids. He doesn't want anything, I don't think.
Hey there. How goes the job?
I need to smash it. So as I said before, we might need bash damage. But we'll see. I still don't remember what this guy wanted.
Now, what'll it be?
I think he wanted flowers or something. I want to talk to him again.
Ah, it's you.
I've sold some of them, but I kept a few. Oh, he wants mid leaves.
See you around.
Ugh, gross. Right, chat? Gross.
Welcome back. Have a safe
I think I need
trip.
anything from there. You know what I'm gonna do?
Hey there.
Let's check the gather info. Okay, nothing there.
Now,
Come again, kiddos.
We have everything I think we need, and I believe at this point, what else could I do? I could try the 5-day challenge with this team. It'd probably be okay. I have staff damage with the Hexer. It'd just be really, really hard to get the kill with that kind of staff. I don't know. I mean, again, Try is 110 health, which is completely insane. To me, that item is actually crazy. But our goal is to eventually get Severing Slash maxed. That way we could just cause it to activate and potentially insta-kill everything. Then we'll focus on crit, then we'll focus on attack. So he's really good at potentially adding a lot of damage here. We'll do HP up and then probably breath at some point. And he definitely needs a stance. I should probably give him Katana Mastery at some point. But I'm just trying to think if there was anything else we needed to do other than the Petaloids. I'm gonna double check everything. And Petaloids. Oh. 8-day challenge, Dying Flower. Petals, smash. Okay. We might have to come back with the team to finish one of the other quests. But I think what we could do is we could get the staircase there. That could be useful for us. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we should do before we ascend. Oh, we should go to the first floor just to get boosts. That makes sense. Fortunately, I think I entered the dungeon at the wrong time. I think they said it's between 7 and 10 a.m. 167, that's crazy. Actually, these enemies are so easy and we kill them so fast. It's actually better for us to take a harder floor. Oh, a scythe guy. Can we beat that without Chris? Question mark? Maybe? Suppose I should try to find out our limits. If not, we'll just leave. Not weak to anything in particular. Do multi-shot, and we'll sap his attack power. I mean, the health per turn is definitely helping. In fact, I think we're just gonna go straight up attack and see how much damage we do. Wow. Yeah, we are straight bullying the Reaper. Keep in mind, Reen's only level 9. The fact that he's even able to do that much damage is kind of silly. Anyway, let's just continue to improve this. The faster I can get cheesy kills, the happier I'll be, chat. So we are more than capable of dealing with that. Reen got slightly better stats. Oh, that poor deer, chat. They're coming to murder you. Oh, I wonder if Fenrir's back. Although we don't have poison, so that boss fight will probably take a while. Oh, the insta-kill activated, but he was immune. Shame. Weak to lightning. Got bad news for you, right, chat? Ooh, disabling shot. Stop it from using its main skill. And we sealed it. Wow. This is actually unfair, chat. Wow. You know our team is strong when ... insert murdering him without him ever damaging us. Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good about our team, chat. I don't know about you. Feel like I could venture upwards a little higher. What do you think? Oh, hey, look, it's just this enemy. Oh, because he doesn't have the skill, it can't be raised. Aw, I can't get a free skill that way. It's a no breath skill. What is your weakness even? Oh, it's fire? Oh, I got some bad news for you, buddy. Wow. Chat, that is so one-sided. Well, we'll go kill some FOEs real quick. I mean, we got scavenge up, so we're getting their rare materials more easily, thanks to Try. Do I even need to do anything other than auto battle? This team is really strong. No, the answer is no, chat. Try leveled again. That just feels spiteful. I mean, try doesn't need it. I mean, come on. Now he's got even more TP. He's gonna get focused, so he's gonna start regenning TP on his own. What do you even say to this, chat? What a team. Hopefully we can start unlocking some areas now. So the bear is still probably a bit difficult, unless I were to improve our debuffs. Wow, I didn't get what I was looking for. It sucks. Let's see how much damage we do. I just like mostly auto battle. Ooh, not enough to kill on our own. That's unfortunate. We're very close though. Nice. As I said before, prayer is going to keep us basically alive, as will the HP per turn. So, I'm looking to see if there was another shortcut I could have unlocked. So far, I'm really not seeing any, which is kind of disappointing. Oh, the shiny. There's the rare breed up. I'd like you to die. Right, chat? Just perish. Oh, we'll shaky shoot him down with the multi-shot. Should be good. Oh, he actually fled on the first turn? Wow. Unlucky, chat. Unlucky. It is so rare for the rare enemy to leave on the first turn. I forgot that could even happen. Disappointing. Do not agree, chat. Well, anyway, this team is looking pretty good. Killing the bears is probably going to need a specific setup, though. Staggering word, nice. And staggering word caused them to not even have a turn. So the Hexer not even needing to attack at all, just literally took away the enemy's turn. Love to see it, chat. So between the preemptive strikes of Shaky, the staggering word, stopping them from normal strikes, and Reen's insta-kill, it should be very interesting to see what the enemy can even do about it. So I think we need a crystal, I think, to get to the other side. Kind of unfortunate. Just trying to think if there's any way I can map it differently, just to see it. No, like, I think I am forced to skip this one. That feels so bad. Feels so bad. Oh, unless is it just because I haven't marked it with the staircase? Is it being finicky with me? Because you need to clear, like, about as much as I've done. I just want to make sure. Not something silly, like, I missed that one tile, right? Okay. I wanted to know, Chad. I wanted to know. Like what I think is new. Yeah. Received that before. Poor Reen, he still cannot use any skills. Maybe we'll teach him something real quick. Think about it. Ooh, attack down. Team's looking pretty good, chat. The higher Reen levels, the more likely the insta-kill will occur, as a reminder. Oh, we got Broken Wing there. Oh, Broken Wing's from the Firebird, not the bee. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. I think with our health regen, I don't know if they could kill us. To be honest with you, Chad, I think this is the auto-attack team of the gods. Being leveled again, nice. So again, just making it more likely for him to trigger the insta-kill. And speaking of trigger the insta-kill, chat, here it comes. Even if it's just 1%. You know what, if there's just one encounter I can end instantly, I'll take it, especially with prayer. Let's go this way. Try not to get hit, though. Easy. It's off by one spot. Move this around. Oops. Not what I wanted to do. Well, I guess we're exploring because I missed the deadline for the challenge. And the other FOEs were too easy. Let's proceed, chat. We have a little bit of motorway. So I did remember correctly, it was behind here. But I also remember the staircase being hard to find. Oh, hello. Let's kill you. Are you weak to fire? I assumed you were. Ooh, splash damage. Die everything. We're gonna even boost a multi-shot. And let's lower their defense. Why not, chat? Just lower it. Wow, fight over. Marine leveled, Emma leveled. They're doing pretty good. See that, chat? It's all about finding the right opportunity to use the characters. So now that we got that ridiculously strong sword, might as well use them, right, chat? Might as well as. The staggering word is done. I don't really need anything else there. I guess we'll level Curse Mastery. That way, technically, I could do more things here. Maybe we'll make her a little different than Ping. I do think Petrify is ridiculously good. Travel through the forest for the next 5 days. You'll not be able to leave the dim labyrinth. Oh, I got trolled. Chad, it turned to 7 o'clock right as I got to the exit. I got wrecked. I just wanted to leave. 5 days until quest completion. Get wrecked, noob. Damn, chat. Destroyed. Oh, I was right there, chat. Oh, that's gonna take us forever to get through this. I mean, fortunately, our team has a lot of health regen. And we have a lot of auto attack damage. Yeah, that was like the worst timing. That was very funny, though. They got me. They got me. So I guess we're leveling here for a bit, chat. It's kind of an awkward floor to do the battle in, I must say. It's 5 days that's gonna take forever here. Oh, hello. We're gonna be here a while, chat. The weak to lightning, huh? Perish. I could technically try to sleep him, I guess. It missed, but I'm not really surprised. Again, that health regen, super crucial. Another iron shell. No broken wing though, which kind of sucks. See, this is where the encounter rate down would have been amazing, because then I just walk in a circle. Ooh, first strike. Love to see it, chat. I'll power shot the back row. Hopefully I can kill it with Try. We'll even lower their defense just to improve the odds. Or, oh, never mind, they're dead already. Unneeded. Wow. Reen is hitting like a truck, chat. Can we talk about that? Again, just the higher it is. It's not beneficial for him. Like, if you're looking for, like, actual damage, obviously this is not the way to go. But I'm looking for cheese. And listen, if we can start insta-killing these fights, I would appreciate it. Unfortunately, chat, we are locked in for a while. We got trolled by the game. Well, I guess I could always still technically try to leave. Especially we see what happens. I don't mind fighting here a little bit more, but I would like to make some progress. Wow, shaky level 20. I kind of want to come back when I could just skip encounters, because it'll be faster. Get more Predator. Yeah, let's see if they get mad. So I can allegedly still leave. Yeah, like, just look at it this way, chat. Like, we are not near anything. Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. God, if I just like... Oh no. Did you see what they did, chat? Did you see what mistake they just made? I hope chat saw it. Okay. We're doing it, chat. We're breaking out the cheese. Are you ready? Oh, not what I wanted. See if you could guess what I'm trying to do. Let me fix the color, because I didn't mean to grab that. And have a nice little happy journey here, chat. Oh, do I need to paintbrush it? Is that why it's being weird with me? Oh no, I did the copy tool. Oh, chat will understand soon if you don't understand what just happened. So chat, our goal is to survive the dungeon for 5 days, right? So, what if there was a room where there were no encounters, and time still passed while you're inside it? Wouldn't that just be so unfortunate if they left that in the game for me to use? They wouldn't do that though, would they, chat? Here we go. Hope you enjoy spinning in circles. We got some time to pass. So chat, what do you want to talk about? We got like 10 minutes. See, chat, this is the marvel of auto-pathing. We just complete the quest for free. I mean, we didn't leave floor 8 according to what the game wants. I mean, this is technically true. I can break it up every now and then. We could get into some fights, but we could talk about some things. Listen, chat, all the exploits. Listen, I'm just using the game to its fullest potential. So I chose the widest path that I could find that involved very few number of turns. The more times you go forward without turning, the faster it is, because turning wastes a lot of time. Yeah, we're just having little happy field trips in a circle. The Wyvern's just very confused and firing at us constantly. Listen, chat, it's not my fault they didn't think about this. Anyway, we're gonna hold the fast forward button. Well, I guess if we're talking about unrelated news, because I don't really have anything to say about Etrian. I was mostly just looking to get to the staircase, and that would more or less be the end of the stream. But it's now being extended by like another 20 minutes. The Wyvern really wants us dead. I will say that we've been working on a Castlevania Symphony of the Night mod, and it is pretty close to testing. Like, as in, I'm almost ready to show it on stream. I managed to perform every single update that I was looking to do. There's still a lot of bugs to go through because it was a really, really massive internal change. Most of the functionality should still technically be the same, just some balance tweaks. But the way it's handled is very different comparatively. So we'll be seeing that. I think I reserved Thursday for that, chat. So I'll try to make sure that that gets recorded on YouTube. Because I've been very, unfortunately, forgetting to record when I'm talking about some of the updates. And I feel YouTube would probably want some updates. And I'm not going to include this as the YouTube update, because why would people go to Etrian Odyssey for the Symphony of the Night update? I just figure for people that happen to be coincidentally interested and happen to be listening in on the stream, we'll be doing a bit of that, and probably some beta testing. We'll open it up to beta testers on Sunday. So the goal is to find issues with the way the temporary stats work, because I expect there to be a lot. And other than that, no additional code. It'll be mostly, to my imagination or expectations, it would be probably issues with item names. Honestly, mostly item names and the temporary stats. I think everything else should just work. But we'll discuss what makes sense for things like the command labels. See how that goes. Also, I totally did not pay attention to what day we started on. I probably should have taken a look. We're having a nice little jaunty slide through there. Oh, I forgot to assign that again. Dang, I can't look at the map the way I want to. Now let's pause for a second. Take inventory. Okay, we're at 28. Okay, anyway, back to talking. Essentially, I guess after this, we could potentially do another Etrian game. I think the second game has a bit more variety. Dawn of the first day, the trial's only just begun. Okay, I'm glad the game is keeping track. That makes it a bit easier for me, chat. But I'm thinking what we'll end up doing is probably continuing through Etrian, and then after that, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll do something like a Radiant Historia. Because I feel like this game is not very plot-based, it's more about experiencing the game as we walk in a giant circle, just to show off how silly this is. One down, yeah, there's a lot of them. I don't think we'll do all of them. I'll mostly just stick to some of the 3DS ones. Even then, I think I'll take a break in between. Because I don't want chat to be burned out with Etrian. Especially when you have riveting gameplay like this of running in circles while completing the quest. Not exactly the best. I probably should have done this off stream, but hey, at least we get to see what the quest is like, I suppose, just this one time. Yeah, we'll be seeing in the later games how the mechanics get more complicated. So this game, for example, is very straightforward with the force effect, where force effect just levels the skill by 5. Force effects in other games are more associated with the class. So for example, if I do a force effect with a protector, it causes me to become immune to damage for 1 turn for all party members. So it acts more like a limit break in what would be more like a traditional Final Fantasy than it does here, where it's just a simple level boost. There's always going to be refactoring of skills, and classes will be very, very random. Like, for example, I think in Etrian Odyssey 3, there are pirates, if I'm not mistaken. So it really just depends on the setting as to what character classes you get. But yes, chat, this is very silly. I don't know what they were thinking with this. But also, 5 days, really? Like, what else were they expecting you to do to pass the time for 5 days? Gotta shake your heads on this one, chat. On the plus side, the boss has probably respawned from the first Stratum. Because he respawns, I think, every 14 days, and this is a forced 5-day advancement. Very, very silly, chat. Oh yeah, can you imagine if I had to do combat the entire time? How insane that would be. Can you imagine, chat? It would be such a slog. Because I don't like to grind. Like, I'll do a little bit of fighting on the way there, or if I'm exploring, I don't mind fighting on the way there. But the key words are on the way there. Like, when we're just waiting for time to pass like this, or arbitrarily trying to hit a certain level, that's usually when I'm not so much into the games. So, fortunately, I believe quests like this will not exist in the future games. So that'll be nice. We will not have to auto-path in circles until the game gets up. I do kind of remember this occurring in a couple different areas, so this isn't going to be the only challenge we do. Although we have to make sure that when we do it next time, we'll bring in the Troubadour so he could just not fight anything for, like, ever. So we'll be leveling his encounter evasion skills. Oh my gosh, chat, how are there still 4 more days? That is crazy. Like, we're going really fast time-wise, too. So unfortunate. As I said before, I'll take little breaks so that way chat's sanity is restored. You know, just get to see me walking in circles the whole time. So we'll have a quick little fight out here. We need more broken wings anyway. I guess I might as well try to get the broken wings. We needed how many? 3? Oh, rare enemy. Cool. Perish. Did he really make me miss? That sucks. He's probably gonna get away now, because I missed every single hit. It's actually terrible. He's probably gonna... Yeah. What a waste of time. Oh my gosh, the blinds though. Stop it. Uh-oh, Green's almost dead. Better actually heal him. Actually, Green better just straight up defend, because I think he'll die if he gets hit again. Try this again, chat. Better. Okay, now I can just auto-attack. We're good. We got Dark Grimoire on that enemy? What are we even gonna get? The blind skill? I don't think I'm interested in that, chat. Not at all. Yeah, I wish there was just a bigger area to fight in. You know what I mean? Like, even if we were just walking in circles and getting into encounters, it wouldn't be completely horrible. But it's like such a small area. Like, I don't know why they chose this floor, other than the no encounter BS. Very silly, chat. There's like better floors we could have done this challenge on. Dang, we still think of what we needed. Brutal. So it's actually kind of fast to do the left to right. It just requires more manual intervention. Oh, multiple Firebirds. That's convenient. Oh, I did actually blend them. Nice. Okay, Emma's still leveling. Not bad. As I said before, I'm not entirely sure what I want to have Emma do when she's not just cheesing things with Staggering Word. Honestly, the answer might be nothing. She might just be fine as is. I mean, if I really want to, I can make her have Luring Whisper, I guess. Lowered defense this turn. Leave it as is for now. Well, something tells me Rena's gonna catch up in levels, chat. Something tells me. I love that we're so strong. I don't even need to use elements at all. Like, we'll just get there naturally. Nice, another broken wing. This said before, we do need that for things, apparently. That is on the list. Yeah, our little side shuffle here, because we don't go through the turning animation. It's a lot of time. Oh, we got a free stun. Nice. Yeah, this team is cheesy. Your thoughts, chat? You like me just taking their turn away? We call that the inverse of From the New World, Shadow Hearts, chat. It's only my turn now. Ooh, I like this group of enemies. Let's burn them. Well, I'm willing to just fire shots out there. Who cares? Worth it. Worth it for manual control. That saves so much time. Green leveled, so again, the more he levels, the more likely it is to activate. Even if it's a 1% chance, chat, I will take it. Anything that speeds up encounters, take it. So it's already going to activate more often, and when it does, it has a better chance of insta-kill. There's people that, actually, we didn't talk about this. This is a good thing to talk about. So the game, I think, gives decent descriptions for what skills do. The problem is that, sometimes you kind of need more details. So, like, it does, like, the general up arrows for what a skill actually does. But a lot of the times, the description is actually not entirely accurate when people data mine it. Or it doesn't give you a good indication of, like, if it's worth doing. Like, a good example is, like, if your affliction rate goes up from Curse Mastery, right? And you have affliction rate going up from the Petrify Touch, how do you know which one is better to level first if all you want to do is increase your Petrify chance? Like, is it better to focus on Petrify for that? Like, because the way it levels is not static, just so chat is aware. Like, sometimes it's +3, sometimes it's +2, and it scales downwards. Sometimes they have scaling upwards, even though they use the same icon. So it is not as straightforward as you think it would be, unfortunately. I mean, do I need it in order to win? Not necessarily, but it would save time. Like, knowing how things like the ailments work, there's not really a good system for that. Like, you just kind of have to figure it out or look at sources online for it, which has been unfortunate. Also, we killed that rare enemy so easy. That was actually unfair. I hope you witnessed that, chat. He got stunned from Staggering Words, so he didn't get a turn. Apparently, we can stun the rare breeds, which is kind of unfair. Nice. Taking a little damage there, but again, we have health regen. Who cares? Poison there kind of sucks, but we should still be fine. broken wings. You love to see it, chat. Also, I love that Shaky went from like 10 health to 42. Oh, prayer, max rank. You're so silly in encounters like this. So we have a pretty solid grind team. We can kind of sub out who the front line is based off of the floor, I suppose. Wow, we stunned both of them. So unfair. There we go. I had a feeling they'd do the right thing. Again, we're just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Oh, we actually ran out of room. That's crazy. What should I get? Oh, we have so many broken wings. Hello. Don't need that many. A bit unfortunate, really. We actually capped on items almost instantly. What a shame, chat. And like, I could use the Medica just to give us more room. I'm not opposed to that idea. Oh, I left the Targe here. So we're getting rid of these. I'm not holding these. That is definitely a waste of space. Oh, what a close call. What to do here, chat. I'll get rid of some sticky goo. Money from it. Yeah, so unfortunate. But hey, we got all the broken wings we need, apparently. Oh, preemptive strike and a stun? Chat, we're getting spoiled. Yeah, this team is basically unkillable. So we are probably... The level 21 characters are definitely, I would say, probably a level above, if not 2 levels above where we should be. So I feel like you could probably come in here, like, the lowest I'd probably do it is probably, like, 13. Comfort zone would probably be 15 or 16. Like, Reen is, like, the minimum level I would take. And the reason it's easy for him to do it is because he's just got such good gear that his level doesn't matter. Just have so much passive regen, chat. What can they even do? Oh, wow. A lot of levels. Actually, does that mean Granite Knight is done now? Like, he served the purpose of maxing prayer, so I guess we just max HP up. Sure, chat. More unkillable. Oh, Try's about to potentially get focused now. As you know, I was running out of TP, I guess. Oh, I could raise alchemy, I guess, if I really want money. But I shouldn't focus too hard on money, because it's not super hard to get later. I could still try to unlock Stoning Curse. I mean, Stoning Curse is really good. I just might not take Relapse Curse. Maybe that's what I'll do. Something like that. Something like that, chat. I should feel free to basically get rid of all of this. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm just gonna get rid of these Medicas. We can always purchase them later. Hide Hat. Don't really care. We'll get rid of that. Like, the materials we pick up are worth at least 30. So it's still better to have a material than not. And then we could still jump those later, so it doesn't matter. That is a lot of damage. As long as we don't get, like, triple poison here, we'll be fine. How did that not kill? That's actually crazy that it didn't kill. We'll take one more turn to kill. Nice, re-leveling, increasing that insta-kill chance, chat. Here it comes. Again, even if it's only 10%, I will take it. If all we're looking to do is pass time, We've seen it activate on an FOE, but the FOE was immune. Can you imagine if it could kill, though? Another rare breed. Well, I guess I'm gonna do my best to kill it for experience. On the plus side, the rare breed actually gives pretty great XP overall. That was a lot of damage. And Reen's sitting at a very, very comfortable 110 health. Much better than the 99 he came in with, chat. You'd love to see it. I don't really care what they do. I'll let them split the attack. I don't know why it canceled auto. I'm like, just keep autoing. I don't care. Oh man, chat. Could you imagine if they had Holy Gift here? How stupid this XP would be? One day, chat. One day I'll gift them the Holy Gift. This could be a problem. Oh, there's sleep ones, not poison. Oh, we're good then. I don't care. If it was poison, I'm like, oh, they legit could kill us. But nope. We're actually just regenning health on them. They physically are not able to win anymore. One day, chat. Yeah, the dream for sure is to fight the rare breeds like we're doing now, because they improve the odds of getting the Grimoire Stone. So we would transfer things like Kirk's passive ability, what is it, the third recharge or whatever it's called, and then the Holy Gift. Just makes life so easy. Yeah, like look at our chat, look at our TP totals. Like that should show you how unfair this is. Like I'm not even using TP anymore. Just silly. So we're very much over leveled. At this point, if we were not maxed on items, I would just continue with the story. But I think I do want to break. We have been going for quite some time. I'll go until, let's say, how close is Reen to leveling? 1,000. We'll go till Reen levels one more time. Then we'll just go back to auto path. I figured we could break up the monotony a little bit. Also, the more health Reen has, the more he regens from the meal, it seems. That seems fair. Yeah, Shaky's about to level yet again. So Shaky's first strike capability should be extremely high. And this is a team that can easily kill 1.5 monsters with just autos every turn. Staggering worded every single one of them. Emma putting in the work, chat. Don't even need to use spells. We're just winning that hard. It doesn't matter. It dodged while stunned? That's even possible? That doesn't seem fair. We're right. Well, that was actually a lot more experience than I was expecting. So maybe we'll go a little further then, level-wise. Chat, look at the preemptive rate. He's gonna deny them a turn. Getting act first on Shaky isn't terrible, but he needs more like a damage up. Apparently, I didn't even. Oh come on! Right, chat. Come on, give him a break. It's just as mean now. They're not gonna get a turn again, chat. So if we get the preemptive, we win instantly. If at any point we get the stagger, we win instantly. So the team is starting to snowball. And again, we just keep leveling Severing Slash over and over and over, and it should start activating now. Because he should be matching the monster levels, I would imagine. Like, I would say prior to level 14, probably not. Oh, there we go! Yo, did you see that, chat? Fight over! Oh no, chat, the spiral's happening. He hit the level threshold where he's starting to activate it. Oh no. They can't even do anything anymore, chat. It's over. Snowball has begun. Oh, it won't let me do it on the rare breed. Well, you know what? Too bad. So yeah, if chat is not aware, the Severing Slash is all enemies potentially can just die at the start of the encounter. That's fair, right, chat? Actually hoping we don't kill it there. I was about to say, I'll get more health back that way. I'm not getting the last second level up. Super good for us, actually. Again, we're getting a little bit of money every time we do that, so it's not terrible. Level madness. As I said before, we might just try to default her for Stone and Curse. extremely fair. Yeah, I think instead of going for the relapse, we'll go for Petrify Max and Curse Mastery Max. But I'm going to make sure we at least unlock Petrify first. Wow. But as you can see, the enemies just physically can't damage us. We have enough raw armor that we could just kind of tank everything, and it doesn't matter. You know, it's kind of nice. Hey, we're almost on the 3rd day, chat. Actually going pretty quick. The side-to-side motion kind of makes up for some of the turning, but then this happens. Now, if only we could severing slash every time, right, chat? Is there a way for me to turn animations up higher? Let's find out, chat. I don't recall what I have it set to. It seems fast, but it could go faster. Let's take the opportunity, since that could be big for us. Oh, it could go faster? Chat, nod your head. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Listen, if I don't need to actually see what the enemy is doing, like right now I don't need to see what they're doing, we're gonna put it on the highest. I don't mind it being on fast, because I could read the text very quickly and generally understand what the enemy's doing. This is one of those scenarios where I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. They can't kill me. I'll just pause if they ever hit me for real damage. Yeah, let's save a little bit of time there. And that makes this a little faster, maybe, depending on how quickly I get encounters. So many crits, chat. Ooh. Green took some big damage there. Unfortunate, right at the end. I'm gonna go for the ice formula into boost, multi-shoot into... This could be a problem if Green dies here, actually. Oh, fortunately he didn't die. That was an actually unlucky series of events. He got struck and poisoned simultaneously. That did a lot of damage. To make sure Reen's back at full health. We're good. We had a brief scare, because that would have been actually atrocious. I gotta be careful here, depending on what happens here. I might take manual control. I'm gonna take manual control. Go for a nice party cure. And we're going to kill you. Again, Shaky's super good here. We're even gonna defense down them. Perfect. So yeah, I think Green is only like 1 or 2 levels away from basically triggering it like 1 in 4 fights. Because I do believe it keeps scaling the higher level he is compared to other enemies. So Stratum 1 would basically just be dead right now. If he fought anything, it would just trigger always. Yeah, depending on who they poison, I'll pay attention. Oh, it's just asleep people, I don't care. And we'll focus on Green's probably crit chance up. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. I mean, I guess it is worth doing this just to get XP, I guess. Getting a little bit of money every time I do it. Makes the rest of the game easier, because we're looking to pass time anyway. Oh, that damage is crazy. Easy kills. You can just auto this last guy. What can you do? Not by himself. But thankfully, Try is giving us money every time I discard. So Try is probably giving us at least like 700 in money at this rate, just from that one skill, even though it only is 1 point. Eventually, we should probably raise it, but I'd rather get some things like Focus first. Wow. Our damage is so consistent, chat. Kinda nasty. The shit level Reen finally. So I should expect to see quite a bit of insta-kill going forward. Like again, it's not gonna be like crazy odds, but it's now rank 8. Whether that's 1% up or 2%, I'm not really sure on the activation rate, but I'll take it over 0, chat. Oh, it's open for the muted word at least. Unfortunate. Oh Don't manually take control again. Yeah, I just feel like Try's ice damage is just so high right now. He's just a perfect counter to this line. We'll just auto. They should just die at this point. Gotta make the judgment calls. All that item going to waste, chat. What a shame. Okay, I think this is day 3 coming up right now. What a journey. On the plus side, potentially we can end up with severing /10 on something. Although the Grimoire needs to be a certain rarity in order for a high-level skill to appear. Probably will give us the message now. 2 days. Oof, so long, chat. We have so long. Oh. Annoying enough to hit both frontliners? How dare they, chat? Well, I'm gonna do boosted ice damage since that damage was insane. And we'll do boosted multi-shot because that's insane. I'll just regular attack. Green critting, that's insane. So yeah, at this point, Granite Knight is kind of unkillable. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. Like, the 130 health is how much I expected to have on, like, maybe if I went 2 health items, but he's already starting to catch up with the HP ups. Plus he's got healing, plus he's got prayer. So he is just scaling so well right now. It's kind of a shame he has to wear a shield, because I feel like we don't get better shields until much later in the game. Like, eventually they start having things like resistances on it. So that makes a bit more sense to use them over the other items. Unfortunately, we're not quite there. Yeah, just look at this, chat. 151 health. That's how much I think he had with the max health up. Very silly. I love that Try is at 100. He has as much health as Reen does. Try's equipment is dumb. Like, he's actually busted. I think I might be wrapping up the level ups. I think we've done enough. Well, actually, Try's pretty close to leveling. I might as well do one more. Anyway, one day we'll be allowed to leave chat, and then I can take the jump, and then I can immediately leave and go back. So close. So thank you, Try, for the scavenge ability. We would have been losing so much money there, and that would have been kind of frustrating. We're at 577. I feel like I was at 200 something when we entered here. Slowly getting money. Oh, well. Yeah, these enemies are barely even getting turns. That enemy's straight up dead. Yeah, he's not surviving the turn. Ooh. Yeah, see, the rare breeds just give so much base XP. I think that's one thing I should talk about, too. The rare breeds end up giving more XP than everything else, because I think they count as a higher level, and or there's some combination of a certain flat amount of XP that they have to give you. So even though normally those enemies don't give a lot, because it's the rare breed, it just gives you, like, bazillions of XP. It's kind of unfair whenever it happens, to be honest. Okay. We'll take focus so Try can just recover even more TP. Because he should basically always be at full health. So I guess we'll see how much he ends up recovering. We'll get into one fight just so we can see how much he recovers. I imagine just 1 TP at the moment, but it'll improve over time. Assuming the enemies will live this. So he's at 100. Okay, so it's just 1 TP at the moment. But it's still 1 TP, honestly. So that means his 5 costing spell is only 4. That's already pretty huge, because we recover, I think, 6 TP. They'll probably focus on scavenge. Wow. Oh no, chat. Wait, chat. The snowball's happening again. We insta-killed the rare breed. So it must not consider level to some extent, then. Well, here we go. That seemed fair. Yeah, we're gonna be maxing Stone Curse. If we have Emma cheese things, that would make me so happy. Yeah, those rare breeds are just worth so much XP though. So next time we'll have to give some more love to the other characters. So we'll probably have Ziggy in there again with Chris, Kirk. Go with the old classic crew. As I said before, I kind of want to get Prayer onto the other protector, mostly through a Grimoire. Okay, how close is everybody to leveling again? Green is really close. At this point, he's gonna max that skill, which is kind of silly. Oh well, chat. I guess we'll just keep going. As long as there's rare breeds, the pace of it is okay. Yes, Reen's insta-kill chance, chat, just keeps going higher and higher. Just think, it can already insta-kill the rare breeds. Now we're just improving its odds. So one more and it'll be maxed. Then we can focus on crit up. Because he's going to be auto-attacking a lot, as you can see. He'll be doing this pretty much the whole game. Staggering word, nice. Not bad. I'll go for one more. If it's not a rare breed, I'll just give up. But I think it was worth showcasing the damage. I mean, the fact that Reen's already at 9 out of 10 on this only skill I really care about. Oh, it's a rare breed. I guess I'll do one more after this then. Sure, chat. Let's see how much the ice damage does. Basically dead instantly. Love to see it. Yeah, like, again, that's just so much XP. I don't know, chat. It's addicting. It's definitely addicting for sure. To just watch that character just get ever closer. But yeah, now our kind of alternate party is pretty much on par with, if not better than the primary party we started with. Kind of silly. But hey, it's nice to have some options. I mean, somebody has to keep up with the crisp poison. Damage is silly. Wow. They didn't really get a turn. Okay. I think I've had enough. We're gonna just let them run in circles for a bit. Yeah, we have gotten all the levels in the world, chat. As I said before, it's really unfortunate that we have to do that turning animation. It's basically like every turn is itself a move, but it doesn't advance time to do so. We do lose a bit of time whenever we round a corner, but nothing we could really do about that. I don't think there's a longer spot I can walk in, because it has to be an uninterrupted double line, which is kind of hard to do. But yeah, we're gonna complete the challenge, and then I think we'll just take that staircase and pray we could just leave. If any enemy is foolish enough to stop us, our team is way over leveled at this point. We still have Anne for bosses. Like, her parry is still going to be extremely, extremely good, as will her front guard. But for just casual encounters like this, we have the ultimate casual protector. Constant health regen, TP restore, high health. Don't need special skills, can just auto battle. Ideally, we'll end up getting attack up and double strike on all the frontliners, because I'm going to be doing a lot of auto battles, I think, towards the end of the game. But hopefully this is the last really big stretch of grinding needed to clear outside of the next trial. I'm mostly just looking to Trailblaze, so expect to see more Ziggy, I think, next time. Just to make sure we get to those stairs. We gotta make up for how long this one section was. For sure. But I think overall it was nice to show off the different classes. The only downside to going with classic mode, as I said before, we don't get to see the new characters. Because they have 2 specific classes that are normally from other games included, but the downside is you can't name the characters. And I also think you have trouble recruiting extra characters. Like, you have to play with the story characters until you beat the game. So it's a lot harder to balance those roles as needed. Whereas this one, we're kind of allowed to freeform. One more day after this chat. We're so close. In the meantime, we'll just spin in circles. But I think at this point, it's safe to say, I think all of our characters are basically as high up as they're gonna go for a while. So I can skip a lot of inventory stuff. In fact, I feel pretty safe at just pushing all the way to the next boss after this to make up for this quest. Yeah, I think the story's okay, but I know some people do like having story in the game. I just feel like when we play this game, it's usually the gameplay that's the appeal. Unfortunately, this is a little bit of a time waste, so I feel like the moments like these detract from the game, unfortunately. But what can you do, chat? I can only go in this one room over and over, thanks to the quest. I don't feel like starting over. I wish there was a way to stand still in advanced time, but I know they would never let that happen. Can you imagine, chat? Ultra Turbo. We just like veg out somewhere in the jungle. We don't bother dodging or moving. We're just like, duh, pretty tree. It's just for like 4 days straight. But that Wyvern really wants us bad, chat. At some point, we'll take a look. Maybe next time, because again, this session has gone on quite much longer than I was kind of hoping for. We'll take a look at how much damage the Wyvern does. We'll just reset when we lose. I don't feel like bothering with anything else.
Oh wow, look at the pretty butterfly.
Just so you can get a true appreciation for how strong that boss is compared to us. Even with our silly leveling, we still don't stand a chance. But yeah, really liking those accessories. I feel like in things like Etrian Mystery Dungeon, I didn't use the accessories often because the good ones were kind of hard to find. Whereas I feel in this one, you have like really easy, cheap accessories. Like they're not really rares, quote unquote. Like that 40 health, 5 defense one was actually really silly, as is the 30 health, 3 strength one, which is just amazing because I'm looking to be tanky and also just deal damage. It gives me everything I need. Like that's not an insignificant amount of damage. Like that's literally like buying a weapon upgrade, but it's an armor slot. And it looks like our base armor is high enough that we don't have to care. Kind of nice. And I feel like for the most part, we're in a good position. We have ice resist. Not gonna help us against the Wyvern. But maybe in the future it'll continue to help. But hey, at least we could say we played as almost everybody. We gave a lot of kudos, I guess, to Shaky. Shaky with the multi-shot has been very silly. His high-powered bow has been carrying a lot of the encounters, for sure. We have Chris with the ever silly and a completely unbalanced 747 Viper poison damage. But the rest of the party is now getting strong enough that I technically don't need it, as long as I have health regen. But Chris will always be there for bosses. And you bet, Chris, your character is being used for the upcoming boss. So, unfortunately, we still did not manage to get a 3rd charge from Kirk. So we're gonna have to play with more Kirk to hopefully get any rank of that ability on you immediately. Just pray. We're gonna pray for it, Chris. It's such a game changer for your character in particular. Like, just imagine for going from like 60% poison to even 70% or 75%. But then also you do more damage and also you can't miss it. Or essentially it's unmissable. 6 more game hours, chat. We're so close. The circles continue. I was thinking about how much I wanted to edit this, if at all, honestly. I feel for the people that want to hear what we're talking about. I feel like we're talking a bit more now, but maybe the other combat's boring. I haven't really decided, chat. Maybe it'll be a sub video. Figure it out, because this is going to be a very long video for sure. Oh boy, chat. I was thinking we had 5 or 10 more minutes of content, and that turned into 50 minutes. That is not what I was expecting. Hello, Butterfly. 2 more game hours, chat, then we are free. Oh, we're gonna do 1 more circle, and then we're going to the staircase. Yeah, we're going to the staircase now, chat. We're doing it. We earned this. We earned this. Map to clear up. Now let's trick them to shoot over here. Okay, we survived. Nice. We're out of here, chat. Nope. What a big dummy. Please don't more encounters. Please let this actually jump me. Yes! Okay. Oh my gosh. We'll spin in a circle, but we are not doing anything here. Like, goodbye. Right, chat? Oh no, we need to leave to use the warp. Oh my gosh, get me out of here. I'm bailing. Get me out of here. What a dungeon. Oh my gosh. Wait, what? Oh, the boss respawned. Oh, we were just thinking about that. That is so annoying. Do I really not? Oh my gosh. Oh, chat, shake your head. Well, we'll deal with the boss later. Yeah, let's return to Etria. Oh my gosh, please let us go back. I'm saving. I'm saving. I'm turning in the bazillion grimoire stones we have.
Come back here whenever you're tired.
And we're handing everything in. We're actually.
Next time you should buy
Hold on, this is not the team that should receive the experience.
Ah, it's you. Sure,
this team needs not more XP.
Ah, it's you. What were you thinking? Keep it quick. What'll it be? What were you thinking? Sure you think
Go for the
this
team
through.
for next time. I need to be in it. Chris should be in it. Kirk should be in it. I'll have Granted again, and ooh, who would be the good back row? Tricky chat. I just put Shaky for now, just to get better combat. Once I'm actually at the boss, I'll probably sub in somebody else. This is a pretty front-loaded team. I think I'm okay with that.
All right, hold on a second.
Although, actually, Granite doesn't need here for the levels. Guess we can level our old characters. Sadly, I think Ping is not the highest level character anymore. Like, in terms of... Like, he was for a while, because we use him everywhere, but... I mean, I could level Yentos, but it's always funny when we just leave him all the way to the end. It'll be the Etrian tradition, where he just sits there at level 1. It's accruing all that experience. I guess Rena's also okay, because he's still technically underleveled. Technically.
See you around.
We'll do something like this, chat. But oh my gosh, let me report the quest.
Hey there. How goes the job? Hey.
All that for a Nectar 2? That was not worth it. Chat, that is absolutely not worth it. Even if you give me 5 of those, it's still not worth it. Whole town is talking about how the best completed the challenge. Keep it up. That was... Oh, they're gonna make us throw something out? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm tilted. Alright, that's a decent amount of XP. Alright, let's just continue to level front guard. Brutal. Alright, let's hand in the Grimoire Stone. I thought I did that, but apparently not.
Let me have a look.
I was just so eager to
Hello,
save.
everyone. Won't you please accept this?
No, don't give me more items. Get out of here.
Item storage then?
Get that crap out of my inventory.
Very well. I'll look after these.
It's just a full
Very
revive,
well.
chap. Nothing we
I'll look
haven't seen
very
before.
well. I'll look after these.
We'll leave a Medica 2 in there, why
Very
not?
well. I'll get them ready.
Alright, we have gotten so many different things here, chat. Oh, Anne doesn't have a stone. Probably put her with some... Oh, party cure. Hello. That is actually super tempting. That is actually super tempting. Or just prayer 3. I'll take that over nothing, chat. Did we get any other interesting abilities at all, or are they just all crappy low levels? Apparently the answer to that, chat, is it is all crappy low levels. Wow, we had all those rare breeds and we only got like 4 stones. That's very silly.
I am at your service.
Okay, we get more max health. I guess we could do that for now.
I am at your service. I'm rather proud over here, please.
Double the level. Not useful, actually. But let's see, can she heal with that? No, she can't. That's annoying. I still have to unlock the base skill. Okay,
Very
then we'll
well.
switch it out
I'll
then.
get them ready.
Oh, no, she just got prayer. Out of curiosity, can I see if she's got prayer from that or no? I don't think I can. Yeah, parry will be good because a lot of enemies just physical attack, and this is better than a lot of the other options. But if I put the protector in the back row, I could technically have 3 characters in the front, and then they can receive reduced damage. There is a reason to put the protector in the back row, and it's just so characters like Reen are super damaging. Also, I just realized... Oh no, that's fine. This is not the efficient.
Item storage then?
I was like, I put too many melee characters there, but that's fine.
Be careful on your journey.
Okay, let's go sell our trillions of goods.
Hello? What you got for me?
Right, chat? I'll leave some broken wing in case I need it for later, I guess. Look how much money that is, chat. You know what? This is whatever.
I got
It's
some
fine.
new goods. Go on, take a look. Is that all you came for?
Oh, we got the club unlocked. How come she didn't talk about it? Oh, that actually gives us 20 health. That is actually kind of worth taking. Just because that's a defensive item. Ooh, I think that's worth taking. The sword. Got interesting choices to make, chat. I wish she could use flail. I feel like they fixed that in the later games where the protector can use the staffs. Because otherwise, it's like most of the time it's not worth taking. We'll come back. I need to think about what else I need
What
to
you
do here.
got for me? Thanks.
Okay, so we're just handing in the quest. Been a real big help. Would you be interested in signing on as my personal explorer? No? Oh well. Give a reward to the lady at the pub, like the other times. Go talk to her to pick it up.
Start a business.
Okay, we got yet another quest clear.
Hey there. How goes the job?
Oh, we get a free
Hey,
bone flail.
thanks.
Nice, I don't even have to purchase it. It's even better, chat. See, that was better than the stupid 5-day challenge reward. At least I'll make use of this. Nice, Reen leveled again. I believe that means Reen is now at max insta-kill. Chat, nice. It's not gonna proc too often, but we'll be fine. Oh, hey, chat, holy gift. Yeah, let's just not mess around with it.
Which one are you interested in?
Oh gosh, there's more quests. All right, we'll save it for next time.
I'm counting on you.
I'm dialogued out, chat.
Ah, it's you.
Let's set up for the next party.
What were you thinking? I'm sure you think this through.
Oh, such a tough call. I mean, my character's really good at defense. Shaky's still probably solid. Oh, actually, what I should do, I need to swap the items that Granite Knight has. Granite Knight is good, but I want to push for bosses. That should be a lot better.
What were you thinking? I'm sure you think this through. I'm sure you think this through.
Let's try this again. We'll think it through according to him. Kind of on the fence who should be in the back. I mean, I could go for Ping, but then again, Shaky's more like... I think Shaky's just gonna carry us harder. Now, where Ping will be helpful is if I want to fight an FOE, but I'd rather just map out the terrain. So I'm just going to take advantage of the preemptive strike, because I think I also have better odds of running away from a normal encounter with the same logic. Ooh, Kirk got a decent amount of XP there. Oh, chat, damage up. Nod your head. There we go. Kirk has got his ultimate ability learned. He's gonna be using nothing but monster skills. This is quite a front line, I have to say. I love that even the back line is fairly tanky. Like, I'm sitting at 113, and that is not a low amount of damage. Oh, actually, there's one thing I should do. Let's register the squad for a moment.
What party works for you?
I should get the staff. I guess Ping should. Something like this. I can always sub and try when I need him. I want to do one thing. We'll make sure Ping gets the staff.
Make sure you think this through.
He's always asking us to think it through, chat.
All right, hold on a second.
Yeah, because that's kind of a big difference. Like, the defense isn't much. The attack damage actually is significant. And only, like, 5 TP is not as good as having 20 extra health. So Ping is actually fairly tanky now, thanks to that. I am on the fence, though, Chad. I'm like... I technically don't... I think it'd be better to have coverage here. Like, Kirk is a damage type I need. Like, my character is probably the most redundant, but I'm the only character that can make encounter rates lower at the moment. I think I'm kind of mandatory. We'll go something like this.
Hold on a second.
I think we're all good to go. I'm just looking at our stats again. Probably our weakest character is the sword user.
See you around.
Let's go see if we could get slightly better gear, because this will impact the protector. We can max. Oh, is the flame? Oh, the flame spear is a real spear this time, chat. That's a good sign. Broadsword, maybe. Though I don't think for the price it's worth it. Kind of unfortunate. What about the armor? Anything interesting here? Extra health? Maybe. All this is TP up. I think before I said I was gonna get the flute hat. I think I'll just take it now. Any interesting boots that we picked up? Oh, plume boots are so good, chat. I have like no reason not to put them on. I mean, it's just 2 agility.
Is that all you came? What you got for me?
We'll sell each of these.
Thanks for the business.
Yeah, I think this is the team we're gonna go with next time. So we have just raw power. The Reen outdamages the front team currently. I could technically replace Anne with Reen. Thinking about it. It could be worth it, maybe. Such a tough call.
Hey there. Come again, kiddos.
I think I need her to level. I'll leave her in for now.
Welcome to the Rooster Inn.
Let's save.
Sign in over here, please.
Also,
Very
we'll let
Allow
the
me to
day
show you to
advance.
your room.
Also, at some point, we should probably go fight the Stratum 1 boss again. Since our team is ridiculous. We have so much more health and damage compared to when we did it before. It should be a lot
Sign in over
easier.
here, please.
Plus, Chris's poison does like double damage from what it did before, which is silly. So between the front guards and everything else, we should be fine.
Well, be careful out there.
But I think for now, Chad, we have gone on long enough. Let's talk about thoughts and feelings about the game. Well, that was a very long quest. I feel a little winded from it, to be honest. That made the stream go on for much longer than intended. So I am definitely hungry, chat. I am craving some food. We started this at 10:30. It is now 4:18. Give you context. I have not had food today. So let me think about anything else I want to say about the game before we wrap up the YouTube video. So I think what we're going to do next time is we are going to clear the boss of the next area if we have another long stream. If it goes a little shorter, then we'll just end up killing probably the Stratum 1 boss, and we'll explore all the way to the other boss and save that boss for next time. But I think other than that, chat, I don't think I have anything else to say about the game. I'm happy with all the characters. I'm glad everybody's getting a chance to shine. It's a little rough early on when you don't have a lot of money, and we are still sharing equipment. But as long as we don't purchase every possible upgrade, that should allow us to actually purchase the rare weapons like how we got for Reen, which are pretty game-changing. As you saw, that 20 health made him go from glass cannon, dies instantly, to super high damage and still moderately tanky. And the fact that now we have a staff that gives the back row another 20 health is great. Instead of them doing 8 damage, maybe they're going to be doing 30 or more, since it's like a 60-something damage increase. So even if you factor in their defense, they should be participating a lot more even in auto battle. So combat should be going a lot smoother. And if we need to kill with bash damage, just because I think things like the Vine, for example, are weak to it, they'll be doing quite a bit more now. But I think for now, we're going to say so long, YouTube. Thank you for sticking with it. So I'll probably try to find some ways to trim it down or split it at least. So whatever happens, happens. But yeah, whew. What a long session, but I think it was worth it. So long, YouTube.